Yo. What up? What up, dog? I need 1 sec.
Joining G2 and Sentinels, who already locked their way in from North America. You know, the two teams that we probably all expected were going to be there anyway. Just came out top 2 in NA playoffs, so now it's about the best of the rest to see, you know, who else can make it there as well.
Right. Yeah, Sentinels G2, of course, qualifying in from Americas themselves. But the bracket coming in from last week was a little bit more of a shakeup, right? We were expecting maybe teams like Crew, like Leviathan, like Cloud9 to make it into this bracket. But instead, we have ourselves NRG alongside 100 Thieves skirting into the qualifiers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have teams that kind of got themselves knocked out quite early in NA playoffs, like NRG, now bouncing back. New member to replace Finesse in there as well. MIBR, we expected to be here, came third in NA playoffs, probably a strong favorite for this bracket. Reminder, 2 teams make it through, so no doubt they should be one of the top 2 teams. Pretty huge upset if they actually don't qualify on through as well. But, you know, maybe Cloud9 Crew, just still
I was trying to figure this shit out.
A little inconsistent in playoffs, in important games, and that's why we see here on our matchups today, MIBR versus NRG, 100 Thieves versus EG. They were the 4 teams that made it through the qualifying bracket, now into this bracket to actually see who goes through.
Yeah, and these are some of the best teams in America's period that aren't in the Esports World Cup.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't watch the stream that often. YouTube, Frog, I haven't seen you play in a while. When will you be playing again? I play every day.
From America's.
Check my VOD yesterday.
So at least we see pure form. We see at least teams who.
All right, I'm trying to set up this charity
go through the
overlay.
The pure death, best of 3 format, and at least be able to survive. So again, folks, this is its own bracket. We have a double elimination bracket going throughout the next 3 days, and hard to make some predictions, but again, it's hard to really say, you know, this next game coming up, perhaps a team like MIBR not being able to make it through fairly easily.
I mean, it won't be. Hopefully, it won't be an easy run for them, because I'd like to see some tough competition through this kind of bracket.
Who's playing first?
MIBR. Still a big question, because again, the big talking point here is going to be the fact that NRG don't come through with the exact same roster, right? We are looking at the fact that Finesse has retired, Scuba comes in from Qubit Academy to replace him, and seems like results so far
got banned in the VOD channel.
pretty
I
positive.
saw that.
I mean,
I saw that.
Look at the results they had off stream, and
yeah,
kind of promising. You know, it does give you a little bit of a feeling that maybe NRG could be back. They kind of need this as well, because they're not going to Toronto, so it could be a bit of a long break for them if they don't make it through to EWC.
Right, and like you said, NRG making a good run through last week, not dropping a single map, which is kind of unbelievable considering, again, how tight a lot of America's has been. But yeah, NRG making it through cleanly through last week over 2G, Crew, and Cloud9. And I think another big one coming out from NRG, especially for a team who isn't going to Toronto, they have a little bit more freedom when it comes to their picks a little bit. They don't have to worry about revealing some of their strat books going into next week. And I think one of the bigger things here for NRG coming out of last week too,
through the weekends,
BO3 and that they played had a
hopefully
bit
again
of a
for
ban.
Masters.
They had a different ban every single game,
the plan.
And let's see how different this is now. Lotus coming in is the same ban that they used against Cloud9, different from the one that they used from Crew and 2G, and we can see the rest of our BO3 already laid out.
Yeah, exact same map all coming through here as well. Fracture being the perm for MIBR, no surprises there. And as a reminder, we are on 10.07, which is the same patch that we won for NA playoffs. So expecting lots of breach Teo across the board, depending on the map, of course. But Teo is still going to be quite strong in here. We'll obviously have that confirmed as soon as we get in and we see the double salvos coming on.
Yeah, or at least that's what we hope for. Again, this is a pre-Tejo patch, but
I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this.
Being real, yeah, Split of course is that map,
we'll
and
figure it out.
MIBR is a little bit more of that meta favored team. But when it comes to NRG, they're still kind of playing their own game. You know, when it comes to maps like Haven, you know, from what I've seen,
the charity is called Save the Children. There's a link below my stream, but for now, until I figure out if the alerts and shit are working, I'm gonna donate to myself first, and then we'll see if it's working.
Still fairly
you are
simple
not
going
children,
into these two
J-Man.
maps. However, NRG, big player change, quote unquote big player change, and the fact that yes, it is a long-standing player coming off. However, the roles still stay relatively the same, but agents have a slight change, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, we are
the
definitely
maps
still
here?
looking at mostly
What,
Sentinel
Icebox
for
Haven?
Scuba. Maybe he brings a little bit of control there as well. I do wonder, like, are we going to see many strat changes coming on through in terms of composition broadly for NRG? I mean, this is
Hi,
a pretty
Tarik. I was the
recent
dude who took a
change.
picture
Like,
without
they
the
did
Pixel
this
Force. Thank you for taking a picture of me. I was doing the Kirby shirt. Love from
kinda now
Cali. Hey,
and NA
appreciate
playoffs,
you, bro.
right? So it wasn't that large of a gap. So the big question will be, like, what kind of a
Little bro,
difference is Scuba
sports
making on
watching
the team
using
now?
Cherry as a defense. Don't tell
Does that
me.
visually look very different for this team at
I haven't
all
ate
moving
yet.
forward?
I'm
Right
very
now,
easily
you just
tiltable.
look at the results they've had, though, in the other bracket, you know, to get into this phase 2 bracket, the phase 1 bracket, you know, the fact that, like you mentioned, 2-0'd their way through so far, beating the likes of Cloud9 and crew.
Sean Garrett's video drops
Promising,
today,
but I think
apparently.
MIBR
Really?
is just going to be a different level. It's going to be a different
Any
test for them.
EDC outfit picks?
At least
I have one picture from EDC.
You know,
It's with someone who recognized me.
Faced off against NRG. Verno, he wanted that.
And that's the only one I have. I'm not gonna lie.
And indeed, he got it. And you know, it was a bit of a clean sweep. But again, it's been about a month.
All right,
and a half.
Crispy.
We've had quite a few games
Adios,
since
senor.
then. But again, it doesn't seem like the potential of MIBR has fallen off by any means. NRG, though, again, this has all just been one big test for them this last week, and it seems to be like they're passing the test currently with flying colors. If anything, we just have to bring up some of the questions that might be coming up for this series, because again, yes, we are going towards two maps that might be a little bit more favored.
Hi Brutal. Hi Vort.
Still, for NRG on a map like Lotus, we're seeing some picks that they might not be so comfortable with. I only mention that because yes, Mata is pulling out that Neon once again. Yes, that Neon is good, but it's not exactly consistent. Hasn't been the best agent for them. They've been doing remarkably better with the Raze and with the Jet recently. So again, just a couple of questions here and there with the comfortability, but it still seems like it's still the same idea here for NRG.
Yeah, we're looking just over some of the comps they had played as well. I mean, the last 2 games, it's been Scuba on Perma Viper. Of course, you know, we are looking at them playing maps like Split, so that makes a lot of sense. But in a couple of other maps that they've had as well, Scuba's already brought out Astro Pearl. He's brought out Cypher on Haven as well. So talking about the fact that he is going to be looking a little bit towards the controllers and not just Sentinels, might be a little bit of shake up there. You already mentioned the Mata Neon. Looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to a little bit of Aspas on the Jet possibly, but also know the Breach Teo combination coming on for the MIBR side is also like very tight. So watching them go through NA playoffs on that was a bit of a treat.
Are they talking right now, or am I fucking going schizo? Someone said just 5K, bro. LOL.
Excuse me. Oh
yeah, then just donate 5K, right? And then we'll have it.
Going back to what I was saying.
Just donate 5K and we'll be there.
The Aspas Jet should be coming in on Icebox at the bare minimum. But now that I'm just talking about the maps that we're looking at going forward, you know, very excited to be seeing MIBR on that attack side. Icebox has been going towards a little bit more of a retake meta, and MIBR has all of the makings in their composition for that map, at least what it seems, or at least all of the players have a little bit of comfortability on that map. One question I do have, it is Cortesia. It is going to be the fact that he is going to be on the Killjoy. It's not exactly a question of how he can fulfill the role. It is more what is going to be his impact, because recently Cortesia has been, if not, you know, top 2 on this team, or if not top 3 on this team, not top 2 on this team. So Cortesia, he's going to be held back a little bit potentially on that Killjoy.
It could be.
But at the end of the day, you can kind of let him off.
We have a donor link. Donor link's below my stream right now.
You can just kind of let him
banner.
So still some entertainment.
But I need to figure out this overlay. This shit's weird.
Still, some questions on whether or not the players who we expect to succeed will be succeeding. Another one, Verno. Verno's going to be playing on the Sova, and he hasn't exactly been statistically the best on this map on the Sova.
Wait, someone just donated.
And of course,
Saving JNAM, $5. Thank you.
Xenom, who has been a pretty top fragger for this team as well, specifically when they need him. So we're moving to
he's been there.
Yeah, we're moving to the splits and looking over on towards his Viper. A very heavy frag, heavy potential on a control is going to be pretty exciting to watch, and that's going to be the fact that MIBR is the type of team that has a lot of firepower in a lot of different players. So whatever they need to fall back on, if Aspas is not quite there on the day,
let me try this again.
Cortesia, but for me as well, Xenom has been pretty top tier to look at. So the entire team is, again, a strong favorite to move through this bracket pretty unimpeded. We got, what is it, 2 best of 3s, I believe, to start off with, but every single actual qualifying game is going to be a BO5.
Yeah.
So when the winner of this moves through and the winner of the other match moves through as well, those two guys face in a qualification game to actually go to Riyadh, and that's going to end up being a VO5. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we can stretch out their map pools a little bit and see just how far we can take it.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting, at least for Masters Toronto. It's
McSqueezy's
interesting with
cute.
the fact that
Thank
we
you
have
for
a
the
big
$5
event coming up next week. And Sentinels in
Appreciate
G2,
it.
they don't need to worry about nothing. They're already in the Esports World Cup. They're already into Toronto next week. They don't got to worry about anything this week. MIBR, though, they're the ones in a very special position here where, you know, you've had a little bit of development. And
Dexterity with $100
patch coming in next week. So,
oh my God, already.
Maybe it's not that big of a difference.
We're almost there. We're almost at 5K. Thank you, Dexterity.
As big of a change as
I wanted to
this
I wanted to show the alerts and shit, but I can't
pulling
get
out
it to work. Hold on.
some Teo centered, some Teo breach combination centered combinations. So, you know, maybe
I'm trying to figure it out, chat. Give me a sec.
Even more into the meta going.
Everyone who's donated
$5,
but appreciate Denny, he, Cherry, Waver. Thank you for the $5s, guys. I'm gonna talk about the charity in a little bit once I figure out this overlay.
About, you know, what their look is going to be going into this week in comparison to their look going into next week into Toronto.
Yeah, because the other three teams, like you mentioned, they're
Goofy,
going to Toronto, which means they can kind of just, you know, play this through and then focus on the next meta in a little while, because it's, you know, they basically are fighting to go to Riyadh and then stage 2 onwards. So this
basically they can watch Toronto and copy everyone.
Donation link and pins. Thank you, guys.
Easy for them to do. Whereas for MIBR, they're a little bit more stuck between a couple events here. They need to get through this qualifying.
I accidentally sent 100 to your donation link because I'm stupid. So you can get. You sent 100 to my donation link.
Statistically speaking,
no, you didn't. You sent it to the charity.
If they come top 2,
it didn't come to me.
And their minds will have to be a little.
Dex, I appreciate you, but it's right below it.
Probably not too difficult for them just to keep on playing what the last patch was.
I don't see it on my donations thing.
From there, third place in that playoffs is a really good turnaround for this team. Obviously, massive storyline.
Wait, really?
The MIBR as an organization from basically bottom to
Roomy Rumble draft. We can't look at that right now.
Led by us, Bus, and a bunch of rookies.
Thank you, Victor. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't see it on my thing. Check your PayPal if it went through, but I don't see it showing here.
Where they're going to take this journey through, if they can then go to EWC and rejoin G2 and Sentinels and basically essentially the same teams.
Maybe I need to like reactivate this
shortly after, right? So
yeah, and now that we're kind of zooming out a little bit.
Sorry, I refreshed it.
We get to look at the other two teams potentially playing up in here, right?
Love
we get to
Beanie,
maybe
thank you.
throw in 100 Thieves and EG
I refreshed
into the
it. I'm trying to refresh it so these alerts
EG's
work.
run in the last VTT playoffs, it's just impressive is the only word that I can come up with.
Oh, there it is.
To their performance,
I see it down there.
Earlier on in the split.
But I need that to be on a different screen.
You know,
okay,
not to take away anything from EG and 100 Thieves. Now that we're talking up MIBR. Talking up NRG, but yeah, EG, they just have they are now playing at their own pace, to say the very least. You know, they slowed things all the way down in their case, and they've allowed Ye to kind of be the spear that he's always wanted to be. I mean, in the last team that Ye, or last two teams that Ye played on, you know, he was coming on and off of different roles. He was playing Sentinel even on one of the teams pretty consistently, even though he could frag on the chamber. It's not making space and expecting your teammates to be.
Thank you. Everyone's donating. I haven't even talked about it yet, but thank you guys. I appreciate you. I'm gonna talk about what it's for in a little bit once I figure out
continue to again open up space and watch his talented teammates continue to kind of clean up. So
the rest of that
we have some power, at least we have some value on the other side of the bracket with EG and 100T.
Yeah, a very different team in this bracket, and particularly the matchup between them and 100T being kind of very different styles as well. 100T are a lot faster team.
Well, we can't have all that. It's gonna have to be.
People are probably getting tired of hearing about how slow EG are. Maybe they can spice it up a little bit here as well. We'll see what Potter's got cooked up for them. But big storyline about where Ye is currently. Really would like to see Ye back into form, and we'll look forward to that when we actually get into them.
Yeah,
so here we go. Guys, it's split time, and I think no surprises on the MIBR side.
And then I'll have
looking at previous splits they played. This is like basically
it
is the exact same comps that we have expected.
Yeah, NRG, they've only played one split this
Are we about to
start
right now?
I
think we
are. Basically off stream, we could only see the POV of one team, which was Bonkar's POV. But for the MIBR side, yeah, like you said, it's not going to be too big of the differences here. Yeah, there shouldn't be differences coming into this. Again, purely because it would just be. It would be a bit of a
Holy shit, Chef Wang with 100. Thank you, Chef Wang. Thank you, Big Rye Guy for 5. Rick for 5 or 10.
Technically some
Jane M, be saved by now for 5. Thank you. Thank you, Chef Wang. What is this overlay for EWC? I don't know.
Is still that
but
sort of
I need to
combination.
fix this right now
Osbus is playing on
starting.
Jet, and that's all I really need to say.
Exactly. And to sort of paint the picture on the NRG side, especially looking over towards guys like Scuba, we did actually, of course, mention already the fact that he was on this Viper for that map.
Copy overlay
But it's actually Brock on the Vice that really stood
Okay,
out.
okay, we're starting.
Massive
Let me do this.
22 and 12
Match
KD
live.
versus
Now let me add it
C9
here.
to sort of eliminate them from
And then
phase
I'm
2.
gonna crop it. And then I'm gonna fucking.
And it was on that map too that we saw Brock actually come out pretty big on that defensive side too, so we could see that Vice really come to effect, at least on that second half. But yes, folks, BO3 ahead of us here. This is only a semifinal, so no do or die just yet. Both teams are going to get a second opportunity at the losers bracket. However, we are going to be seeing NRG start to spread throughout the map a little bit, potentially start to condition over towards the A side in their early portion, and that's indeed what they're going to do. They're going to throw out some Viper util over towards A, keep the Viper there, and really just get some attention all throughout the map early on Avril.
It's just a no 2 spectators as well. Obviously, no barracks HUD here. We're back to old school.
Yeah,
it's
baby.
Like 2020, 2021 again.
It's what we're used to, Avril.
I don't know how to fucking put it.
You know, if you're from back there like I am, that certainly will be. I suppose look for a little bit of action early on.
We'll leave it there for now.
Nearby, though.
Bottom left? Oh, yeah,
And
true.
it works out for Osbos. Som does pick up the trade back, but nobody's going to be in mid for that trade for Osbos. However, A, yeah, look at that information being gathered. There goes drone coming out, picking up Scuba. So the default that MIBR expected is
the quality's looking good on the stream, I'm not gonna lie.
Changes coming out right now from MIBR on this defensive side. They're going to keep their positions.
It's a bit small, but it's okay. How can I make it bigger?
Ethan around the corner too, about 30 HP. He's going to run right into Shannon. Shannon has a whole lot more.
Thank you, Hart, for the 5 gifted, but don't donate to me. Donate to the charity.
2 more players here on site. And that's just going to be the round. Osbus with the cleanup. MIBR. And they sweep up at the very end. It's not like NRG had the right idea, but MIBR has 3 players on the A side.
Alright, same thing this time.
Well read. Early action in mid as well with Osbus. He didn't even see Mata actually. Mata managed to get past him quite sneakily, but still got that kill quite fast. Then, as you mentioned, players just waiting for NRG to walk in over towards the A side.
And you can see earlier on too,
Is it loud as
NRG
fuck or what? Like, casters are loud, but the game is
keeping this
low.
attention over towards A early on, consistent. That's what
Oh,
you
I
have
see what you're
to do
saying.
against
Yeah,
these
it's a
top
good idea.
teams. But breach in the back of A, not going to be able to do much. This is going to be half decent info potentially, but let's just see what happens here potentially with Archzing. Archzing is gone, and the classics actually work out here for NRG. Som is looking for a whole lot more. Mata has a stinger. This could be a bit of a mop-up here. Verno around the corner. Needs a headshot. The dog's going to drive
that
away.
reasonable?
Nobody's going to get spotted there, or at least spotted for their kill by Mata. Still NRG full control of this A site. Nobody from MIBR has been able to
I'll talk about the charity after the map, because I
At
haven't
this
had the
point, they
chance.
know
I
this
was
thing
trying
is
to
up
figure
as
this
well,
shit
so
out.
just completely
But
running over odds
I
in
think
with
that's
no
good for
way
now.
out. Paranoid pushing MIBR back a little bit as well.
Someone said, what are we saving money for?
Finally, it's going to be Brock.
It's not saving, it's raising.
But Shenham, he is able to get yet another one. But look at the mosh pit for NRG.
Wait,
It's
is this
just layers
NRG?
on layers.
NRG
He saw 2
Thrifty.
players behind box.
Wait, Aspas,
He
my
saw another player
duo.
over an elbow.
Aspas,
Right
my
under
duo.
Elvin. And it's all big
Ooh,
done. Scuba with
Scuba.
the double kill at the end too. NRG picking up that second rounds in immediate response.
Yeah, just sped up entirely, came in through with stingers, overran the solo breach on site for Adzin, locking out Verno as well. You can see how quickly NRG got all the way back
I'm
over
behind?
towards
What do you mean
defender
I'm
spawn.
behind?
Paranoid to push back
Have I got
MIBR.
YouTube?
Cortazine, the one player to try and make some
Refresh.
moves to get back on site. TP in.
He still has
Holy
chances.
fuck!
The kill, but Scuba fully
What is
stunned.
this?
All the SMG bullets connecting to the foreheads, and Scuba's going for an ace. 4 kills for Scuba. Scuba now has his ultimate. We're only 3 rounds into the game. That's a huge ulti to get. Shenham Still technically an opportunity. 1v3. There's a player incredibly lit in front of him. That's going to be Scuba. Body shot to him should do it. And there you go. He got it. Looking for another headshot, but does not happen. And that's more than enough damage.
That $3 donut.
MIBR that round to the economy.
Control the space.
MIBR at least.
That
Like
says,
you said, a little bit of damage done there.
I see the free fouls time, but guys, can you guys donate with regular names? What is this?
Coming into
Do I have to add a filter to this shit?
And what a debut in terms of at least an on-stream debut for Scuba for NRG. We got a little bit of a look at him via, you know, maybe some other players' POVs, but more specifically,
thank you everyone who's done it so far.
That we see
all right.
for Scuba and NRG, but now actually on stream for the first time. First couple of rounds, already gone for an ace.
Not ready yet.
Massive punish over towards B main as well. Finally, guns on life MIBR.
Well, this is the second part. I don't know what it
Turn
says.
this around a little bit.
I don't know if it's something fucked up, the pop part. But anyway, moving on. Let's focus on the game. My first round I'm watching.
Front side too, but no, they are gonna have a bit of utility to try to clear Shenum. It's gonna
Why am I on like a?
In a one-on-one here, clean. But my goodness, Mata, heads up play from Mata. Misses out on the first burst. Goes.
I have no UI, right?
Gets him.
We have no UI.
Still has time for the frag. Nobody else from the mid side is gonna find Shenum. And as that happens, MIBR, they start to close in a little bit on this mid side. If there's ever a time for NRG to act, it's pretty much right now.
Good timing on the smoke coming down from quarters here, as they don't have a lot of presence on B.
It's a B pop with the 4v4.
Actually kind of sniffing that out right now.
Okay.
It's not even looking the right direction. It's MIBR very heavily looking over towards mid, and by the time the util comes through, Cortezia not in position to react at all. Viper's been down for free plant.
Paranoia.
Cortezia with a
Sam's playing up.
TP into the smoke.
Sam's making a play.
Yep.
So at least they have an entry here, but MIBR, they have to take their time here.
Cover going out.
Some they got left for the retake.
Some
flooding their way into this Viper's pit, but Zem down first.
Still a lot more to go. MIBR still stuck.
This looks impossible.
Dropping
be honest.
down from heaven.
That's a nice smoke by Sam. He connected the Viper ult with the wall.
Wasn't with nice. The TP either, but this is just smart here from NRG. They have the V formation, the victory formation ultimate. And MIBR, this is a very important buy round for them. They can still recollect some of their credits, be able to scrap together another bigger buy going into the next round, be able to dodge the Viper's pit a little bit. So not exactly a lost cause here for MIBR, but yeah, NRG, like I was saying before, with the timing, you know, they had a little bit of a battle over towards mid, and that's really all they needed for clear B.
I'm looking a little small today.
Without our Zine there as well.
Yeah, I kind of am. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been eating that much lately. I'm a little skinny boy.
Pretty hard on the MIBR side to basically stack in mid. Minimal presence on B. Well read out, well sniffed by the NRG squad, and free plant with the Viper's pit is just a little bit too hard.
Guys, we're doing a charity stream right now as part of Watch Partying EWC.
Pretty massive deal.
I'm gonna talk about the charity after the map.
The previous outing on
but for now, let's just enjoy some good Valorant because we're
was definitely top fragging.
Kind of in for it.
Jet on board is
both teams in good form.
Definitely his specialty. Let's see what he does. Post it up over towards the B side. No action though. NRG avoiding.
Yeah, no. We love the highlight plays. You know, we love the clips here, folks. But no, Aspas is not going to get his opportunity early on. But that's what we can kind of focus on really for the rest of this half, really for MIBR. Hopefully the supports can come in fast, but NRG, whenever they've chosen their spots or whenever they've chosen their sites, they've been able to get onto site with really no difficulty. This time into heaven. It is a trade battle. Sam does go down, but Aspas
is here.
The only
my duo
here on B. Is he gonna get a chance versus Brock? Yes,
oh, what a jiggle! What a satchel!
What? But he gets satcheled by Mata. Mata ping-pongs him into the headshot.
You can see that MIBR, they were still not convinced it was going to be a B finish for NRG. Aspas solo on B, and it's Zine and Verno staying strong.
Wait,
on
did
A,
I curse Aspas chat?
A bit of a fake out, running into B heaven, but they can go back through vents.
Did I curse
their way
him?
into A. Map is very open. MIBR not willing to.
The duo curse
really
lives on to see another day.
To be to help out Aspas, and Aspas missing that crucial first
They're
shot.
going for this?
Gets
why?
At least Garage, if he gets at least B main clear, I think it's possible.
By the way, this is pre-Teho nerf.
Move away from heaven, but
just so everyone knows, they're playing pre-Teho nerf.
In fact, if they can get a couple exits, it'll be nice. Can they get past Scuba?
Rob mentioned it on stream the other day, but it sucks mostly for MIBR because they're forced to use Tejo during this event, but then they're going to be going to Toronto, which means they're going to have to also practice post Tejo nerf in preparation for the event. So
that's dangerous. I mean, Cortezia is going to come in with a rifle here.
Yeah.
Very interesting what everyone else does.
They aren't forced to. I mean, if you're not using Tejo while Tejo is buffed, I feel like you're trolling.
Blade Storm, so it's going to be one less weapon they need to worry about. And
they don't have to use Tejo. I feel like you do. I feel like if you're not, you're trolling. Personally, it's too good. His kid is too good.
A disappointing one.
I know there's teams that don't use it in EU and APAC, but from what I've seen from G2,
if Aspas manages
like the power of Tejo is too strong. I feel like the teams that don't use Tejo during Tejo was that they couldn't figure it out.
The opportunity for Verno and Artizing to make their way across, and they would have to also do that, which is something they didn't quite do until Aspas falls. They know it's definitely a 100% on B.
Yeah.
A little bit of slow movement.
Can you explain how EG qualified? I think EG and 100 Thieves.
What was going to be the B finish, and
sorry, not EG 100 Thieves.
They just weren't prepared for.
EG and MIBR
if we talk about,
are in this second stage because they got number 3 and number 4 seed during the split
it was
stage 1.
There for Aspas.
I explained that very poorly, but if they got number 3 and number 4 seed.
It's not like
they finished 3rd and 4th in playoffs, so they got an instant spot into the second round of qualifiers.
NRG again continuing to pick and choose their sites regardless of where they go in the early rounds. Whenever they finally choose a site to end up on, so far in this first half on their attacking half, it's been basically perfect. They have not been stopped in their tracks by MIBR. Viper's Pit might help MIBR with their stopping power, but it's over in mid. NRG has been annoying over towards the mid side. Let's not get that twisted. They've had plenty of trade opportunities in the mid side, but
I don't know what the buy is.
Not like it's necessary.
Not dialed
here,
in enough.
But MIBR, this does allow
risky
them
Aspas.
to spread themselves out a little.
I like the jump though.
The map. 3 players over on that A site. That's info for Aspas, and that's going to take forever here.
No,
for
his one knife left.
Try to throw out or throw off that information.
I mean, NRG are looking good, bro. I haven't followed the game, but they're looking good, no?
You also see Xenom just.
Borg donated $30. Thank you guys. Borg, thank you. Get Tarik a girl. Thanks for the 5.
Oh my god, Storm.
No way.
Wait, he spammed him. He spammed him.
That's insane. That's it.
How did he get that shot? That's crazy. Now mid is completely open.
There's 3 players
Rosa.
on B though on this side here for MIBR.
Would it be any other way?
And that's a big kill for
Verno.
Verno picking up 1. There's still 2 players.
Wait, I just realized it's Verno versus ex teammates again.
Alongside Aspas on the jet.
Aspas got one. Wait, they got both?
Is gone. Unreal. Scuba finds the one-on-one on Cortezia. This makes the round possible here for NRG.
This makes me want to play again, but nah, that's crazy talk.
Artzing trying to
fucking
find
45 years
here,
old, talking about playing again.
First contact. Mata, he's been perfect.
Imagine I went pro again. When I turn 30, I go pro again. I'm like, I need to prove it.
Artzin resets himself for this 1-on-2. He has double flashes and still has lethal utility.
I would get farmed? Nah, I don't think I would. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I think I got it still.
Now stacked together.
What? He broke it. Zombs?
No way.
Zombs?
A totem stack and he lives on 5 HP, and I believe he also swung that without using
Zombs?
just completely dry into a double high-low, and he gets it. That
See, one of my very loyal viewers in the chat. You unironically could hang, but we need a mental coach ASAP. You guys are my mental coach. Anonymous, thank you for the $100.
I don't even know how.
By the way.
Again, amazing shots coming
whoever
from
you are,
Som.
appreciate everyone who's donated so far.
Was nowhere near Zenom, but
yeah, donated 100. Thank you, thank you.
Lightning quick. I don't even know if I believe that Artzin could achieve that, and yet he does without util.
And it's just unbelievable.
Who's NRG's
no matter
IGL?
how you look
Ethan.
at it, the ability of the 2 players on the other side of his screen, even
we're paying you
just
to be your mental coach.
utility,
Yes.
Incredible stuff. Archizing stands on top in that last round.
What are we raising money for?
MIBR
It's
in
called
this
Save
half.
the Children.
And,
I'm going to talk
this is
about it
still, again,
after this
another big
map.
opportunity here for MIBR to just keep themselves here in this half. Shenum over towards that mid side. They have a bit of a shock right next to him with Aspas. Once the smoke goes down, NRG, they might be in a tricky position. And not only that, the toxic screen going up to, or excuse me, the orb going up on the middle side. It gives MIBR control of the pace.
Don't mix it up with Save the Kids.
And mid as well has been
Not
where
the
NRG
face
found a
one.
lot of success, multiple rounds.
Oh, it's huge.
Managed to make their way through, and once again, Aspas down. Zenom knows what's up. He's died here before. Dog's gonna scout him out. That's gonna cost him potentially. Barely makes it out.
He's fine for now. Verno has a follow-up opportunity. Here comes
Verno!
the timing.
Oh, NRG might
Both
just
of
be
these players is
back.
unreal.
I'm not gonna lie, they might just be back. They're moving different, bro.
Second. If he was just down there,
Couldn't tell you why
to see the feet come down,
or how, but they are.
1 for 1, but going up ropes at the same time as the other two are coming down. Awful timing for him. And this might not even be a finish, because if you look over,
no, they're going back to A as well. Look at this.
There it is. Scuba.
Look at this.
With the deep lurk now activated for the rest of the team.
Look at this. Save.
Down.
Oh, it's just a rolling thunder, isn't it? It's just the opportunity there for Artzine. Maybe he gets himself a kill or two. Maybe he's able to hold on to A main, wait for his teammates to come in. But no, sir. No, sir. NRG stays clean. And this time it was, it is the one round. Yes, it is a save, but it's the one round where MIBR, you know, yes, they have coverage of that mid side, but it's not the same Viper spit. It's not a complete lockdown. And NRG, once again, they focus on that control of that mid side, and they're basically able to go wherever they want from there.
It's mid has been the weakness for MIBR so far, and because NRG have good money, they're going to go hunting. A reason not to take these guns away. And of course, we saw a similar situation where
it's kind of sad how good they are without FNS. They could have replaced anybody. They would have been this good. They just needed a change.
Does do so.
I'm gonna say it. Fuck it.
Collect two
Check donos? Where? Get Tarik a girl for $5. Already saw that. Icy with $30. Thank you. Are those the same ones or new ones? I'm confused.
That'll be all. Oh, won't be all they have, but certainly the one thing they got away with.
Yeah, no, MIBR, it would be a
Icy was new. Icy. Thank you, Icy, for $30.
Really anything
Icy, I appreciate you, bro.
It's exactly
Peanut,
what they're doing.
thank you for the $50.
The one
thank you
rifle
guys.
isn't exactly as
I appreciate you guys.
From the last round,
even like obviously $50 is insane, but everyone
They're
donating $5. If we all donated $5, we would be there.
But NRG, they're
So
setting up
you don't have to
the most
donate like a crazy
aggressive
amount of money.
setup.
Even
All
just
five
one
over
small
towards the A
donation,
side, and
it'll
it's
all
just
add up
going to be
together.
Tejo on the A
All right, here we go towards
side.
A.
He's just going to be one, trying to hold it all down. Verno does have a rotation coming in from the Viper. And, I mean, NRG, they basically already have sight, don't they?
I mean, they're basically playing for retake now in MIBR. Verno already backed out. He played so safe. Backing into ropes. Sight's completely clean. NRG are probably maybe even a little surprised at how clean it is, and you would expect them maybe. But MIBR being as low of a buy as they are, they would like to have played the round maybe slightly more aggressive. They can retake with the Rolling Thunder that has been backed in by Artzine.
And this is just a little awkward setup here for MIBR. All five over towards garage. Are they going to be going for this fight? Yes, they are. They're just going on. There goes the
MIBR not looking good. MIBR not looking good since Aspas duel with Tarik. MIBR not looking good since Aspas duel with Tarik.
Third kill for him. This is fun here from Shannon.
It's impossible to win. I'm not gonna lie.
Can he maybe hold a player or two here on site? He's waiting for he's waiting for somebody to peek. And it's kind of working out here for Shannon as he gets yet another kill. That's huge. MIBR, that was a half buy for them, and they just eliminated
They intend to do it with Aspas as well? Yeah, we took them down as a team.
Still for this half.
Can I be your girl? Thanks for the $5.
Okay, they can afford to lose everybody, so not the worst.
Anonymous 3, Aboba 5, thank you guys.
But you can just see the money is so healthy.
Right.
The fact that Zenom could actually do that was very impressive, particularly on low HP, on a Stinger as well, didn't have a gun upgrade. A player that I brought up in the pre-show as well as one that I was personally looking out for and kind of delivering here, but unfortunately for the rest of the team, it's been a hard one.
6-2, Scuba's 12-3.
He's had a couple of difficult moments, still at least keeping up on the score.
I will elaborate on the charity after
the map.
map.
In the early round, first death. You can see on that last retake there as well. Dashed in, got a glimpse of Mata, but just couldn't convert.
Oh, Scuba's getting assaulted right now. There goes the salvos. And he's cool for now. But now NRG, it's basically the same setup for them as the other rounds. Yeah, they might have some sort of attention over towards B main, but all of the pressure is on mid. Som right now trying to pick away at Shenum or potential Aspas over towards top mid. But now that info is still being denied. You still have the Viper utility in the mid side. But MIBR, where is this call coming from? This is definitely passionate.
They are gambling here, I think, a little bit. I don't think they have the real information for this at all.
NRG making this map look hella attack side in, no?
A little bit of scouting being done from the NRG side.
I feel like on this map, to be good on defense, you have to be so proactive.
And now MIBR losing faith in their gamble ever so slightly. Like Artzine was considering moving back over towards A. Verno's
no contract, chilled. No contract, bro.
Towards screens.
And
Just
the
vibes.
gamble, Gus, might pay off because NRG, with 30 seconds left to go, are going to have to end B, and that's exactly where MIBR want it to be.
Yeah, Breach is here with the Rolling Thunder. Cortezia is going to stay on site, but there's a
Wow.
huge... Mata
What a flick.
One, but that's huge for Shenum.
Nice.
Shenum able to get one. Aspas with yet another frag with everybody chiming in for that.
They're going A. Look at
Everyone
Ethan.
getting stuck in that B main. However, Som does have his TP, is able to get there. Ethan, that jump spot, it did catch him, but this is good enough for NRG. 3v4, still
they're coming
possible.
fast.
What can Ethan do here? He has to cut down 1 or 2 pegs to really make this possible for NRG.
Samuel.
But it's not happening. It's all going to come down to Som. Big
The Som!
Oh. No second for him. Aspas takes him down, but there's that Rolling Thunder. It sweeps through.
Wait, that smoke is buying a lot of time.
NRG.
They expect 2 hell?
There is no way. That was a team Rolling Thunder. That's on their own teammates. Brock around the corner. Not going to be able to take down Shenum. Ethan. Does he have
Oh my God.
Yes, he does. Gets both in his line of sight. Aspas down super low.
Fucking Ethan's jiggles. He won. Oh my God.
But Aspas, no time and no round for MIBR.
Heartbreaking end to the round there.
Ethan Arnold with the 1v3 to put the nail in the coffin.
Really get the value that MIBR were looking for.
Oh my
Good news is Zenem actually got a
goodness.
kill while stunned, which is, I'll say it was impressive, but the final
That's my
player
IGL?
that they just didn't
That's
know
my
where they were
IGL?
standing was
That was a
Ethan,
perfect
tucked
lineup,
away in
man.
hell, getting the double, wasting a bunch of time in the end there in the final duel versus Aspas, and despite Aspas finally winning, it just didn't have time because Ethan.
Finesse retirement fund, $5. Thank you. Jazza, 10. Pandas, 25. Thank you.
Considering that, okay, we've already exec on B, probably pulled all the members over there, not gonna be able to stop me.
Nah, it might be our loss. I'm not gonna
desperate to
lie.
make anything
Who picked this
happen
map?
on this round number 10. They're running out of time and space in this first half to really get much done on split. 7-2 for NRG is
Fuck your ads.
start.
Thanks for the
This
resub,
is
bro.
crazy.
I mean, truly, MIBR, they've been such a good team on the defensive side, too. The only team to really take them this deep on defense was G2, and it's G2. One of the best of the best. NRG.
We're already at
showing some
$700
different
bucks.
colors
Holy
here
fuck.
coming into EWC, but
It's actually insane.
this is still a big answer here for MIBR coming up. Ardzine, he does have a little bit of info right in front of him with a drone, trying to catch Brock, but Brock is gonna get caught by Aspas. No.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, he's fine. So
Wait, they
Aspas,
have
26
CT
HP, able to
control.
get the frag. This
Som?
smoke needs to drop. Aspas,
Som loves
is he
these
gonna get shot by the
smokes.
player behind the smoke? Som waiting for his
Som, they see your
opportunity.
cheeks.
Energy down to 3 players. This smoke
Smoke's
is
fading,
taking
now what?
forever here, Som. This is fresh to say.
Oh no, they found me! Oh my god, he still gets the kill. Oh my god, the crossfires are pristine. The crossfires are pristine. Holy.
Som, that was awesome. If he
Holy.
loses that 1 versus 1, I think it's very different. He converts that initial kill after smoke fades onto a secondary, and it's just able to hold down the A main
Is this the
position.
Eastern Western
Disastrous
Conference? I don't see
coming through
Jalen
from
Brunson.
MIBR.
Wrong game, bro.
And once again, just a heartbreaker. 2-8 now. Aspas once again has Blaze Storm.
Oof.
I would imagine that their money situation is bad because looking back on that previous round, yep, they had a few Vandals, but a couple players also looking on Guardians, light armors across the board, few players close to 0. I suppose the only one that actually had some money, so best they could probably do here is maybe, I suppose, buy up 1 gun for somebody, then Blaze Storm himself, and then the rest are going to have to get what they can get away with. At least they have the Viper's Pit again to lock down mid. You can already see that. Zenem likely to put it down there again early. Can't afford to lose control of mid, where I repeat, has been a weakness for MIBR on this defense so far.
And they've been trying to switch it up maybe slightly, but not enough. I mean, it's been consistently the same Viper presence over towards the mid side. And it's not like this comp can realistically have too much more stopping power outside of that. I mean, if anything, you might want Verno to start be playing that spot, but Verno is very important over towards A. He's very important over in heaven and being behind coverage, basically. So it's just, what more can Shenum do in this mid side? We've already seen this Viper's Pit, but even that That did not work the last time they did it. It's basically a guarantee that
Sentinels are
Hyperspace
already
is gonna be
qualified to
fine.
the main
We can't
event.
Expect
Here we
what
go.
Som did like last
Today
time.
pop.
But MIBR, now they need to focus on the rest of the map, which NRG is doing. NRG cleanly into A. Not so much, actually. Aspas takes the head off of Som. Still
Oh my god.
Shots, but
I'm not gonna lie, this is so rare where we see Aspas like
MIBR going into this round.
I don't know. It's pretty rare we see Aspas struggle, right?
Yeah, not a lot to deal with it, but Adazine is still alive. Aspas
I don't want to
did
see
his
this.
job to get one. Adazine down is going to cause problems. And as already mentioned, the buy is exceptionally poor here for MIBR. Really, it was just a Blaze Storm as the only way in. Did they recover a rifle, though? No, they haven't been able to do that, obviously. Okay. So, yeah. Just going to run in and see what happens.
Someone posted their Instagram on the donations. Guys, this is not an advertisement board for you.
Realizes the situation a little bit, but
We are not following you, bro.
that are readily available for them. All of them are behind.
Dude, Ethan's looking crispy though. Ethan's looking great. Ethan's looking biffy on the IGL.
MIBR, realistically,
Hold
just almost going for the round at that point, because at that point you can't be going for the eco. But
Wait, you guys
MIBR,
think Aspas
they're
is
gonna
struggling
put
because they're playing online?
Yop
Aspas
on
never plays
Aspas
matches
this round.
online.
The first time that we're seeing it from Aspas in
He has
this
almost
game,
40
it's
ping.
It's the second time.
I mean, he's not even struggling. What am I saying? He's 13 and 8.
Hopefully he'll actually get a kill.
Wait, what am I
because he
saying?
did,
He's literally 13 and
unfortunately,
8.
with that one crucial shot
I
over
think I've
towards
only
B
watched
main.
his deaths
right on the
though.
rock. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one.
Right.
I think there was a previous round as well when they saved it. So he bought it pretty early, ended up saving. Next round, solo on B, didn't quite land the shots, and now finally has it on board for the final round. It would be really quite a fun one for MIBR if it's a
Aspas
huge
on
Aspas
Scuba?
carry round, and already straight away, first shot onto Scuba. So like I said, a big round for MIBR and Aspas on board would be brilliant, but maybe just a little too late, obviously, in the half, with this being the last story.
See, that's sort of that
How?
stopping power that I was looking for from the Viper.
What? Motto?
It had to come. Oh,
You're like that, bro?
With the orb and the molly, but no,
What are we talking about?
On, Mata. He's been unreal.
Good
this second
jiggles.
hour of this half so far, but Mata
Good jiggles. He's playing
gonna be
up
going
though.
into the
I think
second
this is
half.
overheat for Mata.
maybe tucking his tail in a little bit more on defense. You know, maybe
If he stays here, overheat.
not being able to
Good
be
fall.
as aggressive, of course, on the raise. So have fun for now. Stat padding, Mata.
What the fuck?
But this is
Brother's just
certainly a great,
Brother's just
great
fucking
half from NRG.
flying around the
Great
map.
showing from them. It's 10 to 2 potentially, but
I
it's
got
not
drafted
over.
after Ludwig. I'm on
It's
race
looking
team.
like 10 to 2.
Ludwig
So
got
not
drafted
exactly
before
over
me.
just yet, but
Ludwig shit though. How's that
there's a lot of
possible?
work to do here. Swapped his
Are they
operator
trolling
now
in those
up towards
drafts?
the Vandal.
It's a good drop
He's
too.
lost a ton of these situations. Verno's at least got one. This is workable now.
And this is the duo that
They
you
said
want
I'm
for
not
this
gonna
sort of
practice? They
situation,
don't know
and it's
that.
working out. Brock, 1-on-2, gets the damage. Can he get a kill onto Aspas? Verno trying to bait him out, and that was perfect from Verno. Verno, but barely a gun out, but no.
Damn.
Oh, Aspas.
Was that fat kid? Or was that the last pick? Was that the literal last pick of the whole event?
3 rounds for MIBR going into the second half, folks. We will see you all for the second half after a very quick break. Don't go away.
Oh, was her second pick? Really? That high? How long is this break? 60. Bet. Talk about the charity now? We could talk about it really quick. No, let's wait. I'll wait till after the map so I don't have to rush it. But there is... I want to read the notes. I want to read the notes so I don't like fuck it up. But we are doing a charity stream right now. It's called Save the Children. There's a link below the stream. There's a link in the chat. Little TLDR about Save the Children is that they invest... Okay, well, let me start over here. They're global leaders in child health education and protection. They're transforming the way... I don't like how I'm reading it. I need to see it in front of me. J&M, no more directing from you. I'm going to talk about it after the map so I can do it properly. I'm just going to pull it up in front of me. I was told about this charity through my brother. So I'm only learning about it now, but I looked at it and it looks like a good charity and reputable. So yeah. It's my fault you can't read? True, it's not your fault. All right, here we go. We're live. Oh my God, we're live.
Third break here for MIBR with Fraud utilizing 2 of his
Am I looking at my third
timeouts
monitor?
in the first half. MIBR, they need a huge second half
Yeah,
here
20.
if they want a chance against NRG here on Split. My name is Upmine, joined here by Avril. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to it.
Welcome back to the teams as well. MIBR looking for a much warmer welcome on their second half.
Thank you for the 22, Bailey.
What they managed to
Thank you for the top 5. RR5 looking small on 5. Thank you guys.
They managed to get. They had to heavily fight for a little bit of speed coming up through us, but already into heaven. No time wasted here.
This is a big pistol.
Big opportunity for Brock. This is a crossfire here with Mata. Look at the mosh pit here for NRG. It works out for Mata, but no pick here from Brock.
Oh, Sam.
It's not even Brock. It is Sam to
Wait,
pick up 2 frags.
2v2.
But MIBR with their own opportunity.
Scuba's here.
He was
Timing.
scrambling for some sort of opportunity.
Oh, labored.
Artzin's
dead. His dog.
Artzin does not want to get stunned here.
The
but
fuck?
He is going to get
Surprised
stuck.
he stuck it when the dog was there.
Big frag coming in at the very end from Scuba too. 10-3, Avril.
Scuba has been really
Scuba?
now at the top of the leaderboard.
Dude,
I believe for the
Scuba's
entire
actually
lobby, but a
frying,
player
huh?
that
Brother's
maybe a lot of
motivated.
people weren't even really familiar with, just fresh out of tier 2, fresh out of Qubit Academy.
Yeah, first stream.
On to NRG, filling in big shoes left behind by Finesse. I mean, we laugh about old man Valorant, and maybe it was time for the retirement to eventually come on through. And yes, there is a force from MIBR, which we'll definitely be talking about. But
Team Heretics also works with Save the Children and donate for every jersey sold.
And, you know,
there you go.
sure,
That's awesome.
in some of the phase 1 games off stream, you weren't too sure. Okay, they got by a little bit, but MIBR is not the type of team that you can just easily shut down this much. Scuba's done that. Scuba's changed the game for this NRG team.
No, especially in the way that they did it. They kept assaulting one weakness. The fact that they found a weakness. And MIBR
Wait, MIBR are getting
readjust.
fucking stomped on.
This is NRG now. Need to take advantage of.
Looking like my ranked game was with 0 delay.
5 kills, 5 pumps, and that is around there. Going towards NRG once again. But again,
Ray is low-key cooking in this draft. You can get carried for league. Are we going to win the Roomy Rumble? What's the prize?
We're not able to adapt
the Roomy trophy
in that last half. And they basically were losing out on rounds in the same exact ways.
By the way, there's a live draft for anyone interested while you're watching the game. Roomy Rumble. It's a 4-week-long event I'm playing in
3 to 11.
with a bunch of other creators. 4 different games.
Flash of the scoreboard really quickly, because
the games are Counter-Strike, Rainbow Six, NBA 2K,
situation for MIBR, given
and League of Legends.
How far down they are. The fact that NRG has shut down their force so
I think the first week is next week.
Man,
but there's 4 weeks I'm playing in it.
Barely started to get the hang of it.
The question is, will we practice?
Final round of the first half coming through. You feel like it was a reasonable MIBR round, not even a clean round.
They removed Rainbow Six? It's Trackmania? What?
On a 3-9.
Are you fucking kidding me? I was already practicing.
NRG, including stopping a force.
They make last minute changes without telling anybody?
Scoreline finish was split, I think.
Yeah, potentially, but let's see again.
What's up, George?
Now that we're on the attack side again, just more chances, more mystery here potentially for MIBR going forward in terms of
yeah,
the
I was
plays,
in talks with Jinxie about getting coached.
Pick away at one. Aspas, though,
bad news,
he's tucked
man.
himself into the corner. Mata knows it. They're gonna force him away, and Mata not able to double satchel out. Oh, Aspas, good dash away from his one-on-one. Still a big opportunity here for MIBR. Oh, look, the flank. Scuba's already on site. He gets taken away. You still have the
Wait,
Sky
11-3
incredibly
curse?
close. Still looking for another frag. There's a man over in heaven. That could be the big cutoff coming up from
Blow you.
Zebra.
Doesn't know.
He doesn't see him.
Ethan's unknown, by the way. Ethan is still there. And he was the player that stood out in this exact same position on the previous half. But this 1v1 is going to be very important.
Wait, I thought Ethan would turn around and kill him.
Ethan at least gets caught out. Positioning for Som is, of course, revealed.
The fuck just happened? Wait, Sam in the clutch? Samuel? Ooh, fuck, Verno said no. Verno said not today. Verno said that he's here. Verno said not on my watch.
And a required round, because I think if I went to 12,
did I overdo that?
I still might be ready to call it, but some MIBR magic late into split might still be able to come on through. You start to see just a bit of that Aspas firing up early in the round. Bulldog in hand, and now with some real guns, rescuing the economy, Gus. I think.
What is Trackmania? It's a racing game?
They had nothing. They forced. They needed to win, and they have.
So MIBR still giving them a fighting chance
All right,
right
we
now.
could do
Maybe
that.
letting Aspas a little bit off the leash, but at least in the early round, playing a little bit of a buddy system. trying to connect in the mid side
This is
alongside
pre-Tejo nerf patch.
NRG holding on pretty steady on that side. Shannon, you can tell, is going to be going for the conditioning over towards the A side. But this is strong here from NRG. They have 2 players set up on each site no matter what situation happens. So they're at least setting themselves up for
I've heard of
at least
Trackmania,
a
I
competitive round.
just don't know it.
Poison's off.
Very good info being gained.
Why is the caster so loud? Is it me? The casters are so loud, no?
Even go for a bit of a flank here.
It's like they're in my fucking, inside my brain.
And they don't have the type of setup to stop it as well. Again, there's no Cypher here, there's no trips.
Wait, but okay, but Scuba backing out and covering B instead. I mean, this is just, there's no cutoff in the mid side for MIBR to just go straight into A, potentially going in for the mid side. But here comes the 1v1. Mata takes away Cortezia, and now this map has become a lot smaller for MIBR. MIBR,
Hey, what's happening right now?
think that their only chance is here on B for now, unless one person can be a hero.
Wait a
and make
minute.
situation happen over towards A,
Scuba
and it's happening.
Steve. Scuba Steve.
I believe he actually ulted
Oh, he's playing
onto
safe.
A because he was sniffing out but didn't commit to the ult.
How do they clear this?
Plant's not here yet, and actually a good 10 seconds, by the way.
Whoa.
They're still going in.
Whoa.
MIBR is
What the
going
fuck? How
after
did he kill
Plant.
Aspas like that?
But NRG is going to have the 2-man advantage. Verno.
Fake news,
This is
fake news.
everything here for Verno. Somehow
There's
the
a
man coming
flank.
in from A main has to come in on a different timing. Verno needs this opportunity, and he's going to be able to get it. Gets the first frag. The man over
The
in A
flank.
might be able to
The flank.
takes him out.
Artsine
Artsine
1v2,
now
the
knows
1v2 of his
where at least
life.
One of them are. Doesn't know where Brock is.
Nice try, bro.
Waiting for Brock.
Nice try.
Finds him, but Mata is just that.
Mata's just too good, bro. What can you do?
Mata coming in from main, coast to coast, into elbow, right when Artsine has his opportunity against his opponent. Great hustle from Mata.
You can tell that Arzine actually, he believed at least there was a second play there. I don't know if he had the full info or not, but he pulls through the Rolling Thunder all the way into screen. He knows back
MIBR fell off?
You know, towards his own spawn.
They just can't play online, I guess.
Because he wasn't done on that first kill. He wanted to go a little bit deeper.
They're also on land probably. They're probably playing from the office.
Getting the kill to Verna forces
Like, together,
Arzine to
but
slow
still online
down
server.
and reconsider. And then suddenly it's a 1 versus 2. He gets Brock that he
I
was
think so,
looking for,
JNM.
but Mata is the player that will be able to prevent it all from happening for MIBR, and was also the player that got away with sneaking in towards attacker spawn, wins the 1v1 against, I think it was Cortezia at the start. Really pulling through everything necessary for NRG to close this one out in a comfortable potential 13
This is the old patch, guys.
13 and 4 rather.
This is hard because they're probably practicing
Ethan.
new patch.
He's not going to
Playing tournament old patch.
A little bit tough.
Like, it's hard for all the teams, really.
Going. Let's see what happens here. Brock waiting for his opportunity. There goes the dash into the middle of
Unless
site.
you just don't
And
play
indeed, no
Teo.
Sheer players are able to go into the
Blood.
middle of site just fine. MIBR, they have control, and they might have a frag. But Brock
Oh my god, that
comes
was a
in.
sick
Scoop
blood.
comes in. The crossfire works.
What?
And the showstopper is still no
What?
for Mata.
What?
Mata's able to clean up.
The
One-on-one versus
fuck?
Artsine, and he's gone.
He
It's
is
all on Verno. Verno 1v2. Takes down the frag.
Verno said no. Not on my
And you
clock.
can trust
Verno said you thought you were going to win the
stay
game there? He
sharp in
said no.
moments like those.
Verno said no. He said no,
All the
I'm
pressure
good.
in the world on Verno,
He said nah.
and he's still
Maybe
able
next
to
round,
hit
not this round
headshots.
though.
1-on-2.
Verno
and it
said
goes
no.
towards MIBR.
I had to correct myself when I said
12-5
13-5,
aware.
but you know what? The 5
12-5
is on board now. No misses
aware.
from Verno there. Had to clutch it through. Second clutch, we've seen Artizine a little bit earlier, and that upper lower totem wins that with
What did
5
Verno
HP.
say?
Now
He said
this
no.
time Verno, and it's very similar 1 versus 2. Get himself the Armageddon off that as well. It's going to allow him IBR just one more opportunity. Oh my god, it's a 10-man 5v5. Look at this.
Unreal. It's a
Aspas?
contrast, ladies and gentlemen.
Aspas said no. Aspas said no. He said no. That's my duo. That's my fucking duo right there, dog. Me and Aspas. All day, bro. Come on, dog. We can't be
Loading up
stopped.
10 pins at a bowling alley. And
We need to be
Strike
stopped, but we
says
can't be
otherwise.
stopped.
And Blaze
Replay,
was
replay.
basically all he had as well. That, and I believe a
That's my
showing.
duo, man.
My goodness, he is.
That's my
come
fucking
online.
duo.
We were
Look at me.
waiting for
Look at
Aspas
him.
to really
He's
show
top
himself.
fragging the server, and they're losing 12-6. He has the most kills in the server. They're losing 12-6. He said my team is shit. He said you guys are shit. He said I would be winning without you.
Yeah, 5 versus 5 melee there. Here we go. Aspas again. Aggressive up the ramp.
Aspas getting let off the leash a little bit, starting to heat up a bit, but hold on. NRG, they have the answer.
Tarik Chef, thank you for the $30. What?
2 players in the middle of site,
Thank
1
you.
player over towards heaven. This is a good split here for NRG. They're giving themselves the best chance possible potentially against this strong of a take from MIBR. They're going to be able to clear out heaven, though. 3 players on A.
Som on the big flank as well here. Watch for that. Mata did that last
The
time.
Bester, thank you.
Great. He's
The
probably
Baser.
not going to find a 1v1, but he will come through unknown.
They know they're here. They're
But he's in on
actually
paying the
stuck. They
price
can't
for
go
that.
mid because ropes is
Something
or
you can mention
ulted.
just
They
yet.
they could go
That's right.
spawn,
I think NRG
but it's hard.
basically
If
smelled
they go
out. They know
spawn, it's a
mid is
perfect
clear.
play by
Mid is
MIBR.
clear.
But they're actually
Som's
just going into
watching
sight.
forward. Here we go.
What the fuck's happening?
Can't go out their mid either.
Oh my god, wait, what? That was a perfect execute. What the fuck? They flushed them out like a bunch of rats. The exterminators are here.
It
Save?
looks so clean
Spike
for
planted.
NRG in terms of the defense.
They
in terms
literally
of their
got
positions.
exterminated.
And yes, you do get a kill back from Som, but Scuba, he's been holding on to this mid side.
What's my
this whole
team?
time
Ray,
because he
Shifter,
was very
Tarik,
important.
Cutie,
He was
Evan.
very
Who's
important
Evan?
to MIBR's reasoning to even being in heaven. MIBR could have rotated at any point. There was more than enough, presence there from
Yvonne.
NRG on A for MIBR to run away. But MIBR forces this situation, forces themselves into the 3 individual one-on-ones. And it just works out for now. doesn't it?
Elmo's last pick feels
The
bad.
timing just wasn't there for Som. Yes, he did get his one on Zenom, but the fight already broke out. MIBR already had sight. They already completely flooded it and won sight.
I mean, League of
So
Legends,
things
our
just
team
went
is cracked.
Slightly slower if Som
Counter-Strike?
was able- Obviously, he can't run because it doesn't want to reveal his position. But
We
he
should
could
be fine.
Have just had his team.
Trackmania?
A little bit more time,
Honestly, we win 2 out of 4. We probably win the event.
right
Just
time
focus on
towards A
Counter-Strike
main.
League.
Would have been it.
Focus Counter-Strike League, put the fries in the
Save, as we
bag,
saw,
bro.
2 members of NRG as the tactical timeout comes on in. Man, how much do you want to believe in this MIBR comeback right now? A little bit of Brazilian magic, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Am I good at 2K?
I like that.
Nah.
I like that.
I played maybe 5 minutes of 2K.
I was gonna say I
Not
didn't know
even.
I could do magic. I didn't know that, that sort of witchcraft existed. But you know what?
Maybe us plus
Am I gonna practice at all?
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
on
I don't know.
MIBR can do the magic.
I don't know what my
Exactly.
schedule is with these watch parties
Like, it
right
might be
now.
possible.
I'm trying to hit rank
The
1 as
magic
well.
wand a
Like,
little bit
am I?
earlier on, but even that didn't work out. But it seems like the knives. It seems like
How do I
again,
tell them you're not
Aspas
carrying
heating
in
up a little
CS?
bit, getting himself that confidence
Trust
around a little
me,
bit earlier
I'm
on.
carrying in
That's
CS.
fine.
We're playing versus
But
Ludwig, bro.
MIBR
Put the
again
fries
here
in
on
the
this
bag.
attack side.
Let's focus
They
on
don't
League.
exactly look. They don't look too different from the confidence that each player might have had going into some of the battles in the first half. However, this
Have I played
is
CS before?
just that stylistic
Well,
difference now for MIBR.
growing up,
just
I played a
working
lot
out
of
for them.
CS.
Aspas,
So,
if he is able
I
to act
peaked
as that spear, as
Supreme.
the jet, he's able to do a whole
So I should be, like,
lot
pretty
more than he
chill.
was in that first half.
And we had such important rounds early on this half as well, where they were basically facing up against a quick loss. I was looking at
You should have went pro or something. I know. I've been
13-4
saying.
was a scoreline that I was.
If MIBR win
fully
this,
expecting
I'll donate
to come
$1,000 to
through.
the charity
And
if they
now
win this
suddenly you're
map.
looking at 12 and
If they bring it
7.
back and win this map, I
I'm not
donate
calling it a
$1,000 to the
comeback yet
charity.
for MIBR because the road is still pretty long for
Locked
them.
in.
At this point, the mountain is
Locked
still
in.
pretty high to climb. But
12-7.
you're beginning to believe a little bit. The economy's breaking a little bit. The fact that NRG are being forced to save, they're gonna come back on some light armors.
So you hate charity. All right, I'm gonna buy charity a house. Fuck it.
For this one, just a pistol.
Fuck it, I'm gonna buy charity a house.
Scoreboard at the end there.
Fuck it.
And the confidence, most importantly for MIBR, winning a lot of these duels. Aspas heating up. You need your star players to perform, and he is.
Hi, my
And
name
right now
is
you have
Charity. It's
presence all throughout the
crazy.
map, which, for NRG, not exactly surprising, but for MIBR's attack, having those 2 players come up very early on over towards B main, that is a little bit surprising if you are NRG, but they haven't bitten down too much on it. They are maintaining Rotator over in B, they're maintaining somebody over in Heaven, but still 3 here on A.
MIBR seeing a lot less interested in mid. They've been getting a lot of success over towards A, but do they know about
What a
Brock?
flash!
That's a good flash.
What a
He
whiff!
can't connect Brock. He whiffed the shot.
Help!
That was a free kill.
And Mata's gonna go away too, forced out by the Tejo, but my goodness, that was the opportunity.
Save?
NRG.
Oh,
They might be
fuck.
looking at
Get
that
your
angle
wallet
later from
ready.
Brock. They might
Do
be
you
kicking
sports bet?
themselves.
Donated $4.
It's not
I
like
do not
MIBR,
sports bet,
they
bro. I
have
do not know what's
overwhelming
happening on the
ultis.
court.
It's not like they have the
Go
util
Knicks.
to really
Again.
hold down the
Generational
site like
choke.
that.
Tarek's
NRG.
armpit. Thanks for the 5.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a head scratcher. That's a heartbreaker.
Well, if they just don't have the economy, can they really risk it? If they go for this
just
and
reading
it
off the
fails, which
names,
is more
guys.
than likely, they have
Thank you
nothing
for the resub.
to really. Well, it's not exactly nothing to work through, but how much do you want to gamble on a 3v5 retake here where you've completely lost sight and MIBR in full position to successfully win this round, and they're going to do so? NRG would really be allowing MIBR the buffer in the economy, but also the loss in their own economy to allow this massive MIBR comeback to happen. So NRG,
That's Jason's crash out on the Knicks. I saw 5 seconds of it. I didn't watch the whole clip. Go watch it again.
And that closed the gap enough to where now it's scary. Now it's looking like
Am I playing
the
today?
possibility of
The
NRG
game?
pushing this into OT becomes more and more.
Unless this watch party ends very quickly,
For
probably
NRG
not.
now,
I have to record a video later.
It's time to lock
off
it at least
stream
for
for
one round. This defense
Riot.
is going about as poorly
Way
as
later,
MIBR's own
but yeah.
defense. So it's the attacking side that's been looking good for both teams so far. And the defense has been left wanting a bit more.
We're doing something
It
fun
just
for
takes one good
Toronto.
early
I don't think I
interaction,
can
though.
talk
It's not
about it,
like
but we're
we've
doing something
seen
cool for
NRG
Toronto.
get the early advantage. It's not like we've seen it be consistent over towards
Oh,
MIBR
leaked.
side either, but it hasn't been overwhelming. It's not like NRG are getting themselves into a 2-man advantage.
Am I the new
early on in
agent?
these rounds.
Yeah.
And it's still fairly split. Or
His
MIBR
ult is
are winning
plugging
out
Twitch
these early
primes.
battles. Over towards mid though, this is the first real
I'm the
chance
new
that we're
agent.
seeing
What's up,
for
man?
NRG in the mid side to try to trap MIBR. Maybe there's 3 targets here for Scuba. Scuba is tempting it, and he has some recon over towards the mid side to try to pick out. And he's not calling in his teammates.
Ladies and
just
gentlemen,
yet.
this is your
actually an
captain
early
speaking.
rotation for MIBR, all
Today
things
we'll be
considered.
cruising at an altitude of
So
40,000
gonna try and
feet.
get something done inside the smoke here.
But that's the conditioning.
Not aware.
The Viper was the one that took out.
Doesn't hit. I need the voice changer.
This could be a very important
Tom,
time
that's
because
cringe and you know it, bro.
the players on
Just play the game
right back to
normally.
end time. I think they're blocked out by smokes.
Mata with a second opportunity, but it's only really 1 pixel for him to pick on. MIBR is going to have full line of sight.
Also left Xenon off a little bit, so they'll have opportunity to come back in and maybe collect on those 2 members.
What
on
else we
ramp.
got?
They wanna
Vice ults. Vice ult's big.
play
He's gonna
through.
get everyone in sight. Vice is dead!
I
Brock,
don't
what are
think
you
they can afford to do another
doing?
save. They're gonna have to go for it, but they're losing members. At least 1 trade.
Wait, they sky ulted. Why?
Opportunity.
Why'd they sky ult? It's over.
Through from Zen. Can he make
No?
it in time? He needs help his teammates. But a Seeker has spotted him out.
Verno! The stun right in his face.
Ooh,
on
ass
Scuba.
pass.
He
Gita
needed to
ass
do that on the
pass.
fly, and he was still able
Gita,
to nail it.
Gita.
Aspas gets his own kill at the very end too, but NRG, I mean, that was everything for them, or at least that was their reorganized effort. They had all 5 players.
That's my
available to
duo.
them, or
Minus
at
1K?
least 4
Not yet, bro.
Even strength players available. and
Tarik,
they
if
still
you
weren't
read
able to
this,
connect it.
I didn't read it.
And they didn't even need the.
I might have to.
MIBR, that is, didn't even need the
Can you say Gugu Gaga thanks for the 5? Local 90s bomb thanks for the 10.
2 members on site were able to get the cleanups required.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting too much more out of Som given that. Shotgun in the smoke. He's good for 1, obviously. But with the other
Mata?
2 players on the ramp,
Off
locked
angle?
out
Peek.
via smokes,
Like Zakin.
just couldn't quite trade that.
Not like
death,
Zakin.
and that is a ton
Oh,
of information to Mata.
fuck.
He'll pay for
Oh,
his life.
fuck.
And
Oh.
those are the type of moments where you expect Mata to get his, right? Where the rest of the hold is going to be
Brock
a little
is-
bit easier for
oh,
NRG.
man.
But they lose out on that one. Ethan needed to run for the hills.
Oh
The
my
missile's
God.
getting him, but he's still fine.
What in
middle
the
of sight,
world is
technically,
happening
Scuba
right now?
cannot help.
Ethan!
Ethan's still
They're so
alive,
blind.
And Ethan is still fragging. 2 kills in the back of sight. Even though he gets spotted out by the drones, MIBR doesn't know where he is.
All
He's able
3
to pick
here.
up 2.
Wait, they have spike.
NRG, they now have the man advantage. MIBR no spike either. How do they connect here on the Cortesia? They might have just fake TP this. They're still looking for Cortesia at the moment. He might
Wait,
be
did they
dancing on
trip the
sight,
wall?
but the one-on-one
Ooh,
with him
Som
on
is
Som
fucking-
does not work out for Cortesia.
Ooh, they know he's there now. 1v3.
Now on Shenum. They know exactly where
over.
Shenum is now. Shenum.
It's people
looking for a
over.
pixel, looking for an opportunity. He does see the spike.
This is so
does not know
fucked.
about Brock. He drops into potentially a one-on-one, but he's
30
walking right
seconds
into
left.
a crossfire. Wall right
What
in
the fuck?
front. Ethan, the timing's insane. Shenum.
What are they doing?
How did they switch positions?
What are they
Meant to be.
doing?
Meant to be.
What are they
Shenum, the
doing?
marathon. Run for the hills.
What are they
He's got
doing?
Viper's Pit as well. He can actually
What
win
are
this
they
round. They
doing?
pass by each other. Ships in the night. It was the smoke.
Yes, to rush him.
Just allowed him to be
gonna
able to
rush
get
him.
by. He should have lost that moment now with the Viper's Pit. Wait, he might still die here. Brock wants it. Brock wants it.
Woo!
Unbelievable.
Generational
30
Knicks.
HP left on
I'm getting
Shenum.
Knicks
1 HP
flashbacks.
left on Ethan. 1 bullet for either player. Shenum
I'm getting Knicks flashbacks.
digging deep now into the tall grass. Goes back into the Viper's Pit. Hides himself. Tucks his tail into the back of sight. Ethan doesn't see him. Ethan
Oh my God.
and it's
Oh my
all
God.
Shenum.
Halliburton with the
goodness.
fucking
The rookie
game
coming through,
tying.
My head hurts.
What a round. That required
Halliburton?
just a slight amount of luck, but what it also needed was
With the
cold,
choke emoji, put the choke emoji in the chat.
ability to just be able
Oh
to see the
my
win, get that
God.
spike, walk
This
on
might
through,
be worse
win
than the Knicks
necessary
choke. The Knicks
1v1s,
choke wasn't even that
pull
bad
his
in
way all
comparison
the
to
way
that.
towards
That was an
B. Viper's
unlosable
put in
1v3.
play.
That was impressive.
And he had to get
Honestly,
that final 1v1 onto Ethan. And
nah,
he
that was
connects
actually low-key
the shots
impressive.
required. What a tough
1v3, they had Spike down hell. He had to drop. This choke will feed families for generations. This choke goes down in history. Congratulations. You're all a part of it.
They probably feel like at this point they really do deserve 9-3 on the half.
Congratulations, we made it.
3 coming out on the second half.
This will feed families.
Denying even the force buy on that second round from MIBR. It was looking all over, man. At that point, yeah,
that might have just been a direct donation to the charity. That fucking. That play.
Up to this round, this might be a back-breaking round, Gus. Honestly,
Are there replays? I don't think so.
Is mentally back-breaking for NRG, knowing that NRG themselves, they should have won that round.
Yeah, unironically. I mean, every single person involved at the end of that round is regretting 1 or 2 moves, very specific moves that they had made.
At Ascaris? At Ascaris?
Was everything to maybe
New
at
choke
least
just
get
dropped?
those thoughts out of the way, get those feelings out of the way, and recollect herself just to win a single round. NRG just needs 1 round to get a map on MIBR. Let's see if they can pull it off this time. There's going to be a Viper in the mid side.
We might have to donate that 1K.
Scuba. Not going to be able to find a pixel just yet, and he's not going to go down. A lot of work still to be done for MIBR this round, but I'm still trying to catch myself.
Honestly, last thing I'll say about the previous round before we lock in for this one.
Right, I was going to say.
Also popped in Steel Garden, and he set up a massive win for them initially on that site. It's where you saw most MIBR start to fall. It was when they recollected and regathered their thoughts that MIBR were able to bring it back on through with a little bit of
game live, yeah.
From Zenom again, the player that I just had a feeling, man. I had a feeling that Zenom was going to show up today, and he certainly has. And MIBR, a little bit of free space over towards B main, but Marta is sniffing it out now.
What was that?
Mata doesn't hear
was a
a
guy
single
spawn.
footstep just yet.
His off angle is
spot a
actually
single
nice.
pixel.
I died to it the other day.
He's got a flash to play off.
Never mind, he's mollied. I didn't get mollied when I went.
Because oh, he does come through.
No one's flashing him.
Ooh.
The showstopper is there,
Grenade.
and he's gonna be able to nail 1. And the paint shells with more damage. This is all Mata.
The flank.
Mata could get a whole lot.
Whoa!
Scuba from
They did it for
behind.
entertainment
There was a
value.
teammate from
They're playing with their
MIBR coming in
food.
from
Now the
spawn. I thought he would be
1v4?
able to catch up
Nah,
Scuba,
this will
but no,
feed
it does
families
not
for
Verno,
forever, really.
That is your old teammate Scuba there. That just pulled a quick one on the rest of your teammates. Verno.
10 seconds left.
All he can do
GG.
is just stare as
W
NRG
fake comeback.
snags a 13th and is able to take a map off of MIBR.
W fake comeback.
For it at the end, man. Again, that started to get a little sweaty. And at the end here, 13 and 10. MIBR did all of the heavy lifting for their own team in that second half, but I think the story really just comes down to on their first half it was too quiet.
I'll donate 500 for the fake comeback.
Their 9th round, I was
just because it was
expecting
exciting when it wasn't meant to
in
be.
that first half, and because they just didn't have the buffer to play through, they couldn't afford the mistakes. I think the 2 extra rounds at the beginning, pistol. You're in a 9-3 situation, you really want that pistol, you lose the pistol, you really want to force to try and bring it back just slightly more, then you don't quite get that. And suddenly you're staring it down at 11-3. That is a pretty massive problem for MIBR. Is it possible that we start to see MIBR bring it back? And that's where that magic was. I was talking about the fact that maybe the magic will come through for MIBR to make the comeback possible. But, you know, the fact that there just wasn't enough rounds left in the tank for them to lose around like that. Because one round like that was bound to happen. How many rounds in a row can MIBR really play flawlessly, perfectly, rely on these Zenom clutches, maybe an Artesian clutch here or there as well? That can't happen every single round. And you felt like at some point NRG was going to be able to lock it through. And it is kind of funny, Gus, because I did say that maybe the Zenom clutch was going to be mentally breaking for NRG. No, the opposite actually ended up happening. NRG said, no. It's just going to completely, like, water off the duck's back, shrug it off, come on through, and that ended up being their most dominant defense round for most of that second half outside the first 2. So the fact that NRG just shook that off, losing to the Zenom clutch and came back powerful, that's great for NRG.
Yeah, they had to come in for the new blood too. Had to come in from Scuba. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very entertaining map number 1, but this is a full best of 3. And not only that, we have another game coming up later today too. So lots of Valorant. We love Valorant. Tune into more Valorant. After the break, EWC does not stop here. We'll be right back.
All right, we're on break. All right, let's talk about the charity that we're doing right now. Chat, if you're just tuning in, we are doing a charity stream to spread some positivity and love and support a good cause through this event and the controversies that come with it. Really, we're here for the love of the game. To be honest, you know, I didn't really know if I was gonna watch party this event because of everything that comes with it. I've also been offered a lot of money to do stuff with the organizers in the past that I've turned down. But I didn't want to miss these matches because, honestly, they're really good games, and we really don't get to see these teams play that often. So why not support a good cause while we do it? I found out about this charity through my brother. There's I think there's a YouTuber that his kids, my niece and nephew, watch called Miss Rachel, and I think she supports the charity called Save the Children. So that's how I found out about it. It seems like they're a legit charity. It seems like they support good causes, but basically the charity is based around providing newborn health services, malnutrition, screening and treatment, and help to prevent diseases for kids all around the world. When disaster strikes, Save the Children responds to their unique needs of children to ensure their survival. Long-lasting partnership, which involves working with several administrations to ensure kids are given the best life in the U.S. and all around the world. And let me pull it up here. You can see, well, on the campaign itself, if I can find the actual campaign, it has, hold on, has some information here too. But yeah, talking about what they do and what it's about. Basically, helping kids around the world anywhere through crisis or else. Education, health, protection. So it's for a good cause. And everyone who's donated so far, thank you guys. My goal is 5K through this weekend. Hopefully we can hit it. I'm gonna close it out to make sure we hit 5K no matter what. But if we hit 5K without my help, I'll match it. That's what I'll do. So if we hit 5K without me getting us to 5K, I'll match 5K. But if we don't hit 5K, I'll close it out to 5K. So that's the plan. But that's about it. That's about it. So everyone who's donated so far, we appreciate you. And it's for a good cause. So even if it's $5, even if it's $20, it all adds up. And I think we could hit it over the weekends. We're already at 1,500 basically, and it's only been like an hour. So we're almost, not really almost, but we'll get there. I believe in that. I believe in that. So yeah. Yeah. You guys think we're going map 3 here or not? Nah? Ooh, this looks awesome. This helps kids all around the world. Yes, it is all around the world. So you can see Gaza here. You can see Kentucky here. I'm pretty sure it's all around the world, though. From my understanding. Where we work. Let's see. We champion the rights of world's 2.3 billion children in the U.S. and around the world. Save the Children does whatever it takes every day in times of crisis to ensure children grow up healthy, educated, and be safe. Our work in the U.S., our work around the world. Every child deserves a healthy life, opportunity from harm. An estimated 5 million under the age of 5 still die each year from parental causes. 250 million children around the world can't read despite years of schooling. And far too many children are experiencing physical and emotional abuse, sexual exploitation, deprivation, and neglect. That's why, as global leaders in child health, education, and protection, we're working in more than 100 countries to change the lives of over 100 million children every year. So you can see in Africa, Eyes are weird. Eyes are hard. I mean, it's definitely like not meant to be 1-for-1, obviously, but it's really good. New art comp when? I know that would be cool. Actually, it's been a while. Bro gave him so much aura. The fact that we have to write not AI, yeah. Like, the problem is that AI has gotten so good that now artists are being kind of pushed away. Although, like, if I was to ever get anything made, I would always go for an artist because the fact, like, anything digitally AI generated just sounds fucking gross. But is it because AI is getting that good? That's fucked. Yeah, that's fucked. Have I seen the new Google AI? No. All my thumbs are AI. Don't say that, Joe. It's really good. I use this as a reference for the clothing. See? He referenced me. Am I looking more jacked there or now? I mean, that was after a pump. We can't compare. I didn't read this, but I saw it was posted. The whole fluorescent thing has been quite crazy, to say the least. There's a lot here. I'm not going to go through it bit by bit, I'll be honest. I might take a look at it off stream, maybe. Let's read this first. Let's just read this first here. Before I delve into the content that was released about me, I'd like to deny there's any sort of essay between me and Brick. I want to preface that my relationship with Brick was extremely toxic from both ends. A back and forth that included many instances of controlling, guilt tripping, and manipulation. I want to write this down on my perspective on the events that occurred, provide clarification. Everything that occurred was extremely personal to me. I thought my fact has been leads to explaining for me. Allegations pushed away a lot of people I thought I was close to, and I'm grateful I was fortunate enough to talk to some of my closest friends, and they're able to help me see how my behavior in the past was wrong, hurtful, or manipulative. So she's basically just telling her side of the story now. I skimmed through it. It's basically teenagers who don't know how to communicate and who shouldn't be having sex. So, with that being the case, did Fluorescent do something wrong here? I know I'm just reading headlines right now, and I can't really make a good opinion about it, so it's just a lot. There's just too much to go through with that. Yeah. I'm looking to see if maybe someone in chat has already read it. I think dropping out of school to play Valorant is crazy. Unless you're already a pro, I guess, but yeah, GED. I think everyone should graduate high school. At least. I mean, that's all I did too. But like, should we add charity to the title? Oh yeah, you're right. That's a good idea. I think we should. Right here is good, yeah? Or should we put it in the front, low key? We're going live.
To be making some plays when they really didn't need to be doing so. So again, NRG, not much for us to really.
Thank you. Be the reason someone believes for the $100. That's very motivational. I love that.
New player coming in.
Marius for the 10, Anonymous for the 5, and Alpaca for the 50. Love. We're already at almost 2K.
Good fundamental Valorant coming in from NRG, at least from that first half. But let's see what happens here in the second map here of Icebox.
What's up, Texas?
We're looking at NRG spread throughout the map.
You certainly don't get
Also,
to run
I didn't
through
say this, but I'm not going to be posting any clips or videos on my channels
without feeling
from
a
the
bit of
EWC qualifiers here.
A brand new member and some reinvigoration in our energy.
Yeah.
Invigorated.
So just my coverage is just on
map
Twitch.
as well. Pretty quick through mid.
It's going to be a lot of work here
So,
for RGZ, potentially with
like
the
we usually
silver
post
right
the watch
behind
parties
him
on
with the
YouTube and
shock
shit. We're
dart.
not gonna do it.
And NRG, they're not going to burst into B. They've just gone all the way up mid. The harbor wall goes up, and now Cortezia, it's all going to be on him. He's maybe going to have a one-on-one here with the Sova.
Do they expect this? They do expect it.
He's not going to get it anymore. In fact,
They had to look for the one.
He's at least going to be able to flick down for a beautiful headshot on the Som. I didn't expect that. Really.
Why not post it and donate the money earned to charity?
Are gone.
I could, but I don't know if that's gonna help as much as the views of the event.
Onto A main to allow the rest of his team that extra angle. Hold on to some of the nanos as well. Would have been huge.
Scuba's gonna win that one out too. Aspas had a really decent chance to win out that battle, but RGZ
Not like your
now
CPM
looking for
is insane
coverage
anyways.
onto his
Crazy
teammate,
work
going
out
for
of
the
you.
defuse, and now he's gonna cover himself. Mata in the middle of sight is gonna get the easy shots, but it's not like Shenum isn't giving this the good old college try. Shenum with a big shot in the back could have potentially been able to
GG.
cover for his teammate a bit, but the way that the front
Wrap
of
it
sight
up.
was kind of separated, no way that Shenum would have clear line of sight onto the spike. NRG had that one from multiple angles.
He certainly just ran through mid, uncontested once again. Pulled up the harbor wall to block out B, and then shifted immediately on towards A, and MIBR had nothing really to say about that. Cortezia, again, did more than what I expected in that situation.
Right.
Just the loss of map control so quickly from NRG's pacing there on that opening pistol was gigantic. So MIBR can't really afford to have that type of map loss control again.
Early on, they're at least gonna have a good line of sight into deep B main. They're gonna have two players that were able to dip in and out and get a first contact.
Thank you for the donos. Oh my god, there's so many. Morgan, thank you for the 30. Ice, thank you for the 10. P-Pants for 25. I love you 10s. Philippines, #1. 10. Thank you guys.
And
we're at 2K.
Yeah, that's more or less.
Thank you.
Sentiment, at least. NRG, they're not gonna hold on to B, but they definitely played with the heartstrings of MIBR there.
Yeah, they pulled everyone over towards B, put the Viper wall up, deny all information.
Why are we saying wrap it up? I want the game last longer for charity. I'm hoping for at least 60 rounds.
And because
I mean, it's a joke, bro. Airborne, it's a joke, dog.
Just lurking over towards A side. He has been slowly working his way up. And MIBR have not caught on. They're going to get the bad news pretty soon. They're wondering where is
why is the
this
overlay is so weird? Yeah, we have like a... We don't have the full picture. But honestly, it's for the better, because I don't know where I would have put the charity stuff with the real overlay.
You'd think 2-0.
30 seconds left.
Blocking fire.
Yeah, it's going to be a little exit frag party, I would like to think. MIBR,
That
they can
is
surround
like
this side. If they can surround maybe the back of spawn here over towards attacker spawn, this could be nice here for MIBR, because it doesn't look like any of these players are going to be tempted to actually burst into the site. And this is even more impressive here, the fact that they have two players.
I don't know, the castles are too loud.
Still.
I feel like the game audio is way lower.
Anyone from NRG is going around.
I can't hear the game that well.
Funny, interesting.
It might be I didn't buy this. I'm looking. I checked the weapons before we came to the round. They have pistols.
Yeah, exit frags. So denying the kills so they don't give up the old points, and going for the exit frags instead.
They're not getting. Well, that depends on where NRG are exiting. It seems like not exiting enough in the direction that they would like.
Right, but that's good.
Nah.
NRG get to walk out with a lot. There would have been probably more economic damage done if maybe they actually went for the retake.
Right.
Given that they had nothing to really lose there.
We're actually cooked.
2 Vandals on board for NRG, so doing a little bit of damage there would have been nice. But they got a couple. You give them that. So they got the couple of exits that you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's getting the exits and mainly the players dying from the spike, denying NRG the ult points, giving themselves the ult points from dying.
All right, let's focus on the game,
The ult points as well. That's true.
Yeah. So still good stuff from MIBR. Let's move on though. This is the guns coming out in the hands of MIBR, and this is
5-man B.
Only Shenum sitting here in the middle of B. He does have a little bit of util.
Yeah, but sometimes they have timers, Daniel.
KJ,
after you follow.
And that's going to be basically a retake piece of util, or at least a mitigating piece of util whenever players actually make their way over onto yellow. But MIBR really just waiting for this contact here from NRG, because not a single player is getting contacted. Not a single player is getting angled on right now. This is clean from NRG.
It might be a feeler though. You can tell they're starting to shift over very quickly. They didn't spend too much time on
Slow push. Wait, was it NRG who did this strat the other day?
MIBR so far, no
I think it was
plunge just
NRG.
yet.
It was.
NRG
They pushed Snow and
feeling
Mata
the
flanked.
pressure of this
That's
one,
right.
debating whether they actually want to stick it through
That's
or
their
not.
bonus
This
round
could be here as
strat.
well.
They
It's
ran the
tricky.
same
Ooh,
exact
crowd
bonus
only
round
took us.
strat
Yeah,
as their match.
escape,
No
but
joke.
Zia, second opportunity could've
Bar
easily
for
gone
bar.
down to Mata.
They ran the
looking
same
sharp.
exact strat.
And not only
I'm
that,
pretty
but
sure,
reviving a
right?
little bit off
Do
the
they have a
shield.
gecko?
Here
No.
comes Mata, looking for a couple headshots. Not able to get any. Brock is there with a spray. 1v3, and he's
$100
been
mod
locked away
donation.
by RGZ.
Tarik's least favorite
Way more
mod.
importantly here, though,
Jane, have you
for
donated?
MIBR, no spike
Appreciate
plan
you, brother.
for NRG. No extra
I suck
ult
at Val.
point,
Thank you for the
no extra
25. Love you
credits.
guys. Appreciate it.
Well locked down by the combination of Zen and Cortezia. You can see as well in the early round, I did notice a couple MIBR members,
was it?
more than a couple actually stacking over towards A. They were feeling the potential for
Nah,
A
JNM, you're
again,
dying
but
laughing,
very
no?
quickly,
Me?
they
Texas,
broke
thank
off
you.
the back of that one.
Texas,
You
thank
even
you.
mentioned it was Zenema alone on B. But it wasn't alone for long because by the time NRG
You have not
actually
been JNM. JNM, you are
brought
only
attack
winning,
in
bro. Let's be real,
and
dog.
decided to execute. MIB was
You're
so
only winning, bro.
ready. And they'll be ready again because again they've
JNM, how many girlfriends do you have?
started
Be
early
honest,
on
bro.
A, but it's NRG looking at B.
Plenty of util here for the stopping power of Cortezia. Cortezia launching out the nano
Zero?
swarms. He's
You
not
can
going
lie,
to get a
dog.
clean line of sight just yet. The Harbor ulti is going to be spotting out Cortezia this whole time, but he
Oh, what
gets
a
an even
peek.
opportunity for a headshot. But Som takes him away. Verno from behind the wall. He might find one.
Aspas
No,
flanking.
Mata is close.
Wait, this strat is kind of sick that they're
Could be a big
doing.
one.
It's going to be difficult, though. Aspas does pick up the one. How much more can Aspas get? No updraft for now.
They're not
For
peeking
Aspas to
him.
get into that second
They
level,
give
but he
Aspas
spots one.
respect.
No way, though, is
They
he
give
going
him
to expect
respect.
both Som and Brock to be around the corner.
He doesn't need to
He knows
push,
there's a
though.
guy
He needs
close
to
right.
buy
He knows
space
for sure
for
there's
his
a
team.
guy
You can
close
tell
right.
The fact that
But does he
Aspas
expect
being
two?
alive there, winning as 1v1 is going to cause some issues. It's going to allow the rest of MIBR minus RZ
He knows
now
for sure.
to potentially
what?
get their way in.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's it.
One enemy
Nah.
remaining.
Beautiful job by Ethan,
Probably
just
miscomms on the
holding into the
fucking
corner,
TeamSpeak.
making sure he doesn't extend himself out into the corridor of main.
What charity is it?
and
Save the
allowing
Children.
his two
I need to put
teammates
branding
pull
of the
in
charity
all
so
the
you guys
work
can
against
see what charity
Aspas in the back of main, and that's not to talk about the rest of the action in the middle of sight from NRG. Good mitigation from NRG. MIB are not able to break.
And losing Artazine probably end up being the likely lights out of. I mean, we definitely saw that was the case. Aspas then couldn't convert further from his own positioning. So, yeah, I didn't think Aspas needed to do more than just get a single kill there because you saw as soon as he got that one on the flank, all of NRG had to suddenly turn around, address the fact that their flank is exposed.
I mean, I don't know how to put it.
During that time,
but
that's when you need to see the rest of
that
MIBR.
would be decent if we
You
had
have to
that.
activate, start taking some site control. But as they walked on through, didn't work out for them. And finally, MIBR, they wanted to see NRG on A. NRG walking on A full force.
MIBR, they're in a situation now where they basically need to give this up. Need to get back into a retake.
This is
It's
not on. This is
exactly
not
like
on land. No, it's
possible. The
online
ulti
servers.
from the Harbor.
MIBR
still
are
very
playing on
strong.
land because they're playing in the office. But NRG
Again,
are.
the reckoning
Wait.
can only really come out if MIBR are in the
Are
right
NRG
positions to be able to retake. And that's
playing on
exactly
land
where
as
they are
well
right
from
now.
their
Goes
office?
over
I don't
towards
think
stairs,
so.
but
Their
Brock is
pings
able
are all
to take away
different.
another one.
I think
No
NRG
flank
are
coming in
playing
at the
from their
moment.
homes.
NRG, they are just holding steady. And more importantly, the reckoning is not even going to happen.
I think they're playing from their
Harbor
homes,
is the one
yeah.
that dies randomly behind the smoke. NRG, they're just looking for a cleanup at this point.
Yeah, and no confidence from Cortez. You got to go for the full flank and
I
spawn
love
as well.
eco
So he's going to be
frags.
pretty late on this retake. If
It's
they are
Rico.
going to
Nice.
even confirm it at all, they're going to have to. With Verno falling all onto Cortezia. Decisions to make here. It's a 1 versus 4. Probably knows it's not going to actually happen here. Getting a kill or dying will give him an alt point for the next round to get that locked down.
I feel like
But,
the stream doesn't have any information on the
dying straight
charities.
away,
That's
as
why I
you
feel like we
mentioned,
should
there,
put
Gus,
the
is definitely
campaign
the
link
nail
instead
in
of
the
the donate
coffin, given
link.
that
But maybe I'm
reckoning for the
wrong.
retake would have been pretty useful.
Free donos again.
they were going
Tarik's
for it,
friend
yeah.
P Diddy, thank you for the
Yeah.
30 bucks. Anonymous with 5, thank
They
you.
definitely had members there, but
Yeah.
Mazia just he's still looking for an exit and then backs out and saves the rifle. But I think they had the opportunity to go for the retake
Yes,
for
you're
sure.
gonna tell us?
With
What does
the
that mean?
membership and with the reckoning ultimate.
We mentioning it every 2
Yeah, but
minutes.
still
Yeah, I guess
such a
it's fine.
tough site to
Let's
re-entry
do the
on.
logo on top of the
NRG
overlay.
knows that they had such a strong hold into the back of sight. They had 3 players with a line of sight into the top corridor, into the top catwalk. But yeah, no, NRG. It doesn't look like they've.
I'll do that.
Doesn't look like they dislike A by any means. Now it looks like they found a bit of a home here.
That's the heartbreaking part, because we've had multiple rounds where MIBR hard stacked A and didn't get anything off that gamble and had to shift over towards B. And the one time where they decided not to do that was
Wait,
when
what's
NRG
happening? Should I watch the
decided
rounds?
to also actually go towards A, and this is now undisputed. Brock actually finds Verno, massive. It's going to call over some rotators, and NRG got to fall off A entirely.
Shenum's going to be here on B, but
That looks
all
terrible.
of this
Holy
KJ
fuck.
util is really worthless. The Nano Swarm's too far away to get
I need a
ticked.
better logo.
Shenum and the front side. No,
Alright,
it's
fuck it.
actually
Hold on,
there.
focus.
KJ does come close enough, and the Nano Storms do go in, so it's not exactly that big of an issue. But there's nobody actually with the line of
Guys,
sight
if we hit
into
10K, we unmod
yellow
JNAM.
to be
Come
able
on,
to take
guys.
Advantage of that. Shenum waiting to
Let's
see
get
if
it
anybody
moving.
pushes the
Choo-choo.
situation, but this is NRG being as clean as possible here. This high tide taking up as much time as it possibly could here, or the cascade, excuse me.
Yes, there's a lockdown, but Scooters can activate at any time here as well, and might just do so.
You guys are telling me I don't hang in the server though, right? Like, just to be clear, you guys telling me I have no chance?
Victory formation in this round. MIBR no chance. Two players back over towards Snowman.
JNAM, but like,
technically have a chance here,
brother.
with the globe, but it's gone now. There goes the round from NRG, and again, it's just the confidence once again coming back into that B site. Maybe a bit of a broken.
Just throw me in the server and give me a whirl, bro. I'm telling you, I can still do it. I'm day 2 back on the grind. Imagine how I look on day 7.
Like split all over again. Yeah, we're gonna see the timeout coming in. Fraud is.
Scuba's still popping off.
Might have to start panicking here. I mean, there is a lower bracket, but
I think you could, bro. They give you an op, and there will be some problems. Thank you, Mav.
Versus
It's real as
NRG of all
fuck.
teams who again struggled really hard in that playoffs bracket.
Anonymous with $100 bucks.
VCT
Thank
not
you.
that long ago. MIBR
Finish
has
Elden Ring or
direct
unmod
opposite
JNAM.
that
Thank you for the
third
15.
place.
Cool. Thank you for the 10. Free
Best
Palestine. Thank you
finish
for the
from
25.
MIBR so
Love.
far.
Appreciate you all.
Brand new team being led by Aspas, and now staring down the barrel of an 0-2.
We're already almost halfway there.
Obviously, we've seen where
We hit the
MIBR
charity
can
today.
make
I
that
post a
comeback
pic
happen, and on split
of it.
just a little too late. So this is the opportunity for them to stem the bleeding, because we've seen this situation on split where they were just behind in rounds, and then they left that first half with not enough buffer for them to be able to make that comeback possible in that second half. So yeah, you're looking at 1-5. Very poor start once again for MIBR. Can't afford to have a repeat of split. This is a series for MIBR that they really should
always have to ruin
at least
everything,
win a
bro.
map, and there's just no way that you would think on paper MIBR should be 0-2 versus NRG.
Wait,
straight
Aspas
away.
needs an op,
mean,
no?
you
This is
maybe take a
Aspas'
time
op
machine
map.
back to,
Me and
like, what,
Aspas,
2 months
when we
ago,
duo,
3
we
months
op on
ago?
this map.
Absolutely.
Wait.
Absolutely. The way that energy.
Do you guys
was
remember
looking
when I
earlier
played
on this year?
Icebox with
Absolutely.
Aspas and
Coming
he
out of the
filled
offseason?
Reyna and I played Jet?
Absolutely.
Maybe he's
But
rusty because of
MIBR,
me.
the
He
results,
didn't get his reps
the pure
in.
results that we've seen, the games that we've seen NRG have against some of the top from NA, it just wasn't there. The real science of this team being a top team
He's
in
rusty
NA,
because of me.
it wasn't there just yet, but the makings are there. NRG, they worked on some of their issues and
Show
not
me
looking too
Aspas.
bad right now. 5-1, still with a big opportunity here on A. You have MIBR with 1 player with a bit of a deep
Oh,
angle, but it's not gonna
no.
count. Aspas needs to run away with the Guardian.
They've abandoned B, by the way. They've experienced this pressure before. NRG just fully locking in for A.
Arzine?
MIBR not taking any chances. Arzine with the first gets traded, but it might
Ooh,
be good.
good patience.
MIBR with pretty minimal buys are actually winning this one right now. Spike even dropped, and they haven't committed ultimates. They have 3 ultimates they could have used, and might not have to now. This is looking like a big turnaround round.
Brock though, Brock able to sweep away 2 on the catwalk. But this is big now still from MIBR. MIBR has a lockdown. And Aspas is able to knock on yet another kill. Second kill for Aspas and make it hard. MIBR
He said no.
able to still somehow stay in this half, but gotta give it up a little bit to maybe NRG making the mistakes there. 1-on-1s throughout the take there from NRG.
Although Sentinels is qualified, I would have liked them to just see them like go through the qualifiers and make it, just to watch them play. But fuck it, we're already there.
I think it was actually Guardian and Vandal was what I last saw on the scoreboard when they walked in. The rest of them had pistols. And
Bro, couldn't stand the chance in the show match. You're thinking about playing in tier 1? Bro, show match is not the same thing as playing in a match server. In show match, these dickheads don't care. In a match server, there's pressure. I'm better under the lights. I need them to feel the pressure so that I can take advantage of it. You wouldn't understand, bro.
Everyone is just rushing, rotating from B all the way on to A as soon as they realize that the commit is there. The fact that you see Zenom just like sprinting over towards A gives you all the information that MIBR.
Bro, no one cares in matches
exactly
either.
what's
Half the
going on.
scene
They
is
held them
throwing.
so cleanly
Retweet.
that they've needed that round. What a big turnaround after the timeout.
Still tough for you to build on that momentum, at least on the defensive side. Just you know, just by concept, you can't exactly push onto NRG. You can't exactly.
When's the Ascaris video
train
drop?
rolling.
3
You
p.m.
have to wait
Pacific.
for NRG to approach, and indeed they take on the first contact. And NRG,
It drops here first.
It's only a first contact that they give up. Every player backing out of B main to try to recollect with Psalm.
Yeah. You'll notice here as well that we don't this time have a Scuba deep-ish lurk. We've seen previously Scuba's been a little deep on A when his team's
exploring 5 ults, by the way.
A little bit deep over towards the tunnel as well in mid while his team is working around the map, and this time they just don't quite have that, so the extra info, it's not quite there. What they do have is Mata pushed up.
Oh my gosh.
Just Courtesy are aware of this though.
That's so cheeky. Shenum sure.
Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you, Savannah. Savannah with 55. Thank you.
So close.
Pro City. Thank you.
Shenum is gone.
What just happened? I gotta focus on the game. Fuck.
Happen.
What just happened right there?
Barrel of Cortegia betrays him, sticking out from the wall, allowing a freebie in Aspas in a difficult situation, him versus the world entirely. Couldn't get much more done off the dash.
Wait, 3v4? Harbor ults?
This is retakeable. They have plenty.
That's a good wall by Ethan, I'm not gonna lie.
Still there.
Whoa, what a flick! No joke. That was nice. Jiggle, jiggle.
Not like Ethan. This is gonna make the job any easier.
Nah, Ethan's like looking sharp. I'm not gonna lie. He's looking sharp.
It's gonna be 2 players watching the exit of yellow. And that's going to be the round. MIBR, they're still not done though. Brock from behind picks down a huge,
They're hunting
huge kill onto Ardzine. Now we're just down to 1 player.
Stole my kill.
Aspas is going to
get away, I think.
Yeah.
Barely.
Okay.
Yeah, so he makes it out there. They have 5 ults there. That is heartbreaking. Courtesy as well. The first death, you lose your lockdown for the retake. That hurts. Just slightly too far forward. Barrel exposed. Losing 2 straight away on that B defense with arguably one of the most important players to lose there. Lockdown, especially to flush out the Viper's pit, would have been pretty large. Committed by Scuba in that round. And I even mentioned early in the round, it didn't look like NRG had a lot of map control anywhere. They had to basically just commit over towards B, and
they needed to play like Mata's basically. They needed a bit of a
Mata was the one player that actually found some positioning onto B, and that maybe gave the confidence over.
Yeah.
6-2. Focus, Tarik.
It's those types of plays that really, you know, that affects teams like NRG. We'll
Mod fight in chat? Popcorn?
On teams like 100 Thieves too, where they put a lot of responsibilities on individuals. For NRG.
Nah, that emote is shit. What is that? Brick by brick emote is shit. Who added that?
Been gained by Zenom over in B main.
Scuba's
leaving A in a retake scenario. Look how far away they are in terms of MIBR.
And they have everything for the retake too. They have every single ultimate ready. So they're not against this mentality
what is Sam
by
doing?
any means. And if anything, NRG, they're the ones in danger. They have no ultimates.
Oh my god. That's how Aspas plays. Wait, Mata's playing like Aspas.
But there goes the ulties, and there goes yet another big kill coming up from Shenum. Ardzine from above, and that's a huge kill from Aspas.
Wait, Roctagon.
Could have had a
Roctagon.
big play in the back of
Never
sight,
mind.
but it just does not happen. 4v1, and it's
what is that emote?
For the rest of the round, potentially.
That's crazy.
Shenum, yes, the round is over for his teammates.
It's all right.
Brock is still going to be able to take down Shenum. Big round from MIBR though, 3-6.
That's not bad. It's better than the other one.
Onto Scuba there as well, because I think the winner of that 1v1 really shapes how the rest of the retake looks. If Scuba wins, they know they have at least their side of that post plant pretty firm and secure, and MIBR have to do a little bit more work to flush everyone out. But given that the flank has been exposed, Zenom is able to allow the rest of MIBR to
I think the best emote is Strip
quite comfortably and force
NRG
to turn barrels around and split their attention up.
NRG is not exactly putting out too much of a look over towards that B site, and MIBR got exactly the info they wanted. They had the Harbor step up deep into B main, and they're going to leave Aspas watching B at this point. They could have been a bit more of an isolated take over towards the mid side, but NRG still...
Surprised he didn't move his turret?
They're gonna go into the Viper's pit here. They're not afraid of it at all. I think they may be considering that.
Oh, this Owl
possibly.
Wow, no info. No info.
That's an unreal Owl drone. It's gonna work out exactly the way you're saying.
They don't realize that MIBR have a trap set for them with everyone here. NRG think that it's a solo Viper here. It's not a solo Viper. There's a lot more. Oh, Zenim should have gotten that kill. That is
The
a little
fuck? How?
He did see
Just
the
walked
player,
in and
but
killed them. No util.
Under
the pitfalls.
He would have had to see the smallest pixel of a rifle to even be able to get that frag. And
Mata,
just not
don't
able to
die.
happen. Brock steps up, and like you said, a little
Shoot.
bit of a fumble, but still, Cortezia for a play. But Mata has been so sharp in these close angles.
They tried timing with the
Able to
drone.
Get the big kill onto one. And still a lot more work to be done here for the MIBR players. 2v4, Aspas, waiting
There's
for the goal
like,
to drop, waiting for the
I don't know how to explain it, but there's so many micro plays that like everyone makes.
How does that happen?
And I feel like the best players are the most aware of the micro plays. Like the very small ones. I don't know if that makes sense though. Wait,
Given the
I
fact
was
that
off.
Fury is there, surely we're not going to see NRG lose this round. No time left remaining. Aspas is going to do a ton of damage. I'll look for one more player. If he's lucky, he'll be able to get him. Brock on 10 HP, escape with his life, dodging the explosion as well from the spike. But no, I'm pretty sure Zenim saw a glimpse of the red outline inside the Viper's pit, but just couldn't bring his crosshair over in time. And the first
They might have to
death on
pause.
that defense for the
Diesel with the
retake,
$100 donation. Thank you.
with the first
Basil.
defensive player down, losing your
Basil,
Viper's
thank
pit.
you.
Zenim going down early is
We're at 2,500. We're halfway there.
because I think MIBR had a great setup. They kind of fooled NRG a little bit there. NRG thought that there was just solo Zenim on basically defending that side, and it wasn't the case, and yet that didn't end up mattering. MIBR just couldn't quite punish at all.
A bit of deja vu from the last map as we saw Shenum in a similar position, but here comes NRG. Cascading now into sight. It's going to be 5 players.
What a KJ ult.
Alongside a Cascade, alongside a
What another KJ ult.
The lockdown in the middle of sight, that's huge.
Okay, Cortezia.
The spike is not down yet. Yeah, Cortezia gets the big
Both of them are dead.
There goes both lockdowns going down now. NRG
How did the
still
defender one
in the middle
die?
of sight. Mata is
I'm not
able to
seeing
find
what's
an angle
happening,
on
brother, but
Cortezia.
Mata's shitting on them.
Continues to stomp through sight and gets
Wait, Mata's
himself a
low
second
key,
frag. That's
high
the
key
last
back. They're all back.
MIBR
All of
in the middle
NRG's back.
here.
They're all
Ardzine
firing.
from the extremity, able to pick up another one. We're back down to a 3-on-3. Plant still not in.
Aspas as well.
Oh,
And that's still going to be the frag. Aspas coming in from behind could be the insurance option, but Ardzine needs to play a little bit of time.
needs to wait.
Azine needs to buy time for Aspas to activate, like you say, right now. NRG have no clue where Aspas is. Both players on NRG stacked together.
You saw him, yeah.
Sam doesn't have the angle. He even shows a
Saw
little bit
him.
of a shoulder. This is an even 2-on-2, but they don't know about the second attacker.
Good
They
angle.
don't know
Good
that he's
angle by
low,
Ethan.
And
Good angle.
Ardzine doesn't expect it. Ethan
Really good angle.
stays alive, takes him out, and Aspas does
Nice
not
shot by
have-
Sam.
does not have the space to do
Damn,
it. Sam,
8-3. Might be another
yes,
9-3.
His forehead could have been
I don't know,
spotted,
bro.
but
NRG
Sam
are
had
looking
one just
diffy
sharper
in the
that moment.
server. Diffy.
8-3 still.
I'm gonna go ahead and
NRG,
say-
what kind
I'm
of
gonna go ahead and
squad
say
is
this.
Against this type of team.
I think the fact that NRG have played probably like 6 online matches to get to this point, while MIBR are playing their first game, is like huge. It's so big. Like
be a
these guys are
heartbreaker for
so
MIBR,
warmed
particularly
up
if they
on
then,
these
on
matches.
that second half,
They've been playing
cannot
these
wrap
matches like
together a
every
pistol
fucking day.
and a secondary.
Like yeah,
You don't
momentum is
wanna be
insane.
once more
MIBR
down
just playing
11-3.
scrims their first match.
Because then MIBR might just
But
go down
regardless,
the
like
bracket straight
NRG
away,
look
losing to
insane, like
NRG
still.
here.
But I think the momentum there is big.
Heartbreaking round as well, where
Yeah, NRG
50-50s
played
at the
5
end,
matches
50-50
last week. I
given
think
that
it's a
it's
big
high-level
factor.
situation, right?
I think Aspas, or not
Just
Aspas, I
all
think,
high,
well,
and Aspas found
Aspas and
out.
friends. No, I'm kidding. I think MIBR are still trying to get their feet wet.
On the same level as Verno. And still, bullet goes straight to the forehead of Verno. Ardzine does get the trade back, but man advantage here for NRG. Only one player here for MIBR on site. It is the Harbor, though, and he does have the Reckoning to use, so Ardzine not exactly in a terrible
Mata's so
position to
crisp
be
he
able to
is,
help
bro.
out his teammates, and this is even better. Opportunity for
He's
some
looking
headshots.
different
and
in
he's
the
able to
server.
back on down without, unfortunately, getting a kill, but he's still alive.
The slowdown is actually so huge as well. Planted coming on through, baiting the ultimate to be played. Finally, Ardzine will cross that Reckoning.
That was a wall bang from Som. That was clear through a wall onto Cortezia. That's a tragedy for MIBR.
Tarik, put a shirt on. You are
2v4.
not swole, bro. If I'm not swole, then what the fuck are you, dog?
NRG have gone quiet.
Damn, that was
Potentially
actually,
selling
that
the
didn't make
fact
that
that
much
they
sense.
could have dropped
Fuck.
off.
All right, I'm gonna put a shirt on.
MIBR buy this or not? Time is still reasonable for NRG here. But no one from MIBR has fallen off
30 seconds left.
just quite yet. You can already see that Zenim is considering a possible flank. With extra utility being played in here, NRG is committing. And MIBR know it.
Arzine doesn't hear anything. Is he going to be the first one to make a swing? 15 seconds left. He's
These
not
walls
swinging.
are so good from Ethan, bro.
He's still gonna wait for players
I'm not
to
gonna
go
lie.
in. And good off
Their
timing.
cohesion with the harbor walls and everything have been
Teammates
so
to do it all
good.
After 1v3, and it is all
I don't know.
done.
They're looking too good.
NRG
They're looking a
not
little
only
too
pick
good.
up a 9th round, but now have
Ready for
picked
the
up
Knicks today?
most rounds that anybody has ever picked
Yeah,
up
low
on
key, yeah,
MIBR.
that's true.
And we're only now going into the second half, folks. We'll see
This
you
guy
guys
called
for
me
the second half
small, and the
after a
next
quick
message
break.
he's asking for my workout split. Tarik, put a shirt on, you are not swole. Tarik, put a shirt on, you are not swole. Tarik, what is your workout split? Those are his messages. This doesn't make any sense, right? Like, I'm not crazy. It's not mathing. All right, small break here. How much can I bench? I hit my PR bench like 2 weeks ago. But I haven't benched. So I probably 225 for 3. I know it's not that crazy. But for me, it was a big deal. He's trying. Wait, he's asking for your split because he wants to avoid it. Lost my $800. Thanks, Aspis. Think about that, bro. You could have donated to the charity instead. Let me eep. Thank you for the $5. Oh, I think I know what it means. I just realized. But like, Sarush, if you keep talking shit, you better fucking sub up, buddy. PR bench of the bar. Post a pic, you pussy. Let's go face cam right now. Go on face cam. Let's see you. Let's see you, bro. Let's see you, bro.
Yeah, once again,
Let's take a good look at you, bro. Come on, face cam, pussy. Let's take a good look at you then.
9-3 start for NRG.
Let me get a good look at you, bro. Discord call me. You down or not? I'm dead ass.
Scuba coming in. Brand new player, straight out of tier 2, filling in for some big shoes. Led the way.
What was his name?
A
Sayush.
little bit more quiet this round, but the rounds that he was active on were pretty big. Brock, though, man in charge so far.
It's a charity stream, but might have to take off the gloves for a second. Mortal, thank you.
Because if they don't win this pistol in the subsequent round, the map.
What happens to NRG? They're good now? It's online, bro.
Brock had 1 kill in the second half of the last map. He starts off the first half with 14 frags under his belt. Now NRG, they already have a crossfire over towards B.
That kid is definitely 12 years old.
Around the corner, maybe for
honestly, this charity's for you, bro. Save your ass.
He does have the drop to use. He does have the dash to use, but not going to happen. Mata only able to pick up the 1, but the rotation's already strong here for NRG.
Yeah, Mata maybe got a little bit greedy there. He
Am I still like a toddler? I don't know.
He wanted the second kill.
You're right.
It's fine. He'll have at least got his 1 Scuba. Managed to get away from his tuck.
I think I might be able to make a game out of this
Now
at
allow
least.
the rest of the team
If they
to
just win
hold on
13-3, then
through.
Tom's
Attention to
ego's
Zenon,
gonna
by
be
the
too
way, he
big.
might activate for a late lurk.
This can be, I'm down. All right, bet. I'm add you on Discord after this map.
For the rest of MIBR, but this is going to be the big kill from Som.
Bet.
Som, no
Bet.
way! He misses out on that. Shenum, he's able to escape yet another one. And not only that, okay, that was tight on Brock. Yeah, that's a long, long range there from Brock. But this is still going to be tough. Scuba on a 1-on-3.
And NRG know exactly what's up as well, because they'll be heavily flanked for that one. And Scuba on point, 10 HP, doesn't matter. Spike on the floor.
1 enemy remaining.
This 1v1 might just be calling the round, I believe.
Verno
Brock
1v2.
winning it, leaves a solo on Verno.
Gave it to him.
Oh, goodness. He only needs a bullet to the body.
Scuba versus Verno.
He knows this. 10 HP. And he's only trying to show a forehead, trying to show pixels of his head right now to Verno.
The
and he's
two newcomers.
waiting for Verno to try to go for a plant
12 seconds,
before
Verno.
he peeks
He thinks
in.
he's flanking.
13 seconds left. Verno was
Oh, he's gonna be
looking to
stalked.
bait in, but this is such a deep spot. Does Scuba know? Scuba spots the body. Can't get a headshot.
That was scary, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that was scary.
Able to get a bullet onto Scuba, able to clutch things up, but that was way too close. NRG 2v4, able to pull
JNM,
that
can you
one
add him on Discord and make a group
By the
chat with
way,
us?
Ghost versus light armor, he couldn't win that one. He got the headshot required, and in any other situation, he gets that kill. Brock is dead. Not here though.
He stopped
Brock actually
typing?
walked in that round with
Nah,
light
he's
armor,
here.
had it on the
said
entire
he's
way
down.
through. And what a situation. MIBR, they are able to get that 4th.
All right. They finally won a pistol. It's their first pistol since Since first half a split.
Bro's calling his older brother. He's calling his older brother. He's calling his dad.
Immediately after.
He's gonna bring his dad on the stream.
Verno had the armor versus Scuba. That's what I was talking about. He still stands though. Perfect situation for Verno.
At least going forward now, MIBR. Let's see if they can take advantage of finally winning a pistol once again. Aspas on top.
Okay, this is the second 9-3 chance for MIBR.
Especially on Brock all the way in the back.
Is it going to be on stream? You're damn right you're going to be on stream. Yeah, we're going to show your ass to the world. Talking all that shit. You better be a fucking model, bro. You get on Discord, dog.
They do have a couple of other
you get on fucking Discord, bro.
But there goes the counter wall. There goes the retake.
We're exposing your ass today.
5 players alive is huge, but it's not going to matter. It's not Aspas, but
might not be the smartest. Why not?
Gorthizia with 3
Well, he's going to show his dick or some shit? Nah, he won't do that. It'll be fine, right? I'm not going live. LMFAO, you're a fucking pussy, bro. Talking shit to me. You're not going live. You're a fucking pussy.
Get the guns under their belt.
Yeah, important pistol when we talked
you
about
fucking
the fact
scared.
That
you
they couldn't win that pistol.
Sorry, bro.
Delivers
sorry,
in a
bro.
very tough situation for them.
I bogged TF out of Tarik. Then come on facecam, bro. It's all good. I'm just gonna say what up anyway. It's not a big deal. Come on facecam.
Second round on split before that second.
It's not a big deal, bro. Just come on facecam. I'm only saying what up.
This time around, a much better looking situation. Economy in full swing. Everyone.
You're talking all that shit, bro. From behind your monitor. Come on facecam.
So. No, okay. Arzine only has a Guardian, but close enough. The other 4 have full rifles in here. Nada's already got first contact.
Faze Ali, thank you for that time gifted.
Can he make anything with his life? Cortezia. He's trying to find a couple more headshots, but that's crazy.
It's funny that Tarik's bullying a kid while doing a charity for the kids. You're low-key right, though. I don't know how old he is.
He's able to get that headshot onto Arzine. MIBR down to 3, and they're tucking their tail into A.
Shit.
No health on Aspas as well. Very disproportionate trading.
We need an age check? Yeah. Okay, age check. Like, even if it's a kid, like, well, no, we don't want to put him on stream if he's like 15 or is it, like, I don't know, like, is it a...
As we're full quiet now with NRG...
No, we don't want to, probably, right? Or no, you have to be 16 plus. You have to be 16 plus to come on cam.
Anyway, spike carrier
16 plus to come on cam. Anything below 16 we probably shouldn't do it.
Is backing out, so they've lost confidence as we start to round out timing, but they're about to also walk into a bunch of this Killjoy utility on B.
I'm 23, not a kid. All right, we're good. Get him in here.
That will be a bit of a delay. I don't think Som is going to get caught here, despite his low HP, because he's tucked away very safely.
Alarm bot down.
It's going to be the long-term play. Som is even going to put out a contact here. Again, just this turret is going to be everything just for clean.
We doing casting couch? I would like to show my goods.
This round is going to come out of Aspas because he's undiscovered and he has the potential to flank.
That turret is going to be everything against Aspas.
True.
But again, that's going to be real long here. Again,
watch him actually be jacked. He could be jacked as fuck and look good as hell. I'm not going to lie.
Here comes the rest
I
of his
fold
teammates.
if that's the
3
case.
players coming in from Snowman, but look how safe MIBR on. 2 players deep, tucked into main. Aspas only now heading into mid.
But they lose this round. MIBR will lose.
Aspas, does he have an angle? No, he doesn't. Onto the spike. Spike down to half. Or finally gets broken. Aspas
I'm here.
Behind. It's a one-on-one for Aspas.
Oh, he got away. He's on it, Aspas, my goat.
There goes the defuse.
Ooh, Foon.
Indeed, all on
Come
the
on.
back of Aspas.
Come on.
They didn't know where he was. This was the guy, and you also mentioned the
Thank you,
potential.
Mr. Ma, for the $5. Tarik, is this tax deductible $10? Is charity donation tax deductible? I believe so. I'm not your accountant, bro. Enjoying your presence, $10. Thank you.
He even had to dash in to the spike to try and catch somebody potentially defusing, but luckily his teammates were able to swing at the same time, buy some attention away from Aspas, who again wins that on 5 HP. He had nothing in the tank.
He's not giving his Discord? Why?
A single breath.
He said he would, no?
Knocked him over. And yet Aspas delivers in a tough
Accountant
situation where that
what is Rob?
plant doesn't work for MIBR if Aspas doesn't get success on that angle that he came in through.
And now NRG, they're the ones really giving up A. I mean, they were exploiting A consistently throughout that first half. And basically anytime they picked this site, it was basically for free. NRG, they feel that pressure. They're going for a retake here at this site. Hunter's Fury is ready for NRG.
5v5 retake.
Try to really make those back positions null
Hard
for
team.
MIBR. Here comes the peaks.
Oh, Mata. This is a good game, maybe.
MIBR down by 1 at the moment. Only have 2 left. Wow. Verno, he's still on top. He was on top.
MIBR not giving up. I'm not gonna lie.
Chance. It's
his ults get out.
Verno, and the mollies are going to be huge. You also have a shock.
Oh, he doesn't even want to use the ults.
Hunter's
Wow.
Fury now for Verno.
He's having it? No.
Hides now, goes away. Mata looking for wall bangs, not able to find Verno. Verno is just playing with Mata right now.
Yeah, you didn't have it.
Steps off.
What happens? You got off.
Again, and the
you got him? Okay,
bet.
After this map, we FaceTime him.
Just a funny moment.
After this map, we FaceTime.
All that needed to happen was to make sure that Verno doesn't die, because he can't afford to. Well, if he drops his Hunter's Fury there, rather, if he loses the Hunter's Fury there, maybe.
I don't know what he's saying. He said, I'm friends with Tarik. We're not friends, bro. Me and you, not friends.
Time running
what are you saying right now?
He can't quite stick the spike either.
Get the scene change ready?
Verno is consistently checking. Wants to save the Hunter's Fury, knows that he's got the ultimate condition, knows that
true.
At the end of the day, if he wants the 100% guaranteed, no fuss win, where there's just no chance
I don't think he will do that. Hey, don't flash your fucking dick, bro.
Lose that round.
If you do that, you're fucking weird.
Without using the Hunter's Fury,
we're giving you a chance
just a little
here.
bit more tenacity, and displayed there perfectly by Verno and MIBR to maximize their ability to come out ahead that round after what was looking like the potential of a Thrifty could have been there. Again,
Anonymous, thank you for the 25.
A Stinger retake.
Cleon, thank you for the 5.
Sniper rifle in there as well. Very light buy, extremely light buy, and yet NRG, I think they did decent damage, so not all bad for NRG, but MIBR are still
now I give him an idea.
Right now. They've been flawless this entire second half.
Yeah, they have.
9-7, focus on the game.
It was very cool to see the aggression coming out from MIBR in the post plan on A, because the NRG in the same exact situation every single time. They just backed out into the back of main. They really just waited for the utility to make that effect. Maybe 2 or 3 players on that front side making the action happen. But MIBR, they put every single person on the front side of A to be able to take down NRG. But here we go, yet another round, and this time it's pure aggression from NRG. 2 defenders on the front side of A, but only one of them is going to get a contact, and he has to run away.
Yeah, reckoning is to come down as well. Mata has to be very careful here.
That's
walked out of the angle straight away.
Oh, fuck! Jet this? No.
That's what he was waiting
Stop
for.
it. No.
Now, Shannon wants to be a little bit of a hero. He's going to stand on this front side. Hunter's Fury is going to take
Oh, no, he's dead.
Shannon, however, getting
How did he survive that?
Still tucked into the corner. Are they going to check this corner? It doesn't matter. Stopping power here for Shannon, but that molly would have been huge for
KJL's big.
But this lockdown, it's going to delay.
Alright, so let him die, bro.
8 seconds left in this lockdown.
Oh my god. They tried to help him. Just let him die, bro. He's done. That player is done, bro. One player detained.
Tragic. 4 players going in for this retake. It all has to be Cortesia. Cortesia picks up 1. Looking for
he traded.
but it's not going to happen. Hunter's Fury now left on Verno. Verno shot.
Wait. You can play ult. Should have backed up and played ult. He would have won.
Has to get this first kill. On to Brock. Brock is low. Yet another shot. Yet another spray. But the round.
Nice try. Wait, he couldn't have won. I'm wrong. I can't hear the bomb. I was wrong. I can't hear the spike. I thought he could back up and play it, but honestly, he made it fucking close, bro. Wow.
You said
Verno,
that he had the
bro,
Hunter's Fury,
seriously.
and look, the situation unfortunately is this.
He had ults, but even if he ulted, there was not enough time. $50 dono. Free Palestine. Thank you for the dono. I appreciate you, bro. Eric's Razor, use me, please, little bro. What are you talking about? $10, thank you.
That really brought the round alive once more, with the possibility of Verno getting more done.
Thank you guys. By the way, if you don't know, we're doing a Save the
Brilliant,
as I said, yeah, sorry. Save the Children charity today. We've already raised 2,500. We're over halfway to our goal of 5K. There's information on the charity in the chat if you want to read out about it. But thank you to everyone who's donated so far.
In the middle of lockdown, MIB, I can't afford that. I can't afford this. NRG.
Absolutely not. NRG, they're going to be giving up finally their first early frag here on this A site, but look at the coverage they have after that. 3 players here on site and a Viper's Pit to boot. The back of site covered at the moment. Don't really think there's a clean spot for a plant.
Through the smoke.
Yeah, but Verno, he's going to force
this map is actually really good.
But you still have that Viper's Pit.
Haven't planted yet though. Scuba's going to make this one a little slow for MIBR. And you can see the opposite of what we talked about in a previous round, where Viper's Pit comes down.
How do they deal with this? They can plant on the outside for spawn.
Goes completely quiet, trying to bait rotators away.
They wait for the wall, plant opposite.
Because NRG did push 2 players.
They have to go through that harbor wall.
They're coming back in, so MIBR have not hit a good timing here. They're going to pull into the remaining members. They still have more to play with.
Oh no, Ethan, you got one now.
The Viper spit is pretty impressive. Cortezia is going to be able to.
They can plant on the outside, bro. Why? What are they doing? They're trying to go B?
For NRG, Brock with a huge kill.
They want us to go B.
He has 5 HP.
Ass pass 1v1.
3 frags.
He has to stay here.
That's
Wait,
unbelievable.
he doesn't have time for this. He does not have time. He does not have time. I'm not gonna lie.
11 seconds left.
No.
He's got to run.
No, he fucked up.
No dash.
7 seconds. 6, 5.
That's my goal. He knows all timings. He knows all timings. Me and him need to be stopped.
Even one-on-one.
Holy fuck! I didn't think he was making it at all. I did not think so.
And now the positioning is revealed.
Pop knives? Really? I would never pop knives here.
This might be one of those brilliant Aspas rounds. Can he get it done? By the way, he planted with less than a second. That was microseconds on the timer.
The timings are so good.
There it is.
The timings are so good. You see that?
The magic comes through again.
That's why like the top players, like we all make our own timings, bro. We create our own timings. If you notice that, most of us top players, we make the timings. We don't find it, we make them. That's insane. On the spike plant and the peak.
Win that 1v1 in Scuba.
Wait, what are you guys saying?
The round home, but we saw earlier.
I'm so confused. Why are you guys saying we question mark?
Made a brilliant situation happen on the post plant over towards.
Not you guys, bro. Obviously not you guys. No, not you guys.
Massively on that round and nearly.
What are you guys? What are you guys confused about? Not you guys. No.
83%.
No, not you. Obviously not you, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
For MIBR on the
why is that confusing?
Icebox. They have faced the best of the best in North America, but my goodness, just over 80% win rate. It is just a little bit tough here to say.
Me and my duo Aspas, we make our own timings.
Again, not much to really say that something is going to change.
You don't even know what a timing is, Lil Pop.
This is almost what you expect here, Avril, don't you? MIBR heating up a little bit on this half at the bare minimum, especially on Icebox, especially with the verticality. You're allowing Aspas to truly kind of flourish here a little bit. Cortezia on a Killjoy. Killjoy doesn't have much of a function on attack side, you know, and at the end of the day, Cortezia, he also is now acting like a little bit of a floater. He is also acting like a little bit more of a fragger, and it's working out here for MIBR in this half. However, NRG, they have a great setup. 3 players on A.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Ethan works out for 1 frag. Genom is looking to help out.
The stream is lagging. Yo, whoever's observing the game, his PC's lagging.
Might just be guaranteed here for MIBR.
His PC's fucking lagging. His PC's overheating, no joke. You can see his PC overheating.
The observer recognizes the potential. Even though
wait, am I off the chain now? Sarush, we're FaceTiming after this map, bro. Chill. Patience.
Flank locked in.
Give it 10 minutes, dog.
Chance here remaining.
Go do some push-ups, get a pump.
No by Scuba, who at this point would be happy to just get away with anything. As you say, 80% plus win rate for MIBR on attacking side of Icebox, and they want to see if they can push that in towards 90 or so sooner rather than later, as by this point, if you actually look on the scoreboard, they have won.
No joke, go stand out in the sun for a little bit too. You're looking a little pasty.
Half, and
catch a fucking tan, maybe.
Timeout on the side of NRG now, who have found themselves back into, thankfully, another buy situation. Mata back into an operator situation where he has found at least a little bit of success on that.
Put some moisturizer on your oily ass face, dog. Like, goddamn. We're getting you on camera in front of 15,000, dude. Don't get nervous now.
Throws MIBR off, but MIBR likely looking like they'll close the gap here entirely. If we look at a 10 and 10, MIBR about to swing this one through into a map win.
NRG pause.
NRG are
they're actually bringing it back 9-3
in terms of the lead, and
I'm scaring him away. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm not gonna roast you like that. I'm be nice to you, bro. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, bro. But we will judge your physique. Just kidding. We're gonna take it chill. But so help me God, you're hit. Just kidding, bro. It'll be fine, dog. You'll be okay.
2 ultimates on board by both sides.
You'll be okay, man. You're gonna be alright. $100 dono
lockdown
from PS. Thank you. Appreciate you. Crit, thank you for the 5 as well.
Right.
Thank you.
No, but we're back at it. It's tough to just see NRG switching up the approach consistently throughout this defensive side, especially over towards A. I thought that they might have a little bit of a uniform idea, just keeping Mata around, maybe floating a little bit. Som right next to him, Ethan right next to him for the retake over in B, but not happening. NRG, again, playing with the ideas consistently in this half and just not able to find one that even works.
This is an important round. Lose this one, you're into full economy break. As a reminder that members are on light armors here, essentially with full weapons in hand, a couple of good ultimates, but the interaction is essentially Viper's put into lockdown, but then into Hunter's Fury back again from Verno.
I think you should donate the mod bonus to the children.
Still not a comprehensive winning strategy.
Donate mod bonus to children?
And the ultimate trades.
What? You don't support charity?
Control
Fuck them kids.
MIBR in terms of players exploring too deeply on various flanks. Just, what is he, marking the flanking angle himself as the rest of his players work up beat.
This is going to be very strong response, though, here from NRG. They have the lockdown relatively close. The Harbor's going to be ready with the Reckoning, and the Reckoning takes forever. We're 40
that was a rare, funny moment from Jaden. I'm not going to lie, he's not a funny guy. That came naturally, too. I'm actually proud of you, bro. Nah, that was a rare, funny moment from you. Okay, focus on the game.
Out in the open, not able to see anyone, but there's the Reckoning.
Oh, no. Wait, MIBR is doing the NRG strat. You cannot take... Oh, the bomb is... Oh, it's over. This round's over. This round's literally over. There's no way MIBR can win.
MIBR is still fighting.
This is too hard. The bomb is down snow. The bomb is down snow. There's no way.
Hunter's Fury is almost perfect. 12 seconds left. Can they get the spike? Can they even get close?
The spiky.
7 seconds left. And no chance here for MIBR off of a tough misplay. This half was looking basically perfect for MIBR.
Damn, they made it close somehow. I don't know how they made it close.
To remain in the lead and keep their economy.
When they ask you to donate to kids at the store, Tarik, I know you damn well say no. Actually, I do donate at the store when they ask me the option, but I heard that like those donations at the store don't actually like make it there. I don't know, like it goes to the store.
And then the Reckoning came down, and the
I don't know how true that is, though.
MIBR had to scuttle.
I don't know how true that is. That could be a conspiracy.
And basically, you know,
I guess it
lights
depends
on
on
the
the store.
kitchen, the bugs just have to spread. They just completely run for an Artisan. Gets caught out in the middle of that, and he ends up being the spike carrier as well. So that just makes the situation go from bad to worse.
It does go to the charity. Okay, if it goes to the charity, then it's fine. Whatever they do with their taxes, I don't give a fuck, bro. As long as the charity gets their money, right?
Players on A. Surrounding things for NRG versus
that's out of my,
MIBR.
I literally don't care about that part.
With that high side, taking their time with the util, but this is going to be basically impossible here for MIBR. Again, NRG, they have a whole lot of util on that other side. Brock, he still has his own allo drone to utilize here, but it's not like MIBR are looking to make a move early on.
I might as well donate myself and get a tax break myself.
They're not showing any pixels.
I mean, yeah.
They're looking to shock potentially one of these early contacts from NRG. And that's exactly what's happening. Som on the front side. Is anybody watching this? Nobody's watching this. Som didn't even spot the cross.
Wait, that's kind of whiff.
Som almost gets the kill onto Ospots instead.
What's happening? Where are they?
Plenty of presence here.
Why was Som alone? Where's his team?
Two players here, but a Reckoning coming.
Mata needs to get a pick here at the 10.
And it's working out. MIBR.
Where are we planting the bomb? Where are we planting the fucking bomb? You don't have the bomb. Arzine Sova has it.
Or onto one. Cortezia takes him back. Scuba around the corner has 3 potential frags.
Oh my god. I think Arzine thought he had the bomb. They almost fucked up. Low key, I don't save here. Nah, he should save, probably. Wait, he just threw a cloudburst behind them to fake the save. But no one's here. He should save.
And a bit of hope. It's not looking winnable from my POV here. It's going to be an uncomfortable situation to give MIBR the 10. Very expensive gun to lose if he goes for it as well. So he does not have the confidence to try and make the 1v3 happen. Looking for exits, potential of being hunted down by MIBR. But was looking like a slow round.
No donation. Okay.
Either way, honestly, Mata did have a lot of impact on that round. I think he might have been the only player that actually got a couple
of frags. We're at 2,800.
But as soon as
when we hit 5K, I'm going to match it.
Just a little bit too hard. Reckoning offensively from MIBR,
Save the children.
as you noted, doing a lot of work to disrupt NRG.
It's a good effort. It's a good charity. It's a good cause.
Yeah, basically
$5,
down to the harbor.
$20.
To the ultimate to sweep up that back.
If you're rich,
purely because MIBR
goes a long way.
ran out of that utility. They
Focus
had
on the game now.
drone that they ended up catching Brock on, but after that, it was basically wraps in terms of the recon. MIBR, they needed to pull something big.
That's all around the world.
And that works out.
The charity participates in over 100 countries.
And we're going to see a little bit of a similar situation.
It's not just
here.
US focused or anything.
There's going to be 3 players for the defensive side.
This is the round that MIBR finally.
All right, big round. This is a save for our NRG. Oh my goodness. This game is very competitive. Overheat. A rare overheat. That never happens for us. He never overheats.
Oh, this is such an angle.
This is the kill of the round. Oh my god, he got shit on. How? How did he clear him so well?
In the bottom of mid, but Shannon just
what a
exposes
clear.
him. He is empty.
I don't even blame Sam. The trade. The trade is insane.
Secondary for the round.
And that was a nice shot by Scuba.
That's going to deny the spike. That's going to allow Shannon to get
3v3. KJO for post though. KJO for post is big. Can they plant? He's dead. Big spans. Trade? Trade again. It's so back and forth. There's a flank.
This is huge now. 2-on-2.
There's a flank. He's going to beat the KJOs or no? No, he's not. Is there a line bot? There's a turret on flank.
What are you going to say here? I think I have an idea.
Yeah, it's going to be the Ethan flank. I am big on noticing the flanks in this.
Did the turret go off? Did he see a turret?
MIBR do not know where Ethan is. He's the one massive unknown. Even, I think, Brock repositioning allows him to reset his...
Oh!
What a shot.
What a play, bro. Good fucking play, dog.
Causes more problems. And as you say, the shot from
Ethan
collecting the opening shot from Mata a little bit earlier on. NRG looking for the 12. Only one member
God, he's like simple.
left to go.
Can he do it? There goes the spray through the orb. There's still a wall right in his face. Shock dart right through. This can make it possible. Verno.
Got off. Why'd you get off? Why'd you get off?
The shock dart is perfect, but it doesn't connect on the
Why'd you get off?
It's still going for
Why'd
it.
you get off? Why'd you get off? I had you, bro. I had you.
And Brock has no time. It is going to be.
Oh, the shock dart? Did he have to get off? Was he low? Am I tripping?
Yeah,
oh
my
I'm wrong.
goodness,
Okay.
he thought after
I'm wrong,
found the
sorry.
shot,
I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
that it was going to be
Then I'm
lights
wrong.
out. NRG find
I
their
didn't see.
12.
Look, I didn't know it was on.
Reach match point. It's going to be a beautiful finish for them.
I didn't see, bro. I didn't see, bro. I'm be honest, bro. I need to see it again. Show me again. Show me again. I need to see it again.
2 rounds of NRG so far, and that was looking like it could have been the 3rd round.
Holy.
MIBR though, Verno, what a finish.
Fuck.
I mean, even the fact that
I'm not gonna lie, I actually have to go. Wait, Sarush. Don't be a bitch, bro. You actually have to go or you're getting scared, be honest. He's trying to leave, chat. You actually have to go?
Playing time in the end, and time is not on
Bro,
NRG side.
what do you mean you have to go? Where are you going?
Once again, 2 rounds in a row.
You can't take anything away from NRG in that play, though. But here comes another opportunity for them. You gotta feel for Ethan, though. You gotta feel his play.
I legit stayed. I'm barely on Twitch. All right, call me now. Fuck it.
Such intelligent Valorant, but still.
Put me in the group chat, Jaden.
Might not have only given them that round, but basically at the bare minimum overtime, the buy from NRG.
JNM, you didn't have me.
Sheriffs right now, and they're forced to make passionate decisions like this.
Because the KJ is down for NRG, MIBR is like, well, there's not going to be any solo sentinels stopping us from going over towards B.
No random util.
NRG are forced to gamble. So I mean, they've gambled the wrong side. This is where MIBR and quite comfortably locked in their 12, forcing NRG to look only towards the possibility.
Yeah,
pushing it into OT. And I believe NRG only have the one rifle as well on
I can't
towards
see you.
Mata.
I don't see myself either.
Bro, I'm not turning my shit on.
Wait, why can't I see myself?
It's fine, bro. Just watch.
It's not like NRG are going to be confident with their next round either. Yes, these players are going to they're going to be surviving.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go for it. They're too slow. Yeah, this is over.
No, it's been over at least.
Where you at? I can't see you.
NRG, but again, you have to think about the rifles in the next round. Yes, credits are being saved up.
Oh, damn. Okay, bro.
Can you see me now?
Damn! He kind of good looking. Oh shit, he got a better beard than you as well.
Right there. What's good, baby? Nah, okay. Okay. Wait, you lagging, bro? Hello?
Dude, dude, I wasn't trying to hate. Like I tried to get the rage bait, but then I asked a split because you are swole.
Nah, type shit. So you respect it, huh?
pretty sure he's suicided because he was.
I respect it, bro. I respect it. Hey, can you stream see me? I'm on my
They
phone.
see you, bro. You looking good. I'm not gonna lie. You got a nice smile, man.
But the rest of the players that died to Spike.
I appreciate it, bro.
Damn.
You too, you looking good, brother.
Look at us like fucking homies and shit now. All right, I'm gonna bounce out. The match is going on. I
Hey.
love you. Say something quick. Go ahead.
Hey, wait. Hey, Tarik. Hey, love you too, brother. Hey, I'm on a bulk right now, but I'm down to show my physique later.
All right, bet. I'm gonna check your shit out later, bro. Peace.
Hi, boy. Hey, free Palestine, bro.
All right,
Y'all take
love.
care.
Peace.
And that's Mata getting revealed right now. That's huge.
Nah, W mans. I'm not gonna lie.
But the round's
Hey,
not done by any
W
means.
mans.
Brock would a kill onto Shenum. But that's only the mid presence getting
That's
taken away.
funny as hell.
On the mid, but Mata takes him out.
That's funny.
All
All right, we
three
missed a
players
round, but we're
remaining
here.
for MIBR are in the middle of sight now, and this shock dart is doing some work. There goes another molly. Not clearing out
He
anyone.
beard mugged me for
Osbos
sure.
with an
I stream my
interesting angle.
shit.
Same
Wait,
thing with
focus.
Verno. Everyone.
He
is
definitely
vertical
beard
right
bogged
now.
me.
Everyone is covering a different angle, a different distance, a different height.
Nah, he kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie, bro. He kind of cute, man.
Psalm.
One recon dart was so good, but here comes
This is
Psalm
match
from
point
the
for
back.
MIBR.
Psalm does catch the one. Mata
Oh,
looking for
1v3.
another one.
He's low.
RNC,
It's OT.
10 HP,
It's OT.
and he is
Oh my
gone.
God.
We have overtime.
Thank you for
Waited
the
for Psalm to
Benji
activate
Fishy
on
$5.
flank
Love
once
Shield.
again.
Thank you for the
Just
55.
gotta hold
Love. Thank you for the
on
10. I'm
a
taking a
little
piss.
bit longer. That was starting to get a little bit dicey, but NRG, they put everything into that. Punishing Zenom over towards mid, super important. Timing to get the kill onto Ethan, brutal. I mean, that could have cost him the round right then and there. NRG could have lost the map right then and there, losing the Reckoning, losing that first blood. Straight into the 5v4. Bringing it back though, pulling Zenon back into line, pulling it back into 4v4. Giving just a little bit more time for Psalm to work his magic, and then suddenly NRG are able to pull through on a very important round to get them into an OT where not too sure how this is going to go, because we essentially have attacking side favor for both teams in terms of how this map has gone so far. Both teams have done a lot of work on the attacking side, where pretty much I expect the first defense win might be the winner of the
So
OT.
to show up on Tarik stream, I have to be a hater? That's not true, bro.
Hella bullets coming in from NRG just to be able to.
Bro, he
clear
wasn't
that
even
back right
hating, he was
side, but it
fucking with
doesn't
me.
look like MIBR is looking to fight this one.
I mean, I
at
couldn't
all.
tell
Two
entirely,
players
but I was down to bring him on
disconnected,
either
trying to go
way.
back into mid.
It just kind of led one thing to another.
Deploying drone.
All right, OT, first round.
And that's all Verno can do, just stay disconnected, just try to utilize his utility right now. Because once that high tide comes in, it's going to be difficult to even have a realistic angle into the site. Hard's in, Verno rotating out, rejoining the rest of MIBR, NRG with barely any info right now. They're still utilizing every piece of util they have to make their way into this A site. The post plan is going to be very difficult here for NRG.
What is happening?
First step is getting the plant down, and they'll
Psalm.
can hope to get away with this with players alive. But more
Why did
importantly,
Aspas
other
just
thing
fly in
down
like a
is
fucking superhero?
maybe doing some work.
Oh, the
NRG.
up down, but they
Train's
both
coming.
died.
2v3,
Shannon is
Zenon
doing
walking in.
God's
Aspas
work
as
in the
well.
server.
And I talked about it, Gus. The
Oh
first
my
defensive
God,
round
check
is
Shannon's
lights
PC.
Lights out for the OT with
Check Shannon's
MIBR
PC.
struggling on their own defense. NRG struggling on their own defense. The attacking rounds are all but written in
I bought the
stone. We
Send
know
bundle
the
today,
attacking
ace
rounds
both
are
on
getting
pistol.
fast for both teams.
Type shit.
If you win the defensive round, and now your MIBR swapping to attack, this is the position you want to be in, where you can just OT. It's going to be a very short OT, my friend. Maybe just the 2 rounds. NRG are going to have to pull something nice for their defense, where they have mostly lacked on their defense.
Am I gonna practice league? I already cracked that league though. Real ones know my
Such a
fiddle.
tragic way for it to happen. It's NRG. They had
No
all the
replays
exit
this
options
event.
there.
Looks
They
like
had
for
the high-low
qualifiers.
setup. Shenum had to get a double kill to make that round happen for MIBR. Here we go. NRG on the defensive side now. Their weaker defensive side. But Brock already finding a bit of a pixel, almost finding himself a headshot, or almost finding himself a wall bang onto Aspas. All 5 from MIBR.
Later,
They're
Sarush.
circling A
Thanks for
right
coming
now,
on, bro.
and NRG, they're usually ones to kind of fight this early A contact, but instead they're tucking tail the same way MIBR did.
Match point, MIBR.
For the retake, rather. If it comes down to a retake, he's not willing to play for the flank, so it's going to be NRG fully stacking together to come through main.
It's gonna be 4 players, 5 players from MRG already on site.
Everybody.
5 versus 5. It's all gonna come down to this. Cortezia, hard scene, getting some frags, but it's Scuba.
What in the world just happened right there? Does anyone know what just happened right there?
Able to get himself 3 in mid.
Did he got 4K? Oh my God,
Scuba
man.
keeps this game
We need
going.
replays badly.
Yeah, they needed that one.
NRG only won 3 of their defensive rounds in that second half, and now in OT, once again, when it really counts. By the way, one of the 3, the final of the 3rd defensive rounds that NRG won in that second half was on that round 24, the final round, to get them into the OT, where they're once again required to win.
We're already at 3K. Shout out Free Palestine, $5. Die Gallo, $5. Thank you guys.
Very favored once more based on history to look good on the attack. And we once again see
all right, double OT, here we go.
To really put the pressure on.
Goodness, that setup early on from MIBR.
Bruno?
Looking for an early frag, and they found it. They can take on the rest of the round in 5v4, but they're looking for more. There goes a cheeky position there from the Sova. Verno, what can he find here? He almost gets exposed.
He whiffed. He whiffed.
Fatiga settling. Verno, and an even bigger kill from Arsene.
Fatiga's starting to settle a little bit.
NRG, they're still looking to find some sort of way into the back of sight.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
3 players for NRG, 5 for MIBR. No flank. And no spike.
For NRG. They've had so many opportunities. Som had 2 opportunities to get a kill and couldn't lock in any one of them. NRG have to abandon.
We got a scammer in the chat. He said someone sent me $5. I'll double it to 10 for the donation. The fuck kind of scam is that?
They want to pull members away, and they've done so successfully, at least with Aspas, who unfortunately for NRG is going to be the quickest one back. But NRG, as I say,
that's literally an OSRS scam for real.
Pretty sure Ethan had an opportunity to get one there as well, but just couldn't quite land the bullets required.
30 seconds left.
Damn!
No way!
That
was all
the casters can't even cast it. There's so much shit going on.
Couldn't be able to get a single one. Cortezio though, trying to fight
Where's
back.
Aspas?
2v2 here for MIBR and NRG.
Oh, you need to live, bro.
Oh, Cortezio
they know
almost
both
gets
now.
exposed, but 40 HP, almost a quick frag. But both of these players down to 41. Scuba and Brock looking to combine, and it went.
Wow. Who knows he was there? Oh, Brock is sneaking. Brock is sneaking.
All he needs is a single
good play by Brock. He found his timing. He knew he had a timing. He took it. Wow. That was good play by Brock. Good play by Brock. Oh, fuck. They might 2-0 them. They might 2-0 them.
And that was a
3v5, yeah.
as well. They pulled
that A
Aspas,
fight
so they pulled
in
it
the
down
second
to
part,
3 versus 4.
they popped off.
And
They got 3.
I said NRG missed out on crucial opportunities to find frags. They did not disappoint on the second go around. Go quiet, go back in. Instantly, it's Ethan locking in. Scuba as well, finding his frags.
Shit.
Scuba, who's been so
Aspas
impressive.
wins that if I don't take his
Brock
jet.
leading the way
I'll say that,
in
dog.
the final 1v1. Gets the timing on Aspas, looking at the wrong location. 50-50. Goes tails for Aspas, and for Brock, happy to collect the heads. There's now heads up for the match point, as you say, potentially knocking MIBR down to the lower bracket, pushing NRG 1 game away from an EWC qualification, a much needed EWC qualification for a team that is not going to Toronto. If they don't make this event, it's going to be a very sad and a very long break before stage 2 starts for them.
It's going to be a long road to try to make their way to champions at the end of the year too. This is a lot going for not only the individuals of NRG, but the organization itself. Of course, you still have the club championship at the end of the EWC too. So NRG, a lot going into this. Same thing with MIBR, but again, going.
Am I playing ranked out for the watch party? I have to record content for Riot tonight, so after the watch party,
attack.
I won't be playing today.
We saw them here on overtime.
Not today.
They went fully into that
today, no ranked, unfortunately.
They are looking to condition a little bit back.
We are just
that mid side. Shenham has
chilling.
been all over mid, but MIBR, they might find a quick early contact over in B.
But
the KJ was just dropping a piece of utility.
Yeah,
It is just going to be safe on B for the defenders.
I was radiant for 1 hour yesterday.
Very sad they might be able to drop their attacking round for either team, really, given once more the storyline for this map so far has been the attacking side strong.
Okay, focus. Match point NRG.
Punish that.
They're going B. Harbor wall's in.
And this is going to be the exit on B. Here we go.
Well, that's a nice angle. That's a nice angle.
Can anybody get a contact? Scuba.
It was a nice angle. It's unlucky.
Not going to be able to connect onto
the guy jumped.
Planner, but this is a huge angle for Scuba.
They blocked him off. They blocked him off.
Though. What a wall. Ethan looking to retake with his teammates, but not a single
Are they holding
NRG
Snow?
getting a contact yet, and it's still
Slobo's
a
alone.
5-on-5.
Not gonna lie, Silva's fully alone.
Verno
got left in the left alone.
He's still
It's a
thinking
big
about
kill
it,
versus
but
Ethan.
nobody's gonna be coming in from MIBR either.
Instant.
This is all
I don't know why
just
Verno
energy
stayed alone
waiting
though.
for this util to
His whole
drop,
team left,
and
but he
it's
stayed.
working. Here
Seems like
they
different page.
go. There goes the high side. Mata's gonna be able to take down
Big kill on flank.
Still
I think it's
a lot more
GG.
work to do, but 3 players on the front side for NRG. 2
Looks
players
like
over in
GG.
yellow for MIBR.
Looks like GG.
MIBR still with a chance
Looks
for
like
2
GG.
players
1v5
over in
ass
yellow,
pass.
but they're down
Gita
to
ass pass.
1.
Gita.
NRG just needs 1 more kill.
Nice try.
Ass comes out.
Wait, they didn't plant?
NRG
Was the spike not planted the whole time?
And are 1 series away from the
fuck?
EWC.
GG. It was a good match.
NRG,
Oh, it
what
was?
a
Okay, I see.
comeback
Okay, I
story.
did defuse
This
this, sorry,
team
okay.
has certainly had their struggles. The first team eliminated from the playoffs of NAVCT Stage 1. It is now the team that defeats MIBR, looking smooth as they move on forward to potentially qualifying into EWC. MIBR struggle streak on both of our opening halves on both of our maps, but this was honestly the map where you felt like MIBR had the real opportunity to bring it back around. Yes, they were
freaking G,
tailing
bruh.
against NRG the entire way through, but they got it towards the
G
end.
freaking G,
where
bruh.
they actually started to get that lead moving. Their attacking side on both
2-0
maps, particularly this one, was so strong.
for
And on this
NRG.
map, even more so than Split, they had that initial second half pistol win into then that second round anti-eco as well to really give themselves the momentum they needed to do what they couldn't do on Split to equalize the scoreline. But the story towards the end for NRG was the fact that they won a critical round.
Damn, Aspas had a crazy record this year. It was
pushing it
popping
into
off.
OT, staying alive in OT after dropping their first attack, being able to defend themselves.
Why
getting
did he get
another
off?
defensive round. And then finally, you look over towards that final round on towards OT, winning on all. I think Brock repositioning.
What a play, bro. Good.
To go. Can he do it?
There goes the spray through the orb. There's still a wall right in his face. Shock dart right through. This can make it
Got it.
possible. Verno.
Got off. Why'd you? I don't think he would have died to that though, would he?
Verno.
He would have.
Verno.
Got off. Why'd you? Get off.
Doesn't come
Why'd
in
He would have died.
bracket as we see MIBR take the rightful
He
spot
shocks
in the
80,
lower bracket.
isn't it?
NRG into the semifinals.
No, it's not. It's not 80 for sure.
That is just
Isn't it?
big stakes coming up from
isn't it
NRG.
70
A team
now?
that again
Or 75? I
chances
thought they
for them
nerfed it
going
from
into that game
75.
weren't great.
I thought it was 70.
We didn't call
Was
it
it
a
75?
revenge game, but some people might have been calling it a revenge game, maybe for MIBR. But y'all did not expect this to be a revenge game for the players of NRG, and clearly NRG took that loss in the regular season personally, and they flipped that mentality a little bit. Love to see it, folks, but we have plenty of Valorant still to be played on this broadcast because we have
Here's the stats.
100 Thieves and Evil
100
Geniuses
Thieves
still
coming
to
up.
come up. So folks, we're gonna send it over to a break real quick, and we'll be right back with that second series.
GG. We're on break. Really quickly, let's talk about the charity once more as we are flying through it. Anonymous with $100, Disclosing with 25, M Yisrael with 5, Free Palestine with 25. Again, thank you. Thank you. If you guys are not aware, with the controversy of this event, to shed some positivity to the community, we are hosting a campaign for a charity in partnership with Save the Children. They operate all around the world to over 100 countries and basically provide to children all around the world to make sure they're healthy, educated, and safe. It's a good cause. It's a charity that's been around for a while. I think they've been around for 100 years. So anyone who's donated so far, thank you. Appreciate you guys. We're currently at 3,200 and we're only 2 hours in. Once we hit our goal of 5K, because we will, I'll also be matching it with another 5K. So yeah, anyone who's donated, even if it's $5, appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. The donate link is below the stream or also in the chat. So there's a link for you guys there. Now, what do we do on the break here? Valorant Esports champion Paris venue and ticket announcement. Today we're thrilled to announce details for Paris. Champions will bring together the entire Valorant community. Bring together the entire Valorant. Why is the music skipping like that? It's weird. To qualify for the event, top 4, September 12th to October 5th. Event will kick off at the Les Arenas. Let's see what this looks like. And the shape looks kind of cool. Let's see the announcement. Actually, it's probably better. Wait, where did I put the announcement? Fuck. Oh, there's 2 arenas. So there's a bigger one for the finals weekend. A-Core Arena, and the starts off group stage and bracket stage will be in the Les Arenas. New verification process for ticket sale. To ensure tickets go to real fans, we'll be using a new verification system. Players must follow a validation process to qualify for the opportunity to purchase a ticket. Damn, Riot listened. That's big. Players must have an active Riot account, and the account must have a record of at least 1 game played. I guess it's better than nothing. New donos. Oh my God. Scorp, thank you for the 50. Solus, thank you for the 10. Josh, thank you for the 10. Anonymous, thank you for the 100. Holy fuck, we're flying through it. We're flying through it. Thank you guys. Oh wait, there's a bunch of rules. Must have an active account created before April 1st. From May 30 to June 15, must visit the Champions Ticket eligibility page and log in. Once verified, they'll receive an email with a one-time access code. And ticket sales will go live. I think it's pretty good, guys. There's like a lot of steps to it. It's pretty good. You have to have a certain account creation date. You have to go to this page and log in with your account on a certain date. And then you have to also verify with a one-time access code, which will be sent in waves. So it's not immediate. So you have to pay attention to it. So the scalpers, if they have bots, they're going to have to create some crazy fucking bots. Plink, thank you. Charity, thank you. Scorp, thank you. And then they have the dates for when they list the tickets. Sweet. W. Pretty good W, man. Pretty good W, man. Same arena as the Blast Paris CSGO Major. Ooh. That's fun. Okay. CS event's going to mog it, sadly. I'm not going to lie. The fact that we're competing with CS on the Grand Finals weekend is bad. Because the CS live events kind of go too crazy. Masters Toronto merch collection dropping May 29. Maybe there's a preview here. Oh, there is a preview. What are we thinking? Let's take a look. Red Salt jacket. Is that like a, what is it called? Bomber? Is that a bomber? I don't know. It looks cool. You can't see the back though. Spike hoodie. Okay. Not shabby. Not shabby. Hockey jersey as well? They got hockey jerseys too? They took our flow. Hockey jersey is probably the coolest. Let's see what else. And a beanie. I mean, it's pretty like Canada themed, I'm not going to lie. And there's a tee, a stress ball, a hockey puck stress ball, a spike pin, and a 5-year tee. That's cool. Well, if anyone is interested in the merch, that's going to be dropping on May 29 at 10 Pacific. Get the stress ball for ranked? I should. Is Tarik not doing the Roomy Rumble? I am. Does anyone have a clip of the teams? Lenny, thank you for the 15. Check my Reddit. We saw this. Tara, this is a long clip. I didn't watch it though.
But one highlight from that night is Saikuno came to join and Ryan came to join.
It's too long. I can't watch 11.
My favorite thing that happened the whole night is I was sitting down. There's this old Asian guy at the corner of a blackjack table.
All right, we'll listen though. We can listen.
And we decide to sit down at this table. So I sit next to the old Asian guy. He's drinking wine. He's smoking a cigarette. And
that's not my first time, by the way.
Abe sits down.
2 exits.
Tarik sits down.
Is it too long?
Tarik, the guy goes, the lady goes, IDs?
Are they really Texas?
Tarik goes, oh man, I need my ID. He had lost his because he was wearing overalls on the first day.
Oh yeah, that's right. I lost my ID.
Came off. Okay, he flipped them upside down and just, of course, it's an open pocket. He just flips his overalls off and it falls. Like, what do you expect? He's like, where's my ID? I put it in my pocket. I was like, the pocket that's wide open.
There's a Tarik ID out there. If anyone finds it, let me know.
Upside down.
If anyone finds my ID, let me know.
Okay, but also coming from me, I lost my credit card on the first day. I just had my fanny just fanny pack wide open. Sorry, I learned that fanny means something else in British. Okay, so my fanny pack was wide open, and I also just lost my ID. Sorry, my ID, my credit card. And I was like, well, it's gone. So I can't say too much. But second night, Tarik flipped his overalls off and bam.
I have my passport.
ID. So we're at the table. The lady's like asking for IDs. He's like, oh, let me go get my passport. He leaves. Okay, we sit down with this guy, and we are winning.
They want every hand apparently.
Easy hands.
They want literally every
20s,
hand.
19s, just dealer busting. Boom, boom. I'm like, wow, this is freaking great. I don't think we've lost a hand. Damn,
they might have won every single hand, no joke.
We keep hitting and blah, blah, blah.
And then?
Tarik comes back 20 minutes later.
Yikes.
Drops his ID on the table. They're like, all right, give him his chips. The second he plays a hand, boom, dealer hits 21. The guy next to me, this old guy, and he's just like, hey, why did he sit down? I'm like, why? And he's kind of saying it to me, but he's also just like saying it to himself. And I was like, uh-oh.
I was the first seat and he was the last seat.
Okay. She's like huffing and puffing, okay? And I was like, uh-oh. So I was like, hopefully the luck turns around. Next hand comes out, we all lose again. He loses again. Cause like, yeah. And I turned to Ryan. Ryan's standing in between us. I was like, the guy next to me is not happy with Tarik. And Tarik doesn't register any of this. He's just
I realized later on.
Okay.
I was like, we're having
Tarik's
fun.
asking Abe, like, what do I do with this hand? He's like, well, 16, you're supposed to hit. Or you could hit.
I don't like hitting on 16. I don't give a fuck what the book says. I guess it depends on what the dealer has. But, okay, I think if I have a 16, from my understanding, if the dealer has anything like 7 or above, I'm supposed to hit. I think so. I think if he has 7 or above. But personally, I'd rather not. But anyway.
And he's like, I don't want to. I'm going to pass. So the dealer passes Tarik, blah, 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 blah. The guy loses his hand, hits or something, gets a card that I think, like, if, say, Tarik would have hit, would have...
No, hindsight's 20/20. I don't care. That guy's wrong.
It's all whatever, right? Like, you don't know. But people are superstitious at a blackjack table. They don't like when people come in mid-shoe. They don't like it if you start playing weird. You hit one time and you don't hit the next.
There's like no consistency.
Okay,
no
this guy
consistency.
was so then the guy... And it goes like, what?
I don't want to play by the rules.
Kind of talking to me a bit. The guy's just like, yeah. Starts going, troublemaker.
Is that fucked?
Troublemaker.
Yeah, he kept saying that apparently.
He looks at me. He's like, why does he sit down? Why did he sit down? Troublemaker.
Yeah, he kept saying troublemaker.
Wait, is he mad at me? I was like, yeah, he's mad at you. Okay, mind you, also this whole time, 5 minutes into this, a woman comes by and they always offer massages like while you're gambling. And they're like, massage? Tarik's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So Tarik's chairs flip backwards. He looks so chill. He's leaned up, getting a massage from this lady. Abe's getting a massage next to him. They're just playing, he's just playing off, okay? This shoe continues to be, the whole thing was bad, okay? Tarik would hit 20s constantly, and then the dealer's flipping 21
I hit probably
constantly.
10 20s.
I'm losing.
I probably hit 10 20s.
I'm starting to side with the guy next to me. Like at one point, I was like, "Bro, why
wait,
you hit?"
No
like,
joke. At some point, Leslie started joining his side.
I was with him.
Leslie started teaming up with the guy on me. I'm like, "What the fuck's happening here?"
I felt.
No, I didn't hit on 20. I didn't hit on 20.
Like
I didn't hit. I didn't hit on 20.
I was with him. was like, what the?
I did not hit on 20.
I felt
That's
the
not
anger
true.
because it was one of my big hands. Like I went in on this hand. It was
Okay,
like $300 on a hand of blackjack. I was like, this is a big hand. Like, you know, no funny business. And there he was. And he's like, not gonna hit.
Oh, I mean, like,
and he would have.
thank you, Score, for the 10.
And we tracked it. And like he would have, the dealer would have busted, right? And then finally, the one that tipped the guy over, Tarik did something. I think he stayed now. He just stayed on his 16 instead of, oh no, he hit on his 16 instead of stayed. All right. And he took like a 10. That
I did what they wanted me to do.
You know, this guy.
I did what they wanted me to do.
Boom, boom comes to this guy, or this guy loses his hand. He gets up. He goes, fuck you, man.
Nah, it was more like this. It was more like fuck you, man. And he like stormed off.
Rage quits, gets up from the table and barges off.
He barged off. He literally left.
Chips on the table. He's still playing. He just gets up and leaves. It was so funny, and he was so valid. He was so valid.
Nah, he wasn't valid. He was hindsight 2020. I don't care. I still to this. I would
cracking up.
I got unlucky as fuck. First of all,
I start playing for like this table. I was like, oh, can I open 2 hands? So I opened 2 hands. I started playing. And
we actually started winning. I think when he left. No joke.
Lady,
if I remember correctly.
Asked Tarik like, or Tarik goes, hey, it's fine. We're done. And it's like 20 minutes later, she's like, no, we're just getting started.
Yeah, I was done with the massage,
so
and I was like,
continues.
oh, okay.
An hour.
He started taking out lotion and
right?
shit.
It's $2 per minute, I believe. Something like that.
It's $2 per minute for this
in,
massage.
He's like, hey, I'm good on the massage. And she goes, okay, it's $120. $120. And he goes, what? He's like flabbergasted by the cost.
I was fucking shocked. I was like, dude,
and I look at his chips, and he's got $100. And he's like, I actually don't have enough money right now. Can you wait for me to win this?
I was just like, I'm gonna have to win this hand. That's what I said. I was like, I'm gonna have to win this hand.
I was like,
nah, it's all good. Like, I'm not trying to pull out money right now. Let me win this hand, and I'm gonna pay you.
Cannot say that.
I'm gonna win this hand, and I'm gonna pay you
so fast. I was like, dude, pay her now. Pay her. Like, flung my chips so fast. I pay her. Dude, you cannot say that.
Bro,
okay?
it's not. It's going to take 2 seconds. Let me
money,
play one
let
hand.
Let me just win a hand real fast. So I'll just die of secondhand embarrassment from that guy. So he paid her.
What if I lose? Then I'll figure it out.
He actually won the next hand. No, he's so funny, but he's so embarrassing. The rest of the week, I realized, like,
look. During this blackjack segment, I want to point out, I was not this lady that was giving me a massage. I'm not even kidding you. I do not think she was giving me this. She was literally playing with my fucking ears, dude. I didn't know what she was. Because she had her friend next to her. They were just talking, and she was just fucking behind me, just like, I was not enjoying this massage. That's why I asked for it to stop. But then she's like, it's just starting. I'm like, okay, maybe it'll get better. So I let her keep doing it. She's literally chatting with her friend, playing with my hair and my ears. And then she shows me the bill for $110. I'm like, what? So I'm getting fucked from the back from the massage. I'm getting fucked on the table because we're losing all the bets. And I'm getting fucked by the guy that's yelling at me across. It was literally a triple fucking threat, dude. On my POV, I'm just fucking miserable. It was terrible, bro. I got destroyed from all sides, dude. I got this guy yelling at me. This girl fucking charging me for nothing, losing on the table, everything.
When I was hanging out with Tarik throughout the weekend, he was always getting scolded, like by an employee. Someone was always saying, or I heard a dealer say to him, for the 5th time.
No, we were playing craps. We're playing craps.
But I heard her go for the 5th time.
And I didn't know what was going on. I'm not gonna lie, it's confusing.
Stop asking her questions.
I wasn't asking her questions. To be clear, I was not asked. Honestly, this lady was rude for even saying that. I was talking to my friend Abe. He was explaining the game to me, following him and all his steps. Maybe I fucked up with how I placed the. I don't even think so. I think she just interrupted. I think it was on her. But yeah, that shit is confusing as fuck. I'll be honest. And she's like, for the 5th time, just follow everything. I'm like, all right, like.
You. And then Abe's like, just ask me the questions. And we were playing craps. I know he was asking rules.
I think that one was rude from her, in my opinion.
Asking, like, what do I do on this hand or whatever? Nah, it was hilarious. That was honestly, those were like my highlights. It was just watching my friends. No, it was so funny. And then we had a generational craps run. Like Timmy to me to Abe to Saikuno. to Ryan.
Yeah, it was
Boom,
crazy.
boom,
it was really
boom.
fun.
Never hitting 7.
It was really
Just going
fun.
Straight for it. Dude,
Until-
dude. Like we were making money. Stacks. Craps was going up. We were doing this thing called the 3-point molly, which is like you play the pass line and then you play it again and then you play it again and then you have it your odds behind it, 3 numbers.
Leslie's such a good storyteller. She really is. She is such a good storyteller.
I literally
Her
was
memory
set up,
of
I'm
all
like,
this is so
We are
good.
printing. Okay, this is awesome. And like Ryan doesn't even gamble and he was having a good time. He's like, this is great, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Everyone has this great, that we're all great shooters, right? He comes to Tarik and he's like, I'm nervous. I've never done this before. And then he's like, he makes a comment. He's like, if I throw a 7 like right now, like I'm gonna be so sad. And he throws it immediately. It's a 7, but it's okay.
I said if I throw a 7, I'm gonna end it all. That's exactly what I said because it was my first time rolling, and 7 is the number you're not. It's the one number you're not supposed to land on. It's the one I said I'm gonna end it all, and I immediately rolled a 7.
Okay, because like on the first run, you're supposed to hit 7 or 11, and you
But
win your bet.
first
So
run, it's
what do
okay.
you want
On
if
the
you
first
want
one, it's
20?
okay. On the
He
first
rolls
one, it's
again, hits
okay.
11. Oh, perfect. Okay, and then immediately he cropped out. Like, boom.
Yeah, I hit a 7, and then I rolled 2 more times, and I hit a 7 again. I think I hit 7 50%.
You hit a 7, you lose for the whole table. So it was really, really great. All of us, perfect runs. Like everyone was cheering on that side of the table. Everyone was cheering on our side. Gets to Tarik, instantly.
Jinx is real.
So then he got really sad. He's like, oh no, I got like my nerves. I was nervous, yada, yada, yada. The die goes to this one guy on the other side of the table, this older like gentleman. And he knows what he's doing. This guy's like touching the die all fancy. The way he throws the die just perfectly hits the backboard. He has a generational run. I mean, it was awesome. We were dancing. Woo! I was spinning in circles like, woohoo. It was great. So good that later when we're at the bar, this man found us, comes up to us. He
dabbed us up later.
Hey, that craps table though, right? What a run. What a run it was. we bonded over it. So that was good. So then I like made up a lot of my lost money over there. I'm playing craps. It was a good time. And then, yeah.
You might be on mod bonus debt. I think I was up $200 after everything.
A lot of moving parts.
At most, I was down $1,000.
I think I cried.
And then I ended up
once.
200.
No big deal. I have feelings.
No.
And then, yeah, it was good. It was a long time though. I'm really happy to be back. Tarik is both a baby girl and a himbo.
Oh my god, might be accurate. Honestly,
yeah, he is. He has a lot of. He's sensitive. He's sensitive. That's what I realized. I was like, oh my god.
Guys.
But he takes it well. Like if you say like, dude, chill. He's like, my bad. I apologize. I just don't know how to play. He's baby girl and himbo at the same time. But I'll never forget that huffing and puffing man to my left. Like that guy.
Brother.
That guy had me.
I will say free Palestine, bro. There's nothing.
Right
I'm not.
here, so I'm just hearing him like.
But this is not a political stream, bro.
Like only.
This is not a political stream, bro. There's no take a stance. I've already addressed my stance before in the past.
You are pissing him off. And my first play was to like, I don't know this guy either. Like I was pretending not to know Tarik, and I was like, I know. Why did he sit down? And then eventually I was like, okay, I know the guy. And I'm embarrassed.
It's not political. It's human rights. I agree. It's not political. Like I am on your side, bro. I don't know why you're getting mad at me. Anonymous with $50. Amali and Max with the $10. Anonymous with another 5. Thank you. We're currently waiting for the next match, by the way. Continuation of Elden Ring 1. Finished off stream. Dude, I don't know if I'll ever go back to Elden Ring. That game is hard. I don't know, guys. Okay, let's see this clip. Where's the clip of the draft?
And you go to a restaurant and you have the best food of your life. It's the place to be.
Okay,
wait, hold
hear
on.
me out. You should make a PowerPoint presentation and we should do a Discord presentation for why we should all move to New York for a year. I bet it would work.
I bet it would work. I'm already sold.
Should I make another spreadsheet?
I'm looking for a place to rent in New York.
They wouldn't do it.
now.
I'll say it right. They wouldn't do it. I'll say it right now.
I would go if everyone was going.
Brooklyn and Queens are the only places I know because I've seen them where Spider-Man is. Those are nice.
But
Start
hey,
looking. Yeah, they're
let's
nice.
fucking do it.
You know what? I'm gonna start looking right now.
They would not do it. Unless I feel okay, actually they would do it. That's not true. They would do it temporarily. I can see that. Save it 25 seconds. Okay, guys, if you didn't hear, I'm playing in something called Roomy Rumble with a bunch of other creators across the span of 4 weeks. It's 4 games, and this is my team.
I pick Cutie.
And a big congratulations to last pick, Mr. Irrelevant Elam joining Team Foozly.
Fuck.
Rounding out the squad. Let's go through our teams right now, starting with Leslie's team.
What are
we
the teams
Leslie,
here?
Masio,
Is this
Yoshi,
the final teams here?
Foolish,
Chat,
Bars,
is my team going to
Ella. I
win?
would call it a well-rounded squad. It's a well-rounded squad with 1 stain. Moving to the next one, we got Me Young with Me Young.
Who cooked? I think we're fucked. Are we fucked? Does Cutie play any of these games? I know Yvonne is good at League. I know Danny's good at League. NCS. I don't know which one of these games Ray plays. Cutie's better than me at League? Deadass? Okay, so I think we have League covered. Ray doesn't play any of those games. Did they ask Ray about the games beforehand? Danny's just the gamer? Yeah, I feel like Danny will be good on all of them. Okay. All right, well, that's the event. It's 4 weeks long. These are the games: League, CS2, Trackmania, NBA 2K. So I think it's every Wednesday at 1 Pacific, starting next Wednesday, maybe? So we'll be playing in that. I don't know what the first game is. Is the first game League? Maybe I'll practice. Maybe I won't. I guess we'll see based on the schedule of like what's going on. I'll probably practice a little bit. For NBA, I probably need a controller, right? Can you play NBA on keyboard? Definitely want a controller. Yes, but don't. I played Elden Ring on controller, didn't I? Or wait, was I playing Elden Ring on controller? I think I was on keyboard for Elden Ring. I'm not gonna lie. I played Elden Ring on keyboard. I was on keyboard. So maybe I should just stick to keyboard for NBA. Or is that troll? No, never mind. Maybe it's not the same thing then. Sports game need controller. I don't know how to use controllers that well, that's why, but I have to learn, so I should try. Looks like we're about to start, by the way. Is the music loud? One sec. I'm not on your team, huh? Ray got me? How terrible. No. Not at all. Yeah. Damn? What? It do be like that. Icebox first map, peoples. The donut overlay is gone. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're starting. Let's cue this up.
Tool in the hands of Gecko, but I was saying, again, in a position of luxury potentially here is Nature. He's still going to be pretty important, but again, it's just keeping an eye on the fact that Nature just has so much to manage going forward, purely because he's the everything man. You know, you're going to have players for NR for EG in the post plant where they're going to have very set responsibilities. It is going to be Nature's job to kind of mitigate some risk, find the individuals flanking in, find the individuals maybe dashing in a bit early. He's going to be that front side.
Well, map number 1, 100 Thieves defense, EG on the attack. Road to EWC, Gus.
Woo.
Very similar map pullers
All right, guys.
to what we saw
We're
in
live.
the previous series.
We're back on
with
Icebox,
the
unfortunately.
in here, which
100
we're
Thieves versus
definitely
CG.
in this BO3. Loser faces MIBR. Winner goes up against the new look NRG, which is looking very spicy.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Barriers down.
There's a pause, baby.
Yeah, I should maybe
Never
eat
mind,
this.
there's a pause.
Right,
Barriers
no,
are in
fuck
fact
it.
not down.
I'm gonna eat while we
Road to the
while we wait
EWC.
here.
Well,
The
on
pause already?
Yeah, no, but it's cool for now. We are still awaiting this first round to go in, ladies and gentlemen, and it's gonna be a little bit tricky too, because whoever the admin is, he needs to be very communicative that these walls are gonna be dropping, because these players need to be kind of on their stuff. They need to see the text come up and be ready within 3 seconds. But yeah,
we have a
double
very
limb. That's
heavy
right.
lean already from 100 Thieves.
MIBR not out.
Yeah.
But towards the A side, it's going to be Cryo holding down solo on towards B. As see what EG has worked in. Obviously,
Loser
I'm going
plays
to be looking
MIBR
out
tomorrow.
for
That's
pacing
right.
here from EG as we continue to monitor how quick, or rather how slow this team is, and
right,
that's going to work out
All
for
right.
them. But it certainly has had some results in the past. So slow or not, you win the round. You certainly win the round, and it's good to see EG on the attacking side
We're not
first as well,
starting
because we
yet.
can get a real good read on their pace for this map and maybe even for the series.
What am I eating?
yeah, and just paying attention here to
It's like a breakfast
to
burrito.
maybe
It's
how
so good.
EG is going to be rolling on that other side. But no, we're good now. No theorizing,
Okay.
no podcasting necessary. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Valorant on our screens. The video game is live. EG, like we were saying before, mostly leaning over towards that A side. 3 players already in front here. 100 Thieves with 4 in the front side of A. But it's not like these players are going in too quickly. They're allowing the other players of EG to maybe poke and prod through mid, poke and prod through B main before an approach gets made over here. But 100 Thieves, they're looking to bite down with a dizzy.
You also saw Cryo back out a little bit as well,
It's
because
so good.
well, there's turret in mid, but beyond that, it's okay. Never mind. Mid is an afterthought, as it's all 100
That's it.
Thieves. A mix of
Why am I on the B
players,
player?
and it'll be enough, as you say. 2 left remaining. Only hope here is I think Superman going through mid to try and get a little bit sneaky, giving opportunity, but they don't know how pushed up Cryo is. That's going to cause problems for Derek.
Yeah, Tarek's done for. Well, this is just interesting here for Cryo, and
It's over.
Silva's going to be giving away the ping.
Unless he
And
knows.
Does Derek at least Derek has an idea. Derek has an idea.
He was
This
aware,
is-
but
okay, interesting.
30 seconds
He
left.
did peek the corner though. He did.
Down B.
He did at least gut check the rest of the angle, so he at least had an idea that
Wrap it
Cryo
up.
could have been there, but doesn't work out for the one-on-one. Good stuff from Cryo, and even better stuff from 100 Thieves. Very swift defense on the A site.
Need a drop.
And you saw even just hovering over each of the members during that pause, or more specifically at the start of the round. Asuna,
Later,
dizzy
Jen M.
in hand, prepped it. 400 Thieves to be able to immediately
100
react
Thieves
to
picked
EG
Icebox?
popping on through on
Bad.
A, and that was just a giant punish.
I'm sad that we're watching Icebox again.
Superman, the
just
only
watched it.
unknown player that could have had an opportunity to maybe allow the plant to come on through for the extra money. Didn't get to activate in time, and hitting cryo cells, punishing Derek.
Here.
Cryo looking for another
So, 100 Thieves
sharp ending here
is the
to his
team
gun. That's gonna be
coming into
no
this match
spear taken
with a lot more
towards
momentum, yeah?
Main, but still 3 more players waiting up here for 100 Thieves. Still look at the proactivity for the rest of 100 Thieves. You do have the KJ over towards
Because they've been
the
playing all the
side.
matches.
Checking
They're
right, it's all
undefeated
on
right now.
Cryo. Yeah,
They
Cryo.
came through uppers.
Pistols on the other
They're the
side,
strongest
barely
team
any
right
armor.
now.
Beautiful little firing
This
range.
this
here
event
for
has been
Cryo.
so good for these teams. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit of
Like for
play
these
shooting.
teams in the qualifiers, it's been
They just
such
pop
good
it
practice.
into Cryocel's vision, and he'll happily tap them away. Nice little 3-piece there as we finish off the round.
This is live, yeah.
Clean 2-0. Should be back-to-back flawlesses here as well. Only Boostio took a little bit of damage here, but he's not even in position to take any further damage from Icy.
Both qualifier games to make it our BO5s. That's good.
So, okay. That's at least going to be the second one coming back over towards 100 Thieves. But we have to look out for the guns now. EG. You get the guns in the right hands here. We haven't seen anything too aggro.
Online already.
We haven't seen anything too crazy from EG
I see on
so far in this
KJ.
half to really give us an idea of what's happening up next. But we have an idea
who's
for
been
100
playing main
Thieves.
duelist for
Cryo
EG?
picking up the odd.
It's going to be
It's icy,
an
no?
early one. Round 3 already. He will be the one player that will want to keep that one alive as
So
long
is
as
it only
possible.
Ye on this
is
map?
Still a bonus, but it is a bonus where
They're just
Cryo's probably
rotating on the
one guy
map?
who doesn't want to die. So, not a 5-man bonus. We'll call it a 4-man bonus.
I see Raze, Ye Jet. Ye only plays Jet.
Spot. He'll
I
be
see.
able to get at least a pick, an opportunity, right?
Good Molly.
That's sort of how it has to be. It has to be safe. But yeah, no, Cryo, even in his little off angle, still getting picked up by the Owl Drone. EG taking this real slow. They're trying to get mid advantage though, but Boostio has been here consistently the last few rounds. Still not spotted, but this spot has been good for him.
Look how aggressive 100 Thieves are pushing.
Tarik?
Cryo punish. Tarik on 2.
Still EU with
That
a
might be the
chance.
dam breaking a little bit. By the way, mid as well has been completely opened up. So this is now EG with the potential to walk in, but EG is just slowing things down. Derek.
Damn.
By the wayside, EG with an extra one in there. Suddenly, the momentum shifts. Spike is dropped in the 2 plays from EG. That walk through mid have a lot more work to
Nice
do.
shot.
You're looking for the ace now.
Surely
Ace.
he can snag a 5th. 1-on-1. Superman around the corner for EU. His bullet snapping
Right,
to the
I don't think we
foreheads
saw all
of
the kills,
EG,
but he popped off.
And that's an ace for EU.
Damn.
And he recovered the operator. No, he was like 1 second off. Cryo has to rebuy that because you saw you right at the end. He was running. For
Damn,
it.
100
If he
Thieves,
recovers
huh?
the op as
That's
well,
bonus.
On top of getting that ace and saving the day would be pretty dynamite. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he held that one.
I mean, they won against EG's first gun run. That's
That's
all that
big.
matters at this point, right?
Surprised he
Yeah,
doesn't get an
absolutely true. I
outlaw
mean, yeah, you drop the operator, you can afford to rebuy it
instead
here.
of the op.
And,
Thoughts? I feel like the outlaw should be used here.
So early as well.
Cryo's still in a little bit of a risky position. Gonna have to.
They never
dash
buy
away
outlaw. Outlaw is so
if
good
things go
though.
awry here, but it's not like EG have the potential here to confidently wallbang.
Wow, what the fuck? Fast play.
The Stinger's coming out, and it's a double from
It's working.
Ye. Cryo, long range with an operator.
Oh,
exactly
what a
where you wanna
play.
be, and Xander around the corner doesn't deny the spike play. We're
Cryo
still
as
back down to
well.
a 3-on-3. Ye's finally gone to Cryo. Superman alongside one more to take on the rest of this round for EG to finally get a round down for EG. But it's not happening for now.
RC
One more
1v3?
remaining in a
It's a
1v3.
lot.
It's the young Icy. Can he find
Too
a
much.
pixel? 2 players are off to his right, but he's looking for Cryo off of the mid side. Cryo.
Observer?
Cryo's not going to spot him.
The fuck?
Or, not Yay. Icy.
What's happening right now?
With an opportunity. Icy trying to put
Did
on
he pick
his
up the
best
op from
Ye
last
impression, but it
round?
doesn't work out
Oh,
for now.
maybe he did. You're
4-0
right. That could be
going
true.
towards
That could be true.
100D.
Just
He might have
didn't
got the
have
op from
gun
last.
available. Very light buy, but even so, Ye kept it exciting. He got the first 2 and the only 2
I
kills
don't know.
for EG. That first
No, he
was
didn't?
actually a
Had
fairly
to buy it? Oh,
long-range
okay.
thing. You don't expect that. You don't think that was going to really be able to connect the way it does and win that trade, but he even converts on a secondary, opens the opportunity for maybe EG to get that thrifty in there.
Okay, full buy.
But not to be found, and a 4-0 start.
They're probably
is
gonna
a
get the
very
Silva
nice
ults
beginning for this 100
or
Thieves
KO.
defense, where, you know, again, previously we saw
What do you
on our
prioritize?
last match here, it was the attacking side that was looking strong, but here for 100 Thieves, it is the defensive side that's begun quite
Maybe
on the upper hand
KO?
for EG. Wishing they could get a bit more here. Reminder that there were 2 flawlesses in here.
Wait,
as well.
what? Through mid.
Superman's already going to start things off real sharp. Back over
KO
towards
and
the
Silva
mid side,
plant.
100T. They drop a contact. They
Oh.
might need to regather that position, reuse
Oh.
the util there. And the EG, they continue to
Asuna?
stop. There's a big
Asuna?
one-on-one now. Asuna picks up the first.
He's wiggling.
Again, but not going to be able to take down Nate.
Big
And
kill.
still a lot more work needs to be
EG
done by
clapping
the rest
back.
of 100T.
EG clapping
Now
back.
Only EU. He already got himself an ace a little bit
Asuna is
earlier,
just so
but that was
crazy.
with all of his teammates being alive. And it's not like this might. It's not like this isn't possible. EU has a couple of one-on-ones to get. But
Okay,
Nature's
they're
gonna
in.
pick him down first. EG
They're online.
their first round.
You get to wait for Nolkaman to go away as well, or at least wait for the suppression to be gone. Didn't have any util to
They're
work through.
online.
AG find themselves finally getting that 1 round on board. Cryo being the first death was pretty large, and that was a pretty reasonable outdoor rifle versus operator.
Do I still watch
And
CS?
The rifle actually gets
Not
it.
too much lately.
And it's all about being able to control and flood that site. And
To
a
be honest.
1v4 is not really looking very likely as we'll move to the next round now with Ye, Bladestorm at the ready, and everyone else has got rifles, so standard. Sorry, I lied. I don't really have anything.
No, not exactly, but they still have the manpower.
Nice
They
try.
have 3 players here on A. This understood though, sweeping things up.
What is
a bit,
happening?
And that's a bit unfortunate. Nature with a bit of income.
They're already broke. They lost one. Ooh.
Surely with Ye on a one-on-one against
Crispy.
Cryo.
Wait, Ye's looking
Beautiful headshot from Ye.
prime
Nice.
potentially.
Counteracting a little bit, but
starting off a little hot.
EG, this is just a massive round for the future of this half. They need to stay perfect. They need to keep that score even here. EG, they're really building them.
They are broke though. They lost one
All
round.
5 players staying alive. And that could continue to be the case. Boostio looking for exits.
Saw him.
Yeah, he also didn't even die because he's playing full Blaze-Storm and he's exactly resets on those as well.
Any guns for him?
Twice,
No,
now they
no
get
one
even
died.
better flawless.
Okay.
Parts of the round here, obviously the 2 flawless.
But I watched probably the major.
It was the first 2 rounds.
It would be
so
cool.
not nearly
I just
as
don't know, like,
impressive as what we were seeing
I just don't
now.
know the schedule and etc.
From
Like, I don't know my
EG,
schedule
no, it's 100T
versus the
timeout
major schedule.
as they're coming into a buy.
But I'm
So
sure
that
we'll watch
was
at least a little bit.
late
Like, we'll
buy,
definitely
so
watch a little
Stinger
bit,
there,
right?
A few sheriffs. And
It's also
should
taking
be a
place
ton of money
in
on the EG
Austin,
side,
so
given that
it
flawless,
should be
but also
pretty
Jake didn't even buy the previous
time
round.
zone friendly.
Don't know if he will really think about opping here. Probably
Timeout
on the
6.
offensive side, less
Lost
likely
2 in a
than
row.
on the defensive side, but
We're already at
just even
3,300. Yeah, we
building up
are.
a decent
We're flying
bank of
through it.
credits
Not
would be
gonna
pretty
lie.
useful.
3,300 in like 3
It's just
hours.
the fact that again, it is meant to be a little bit of a longer run here for this team. And 100T, they did hold off on their own investment a little bit in that last round. It's not like the Bladestorm was also invested into, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, 100T. This is actually an extremely early timeout.
What is
all
that
things
pasta?
considering that, yeah, they're up 4-2 right now. It's not like EG
What's happening
has
in
put
Austin?
on the absolute best of looks in the early
Counter-Strike
rounds.
major.
But this is still huge. This is still EG, you know, kind of building themselves now and even scaring 100T with only 2 rounds.
I think this is a round where the timeout really says to me, we have a bit of a lead, but we're losing momentum here. EG gained 2 rounds in a row. I started to look good in those rounds, particularly the last one with the flawless.
All right, off back on Cryo.
Saved mostly in that previous round.
I'll
Now
see how he
we're
plays
coming
it.
back to an important gun round, we being 100T.
I want to see
who
Cryo.
need to
Fuck.
now secure round to make sure they're not broke again.
He's playing up.
Xander pushed up beyond the wall.
He
This is a
whiffs.
free
He
kill.
whiffs.
Didn't get it. Wow, Xander.
Damn.
Completely whiffs that.
Damn.
No, that's just ridiculous. Xander missing out on that shot, but more importantly, what a kill coming in from EG. And now this side's completely lost for, you know, the 100T. No way they can fight this immediately with the Viper wall right in front of them, but oh my goodness, EU
Wow.
picking up
The
2
cover.
at the same time.
Wow. Boostio.
Real kill from Boostio. 2 huge kills from Boostio. Still now a 1v2, and this is
Didn't
very
get him.
possible.
Didn't get him.
Superman has a 1-on-2 in front of him, but the Viper's pit is there. Can he isolate a 1-on-1? No, he can't. Boostio doesn't nail his shot either. This is just an awkward situation here for Superman. He's still trying to somehow
Can't pick
isolate
that.
these 2 players from 100T, but they stay connected to one another. They're glued to each other at the moment with the spike right in front of them.
Yeah, 100 Thieves bailing teammates out. Cryo getting flashed. Looked like it was going to be a freebie for EG, but 100 Thieves working as a team there.
They're flanking.
Spike is still on the ground, and 100T are going to
30 seconds left.
back away.
No,
but
they're
play
holding.
together. With the amount of time remaining, as long as Superman can make the cross
He
happen.
can grab
which
bomb. He doesn't know
he
that
had
though.
the toxic screen up, and now he's going to cross with it down. He might need to just activate really quickly.
Last player standing.
Position of eating like my 4-year-old daughter. Wait, really?
I would have assumed it would have been better for him to.
I feel like eating with one knee up is so comfortable.
Maybe that
Not
was
gonna
the
lie.
expectation.
It's not proper, but it's
Maybe
comfortable.
that was the expectation. Maybe that was the expectation where, you know, it's a tell that, you know, hey, the wall goes up and, you know, Shirley is trying to go
I'm
for
like a fucking
swing,
goblin, eh?
and then at that point, somebody else swings out over in the outside to maybe cover his angle. I don't know. I really don't. A lot of different
I'm munching on a
circumstances there at the
breakfast
very end,
burrito.
but
Sure,
yeah, to be honest, it's still a decent effort, right?
It does end up being that, you know, it's clear that.
How do I feel about my Roomy Rumble team? We're winning it all. I have full confidence in us. I'm gonna carry Counter-Strike. Danny's gonna carry League. Ray's gonna carry NBA, and then Yvonne and Cutie are gonna carry us in Trackmania.
High action round.
We're actually
in
locked.
that previous round, but 100 Thieves after the attack timeout, that was a very necessary win for them.
This now leaves EG in this next round. Not exactly at a loss. They have the rifles they need, but in the early round now, they haven't made any attempts over towards the A side. If anything, they've just been trying to deny the information that 100 Thieves have been trying to get deeper into this A main area. But look at the watch for EG and the rest of this map. They're really looking for 100 Thieves to make a misstep.
Look at this is classic EG. This is what everyone says when they talk about slow EG.
Hey.
It's funny because I think the other rounds weren't particularly very slow, but this one right now, they do get the punish. You wanted to see EG get somebody from 100 Thieves maybe pushing up a little bit more, and Cryo bites off a bit more than he can shoot.
30 seconds.
Have a reasonable retake.
They're going B.
Boostio lives here because he does have
KJ's going to hear them, right?
With time running out.
KJ hears us.
A little bit of a longer run coming on in.
Can they deny the plant?
Plant has to happen. Everyone's shifting.
Oh. KJ will.
And even then,
they have to fight off.
EG able to pick up a frag back.
Xander.
Oh, Xander
That's
from
a save.
Snowman
Save.
picks up a couple of big frags.
Xander went crazy. Damn, Xander. He made up for it. Big dono. Holy fuck.
Xander with a rotation and Xander.
Onlyfans.com/Tarik $10, but 3
one of those rounds where not
with
only
$497.82.
grossly slow EG round that was also playing into the most obvious win
What the
condition
fuck?
as well.
What did you empty out your bank account?
They did get the punish on the Cryo, which you will give that credit for. It's
Three's
like,
in the chat. He's in the chat at 3. Thank you, 3.
Pretty decent. But then given
He
that
said
there's
no.
only 30 seconds left to play
Thank
through,
you.
as soon as
That's a
footsteps
big
are
ass
being
donation,
heard,
bro.
and you're
We
not seeing
appreciate you,
movement on
man.
A, it's
Shout
gonna
out.
be B. 100 Thieves knows
Shout
what's
out
up.
to
They're
3 in the
full rotating
chat.
over towards B as well. And the lockdown, really
28
nice
month
in that
sub as
timing
well.
when there's no time to
Damn.
plan. A
W
lockdown
community.
in that position is almost a guaranteed
Thank you so
win.
much. That puts us at
EG have to push to
3,900
destroy the
basically.
lockdown, which is going to reveal positioning for members.
We're already
force them to
there.
awkward situations.
Thank you,
And
man.
100 Thieves have all the time to play through, and EG have none of it
Much
because
love.
too much weight.
Why you need 5K? It's not for me. It's for charity. Save the children. Charity campaign. More information in the link in chat or below the stream.
For that sort of approach from EG to kind of work out,
We're doing a
basically what
fundraiser
happened in the early
for a
rounds.
good
They were able
cause.
to
So
kind
thank
of
you to everyone
pull
who's
in
donated.
A little bit of discontent, maybe 100T with the positions that they were at, with the lack of context that they were getting early on in the rounds.
It was supposed to be 500,
They were
but
able to
crypto
pick
fees
away at
fucked
one
up.
player
You're
that
all
kind of
good, man.
overstretches
Thank you so
their
much.
ankle a little bit, and that's it. You know, EG still successful, but like you said, it was the win conditions. It was what 100
I'm
teams
matching
were playing for
once we
the
hit
whole
5K.
round already. So EG
Put another 5K myself.
On that, and potentially we can see that slow play style start to work out a little bit more. But here comes a Viper Spit coming in from Xander. Xander covers up the main. EG has no angle here.
Early Hunter's Fury. Oh, this is 100 Thieves dumping in all of their ultimates, and it's going to work out in EU's favor here. Nice early kill onto Nature.
So the ult kill off the rip?
Looking very nice in terms of how many members of 100 Thieves are already there. Viper's Pit is not the most comfortable.
That last round was
EG
big
to
for 100
walk
Thieves.
into,
Xander went
particularly now
crazy.
with the lack of one of their initiators. So what is the pacing going to be now for EG? I think middle is going to be actually quite important here. If Ye can get some movement in, destroying turret is going to draw some attention.
Yeah, I would like to think that EG, one of their only options now has to be retaking mid, because yeah, of course the Viper Spit is going to be there for a shutdown of B, but
Boostio?
that
I like
also
this crosshair.
allows whatever other player is playing in
Small.
B to play deep in mid, to play a
Timing!
rotation to A.
Timing!
And there it is, Boostio.
He was just looking
Again,
forward.
deep into B, deep into kitchen. He is able to actually spot Superman. Could have been the 1v1 for Superman, but instead EG lining up for A. It's going to be 3 players here, Apple.
Super just looked the wrong way. Bad
Oh, he's
time.
out.
Boostio catches him out. Then they now know 100 Thieves. There's no possible other angles.
That felt
EG
forced.
can
Nice
come
try.
from with minimal time remaining. Once again, EG forced their way up A without having been able to do too much groundwork for it. And this is one of those EG rounds where, at least in the previous one, where you could say they were slow, but they at least got an opening kill onto Cryo, turned it to 5v4, and then lost to the lockdown. Here, they lose an early member. Couldn't quite get enough done on any part of the map. Weren't interested in pushing into B, which is understandable. You didn't want to walk in towards Viper's Pit, and weren't confident without having the extra util from Nature going
All right,
down.
7-2, 100 Thieves are kind of going crazy. The 2 rounds that EG won, they had to fight for.
Everyone then just has to rush into A, and it's all over. EG are being punished quite heavily here.
Feels like the teams that are coming into the bracket through the original qualifiers are just hotter.
A good angle for Xander, but no way.
They hear him?
That's gonna be Cryo around the corner now, trying to pick away at 1 and 2.
Got out.
But it just doesn't happen.
Okay, 4v5, but Ye's 1
Instead, an
HP.
owl drone right in his
They have
face.
KO ult,
And that's
KJ
all
ult.
EG have wanted for a long time. Some sort of early advantage to recollect your players and just make that last take just that little bit more potent.
They don't know who chose this map? I believe 100 Thieves chose this map.
Ooh,
hot.
The early pick, Cryo under a little bit of pressure, get 30 HP, but he'll get away with his life.
Actually, A is clear.
Maybe equalizing the Jet HPs here a little bit sooner, doing a little bit of
Now they're
traveling on
rotating.
his own, but a ton of ultimates. This is why I think it's
They have no Viper wall.
winnable round. EG, no command, in deep, plenty of post plant options here as well. Lockdown, all
Viper ult.
either is good.
They have KG ult for post too. Do they use it?
Viper spit
Ooh,
up.
scary
Basically
peek.
formation here for EG. EG now needs to just sweep the
Scary peek. He got away with it though. 5v3 should be impossible now.
Again, no longer has that null come in, no longer can get revived if he goes down, but this is 100 Thieves struggling to find an angle on this Viper's Pit. Nobody from EG playing aggressive right now, playing on the extremity
Oh,
of this
fucking
Viper's Pit.
parkour.
Icy, who was trying to play safe in his own spawn, does get spotted out by Boostio.
Boostio's getting athletic in the server.
EG, they
to
play this
save.
one
They got the
out
op probably.
really fundamentally.
100 Thieves will give it away as well.
Cryo sense looks so low.
Be a little bit more healthy
If he
given
has
the
not
72
changed his
scoreline, but
sense, cryo sense
not
is
really feeling that one. I
point
wouldn't be surprised if somebody
3
would take
at
the upgrade
800.
by Cryo. Might be a
Or is it
Suno actually picked that
0.4?
one up,
Fuck.
who's sitting all the way in spawn.
I think it's
but,
0.3.
They should have been able to retain that up, but not interested in the rest of the retake there. And yeah, Asuna definitely was able to retain that very expensive
It used
item.
to be 0.3,
So,
right? Or was
done
it...
by EG this time around, they were able to once again get an early lead in terms of 5v4, but unlike the super slow
Jay
round,
Shun with the
a couple rounds ago,
$5.
this
Howdy
time
with the
they pulled
25.
trigger
Eli with
a
the
little bit
25.
early,
You love
a
it
little
with
bit
the
more
25.
aggressive,
Thank you
changed up
guys.
their timing.
Yo, shout out to the chat, bro. We're almost at 4K right here.
Obvious win conditions, but now
Let's
on the
fucking
attacking
go.
side,
We're about to hit
no
the goal
command
off the
for
rip.
Execute to walk on
We're about to hit the
suppressing
fucking
entire
goal off the rip.
defense
We're gonna keep the charity
into
running through the
either
weekend
the
though.
Viper's Pit or the
So if we go
lockdown,
above and
Viper's
beyond
Pit gets
W's.
played. Icy does die there, which means that if the pit falls for some reason, they don't have the extra util, but it doesn't matter. Didn't end up being the difference maker, and they get the round.
And you're still looking at 100 Thieves continuing to switch.
I love how
up
chat
that
puts their
A
sense in there.
approach
You're not him,
once
little bro.
Again, some sort of deep
I mean,
contact. they
I
like to
really
get.
think
They're
sense
really
is just
relying
comfort.
on the Sova.
I
They're
think
really
you can
just
be good
relying
on any
his
sense,
utility
truthfully.
potentially to try to catch off EG.
Yeah,
With
sure,
early
certain
recon
senses
that is
have
so
pros and
important
cons.
against EG. You have no idea where this slow,
But you
slow
play to your
approach is
own
coming
strengths
from.
and weaknesses and
But
what's
it
your
is
comfort
EG
zone.
that
So
gives off a
if
little
a higher
bit of an
sense
early
feels
tell.
good for you, you
100
can make
Thieves,
it
they
work.
bite
If a
down
lower
on it.
sense
They have
feels
3
good to you, you
players
can
in
make
the
it
back
work.
lane now because of it.
Yeah, both teams are kind of lacking on info here, and EG is feeling that.
But I do think that
To the
taking
point
a
where they
pro
feel like
player's
they need
sense
a lockdown and play with Jaeger
and trying to
down,
use
that
it
is
as like a starting point, or like
First of
because
all,
you're
the player
inspired by
you would
them,
like
or you
to
think they have good
alive,
aim, it's a
and
good
more
place to
importantly,
start.
You
So
don't
you can just
expect
see
a
like
player
how it
to
feels
do
for
also
you.
that when you are offensively locking down.
I think this is looking hard, bro, for EG this round.
They didn't even get site control of the lockdown.
Viper's on B, by the way.
Yeah, no spike
Can they even go
play
back?
with that
They
lockdown.
can.
I mean, that lockdown is so
Can Cryo cut them
huge.
off?
100
Cryo can
Thieves
cut them off? No,
easily
he's gonna be worried about
step
the
back
lurk.
into sight. And yeah, this is gonna be a little bit cheeky here. From,
Oh,
my goodness.
shit,
my goodness.
he's looking at radar?
This is surely gonna be a little bit cheeky from EG. The fact
Inspire
that they have
mentioned.
somebody over towards B side already, but that is
Cryo smells it.
tragic.
He already knows the potential of the flank is there, and that's exactly what is happening. I don't think Superman's going to push.
The
He's
problem with
just given the
Superman's spot is they're going to be so
opportunity for
aware.
nature to plant, but reminder,
I'm
nature's
guessing
no
100
issue.
Thieves
That looks
retake
like 5
all
less
5
HP.
or all 4
So you
together,
essentially have one
like
unknown
4-1.
player in Super, and
They shouldn't
then
split
it's
up.
Nature, who has planted
They should
on
not
B,
split
but
up.
there's just nothing to work through. Super has to be the last
Right? Or 3-1-1
Scan?
maybe?
That
3-1-1's
recon
not
didn't catch
bad.
him. No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Oh, wow.
Wait.
That should be a free kill.
They
but
checked
is
that?
it enough? It's still 2v5. Even if he only gets
Still
one
so
kill.
safe. Okay. No, he got him. Superman, he can work
that
from
Molly
here.
good?
4v2, but again, nature so low.
Oh, the
Here comes
flank from
verticality.
Boostio,
It
so
works
good.
onto
5
Superman,
HP, it's
and now
impossible,
it's only
bro.
Nature. Nature has a wingman to try to take down.
Nice
and
shot.
somehow gets another headshot.
Damn.
But Asuna
Dart missed, yeah.
forces the headshot onto Nature.
I think it
That
also
is
depends on your
gonna be
playstyle. If you play duelist,
that
you
is
play
gonna be
higher
100
sense.
Thieves continuing to stomp
Well,
on
not
this
necessarily
defensive
true,
side.
because Demon 1 was
There's
playing
not enough
duelist
numbers.
with
I
like,
think it was
or no,
more
Ye
like
was
a
playing
2v4.
duelist with like 0.23.
Definitely a 2v3.
Wasn't he?
You're like, that is a nice
No, he's playing.
opportunity for 100 Thieves. 100% EG to swing back around. That was
Yeah,
looking pretty dire.
0.23,
but
wasn't it?
Too low HP on Nature.
I feel like there's been pros that have done it on
Superman
both
probably
sides.
needed more than one. Obviously, we're asking a lot there, but in that situation,
Oxy plays
it's do or
0.23.
die.
Really?
You
I didn't know
don't
that.
have anything else to use the one unknown player, which means you're probably going to be able to
Demon
get
1
a
sense is
kill
slow too, but I don't know if he changed
versus
it.
5,
I forgot what Demon
and
1
there's only
sense was.
1/5 of the
Oh
team
no,
with
wasn't it a
4 else alive.
0.27?
After that, it's just
Might have
a
been
numbers game that's
0.27.
way too much.
It was 0.27. You're right, Chelsea.
Cryo not getting ticked. He's still gonna have a couple of opportunities here. He has Xander right next to him, but Xander, realistically, he's just gonna be here to
I'm actually kind of hooked on playing lately. It would have been fun to play,
try
but
covering the gaps. It doesn't
this
work
has been
out.
fun. done.
Yay!
The grind ranks.
Strikes out Cryo. 3 players remaining here. 400
Yeah, he's got
Daves.
owned.
but this is finally a confident round coming out from EG.
He's heating up.
Unfortunate that this sort of round is out on the very last
That's half. 8-4, not bad, because they kind of got owned.
Take it in terms of confidence. EG wakes up a little, pulls themselves together. A flawless 4th round going into the second half, but they have a lot of work to do on the defensive side of
4K reached. Audrey with the $10. Thank you. Kirsty with the 5. Thank you. Haroon with the 25. Thank you. Anonymous with the 27. Thank you guys. Shout out. Shout out in the chat. We're on a break. I was radiant yesterday for exactly 1 hour and then I lost it. But this is good that I deranked because I missed the screen. So tomorrow, or not tomorrow, whenever I play next, I don't know when that is. I'll get the screen. If I can build an NA roster, everyone is available with Potter as the coach. Who am I picking? I don't know. I need the players' names in front of me, but the thing is, like, half of it is like figuring out the best players in the best roles, and then half of it is figuring out, will these guys get along? Like, that is also half of it. Can these guys work together? So I don't think it's that clean cut, just best players, but maybe the best players figure it out. Here we go. Well, that's loud as fuck.
The slow and methodical takes of Evil Geniuses doesn't exactly break through 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves breaks out of that defensive side with an 8-4 lead going into the second. My name is Upmark, joined here by Avril here for the Esports World Cup. It is the second semifinal of our day. And again, EG, they're looking for a strong start here on this defensive side. They need a strong start if they want to hold on to this map 1.
Yeah, 4-0 for 100 Thieves is not the greatest for EG on the opposite end, but EG was
big pistol for both, really.
Look strong on their final round. You even said it before we went to break. It's a good finish for them. It's a strong ending, but kind of wishing you saw a little bit more.
So many super teams have failed in the past. Yeah, I agree. They have.
But now EG, let's see how their defense
super team does not guarantee results.
They are really just
need to have an idea
the situation
or a
here,
system.
really holding hands. 2 players here in the back of A, you know, tightly together. Yay, just monitoring the situation. But EG, they're really looking for a bit of a surprise here whenever 100 Thieves marks out one of these players, and there you go. It's one of these players, but do they expect the second? There goes the
got
flash.
stopped.
Yay is able to pick up one.
Good counter util. Ye's going crazy. We can't see it though.
Yay, 100 Thieves, they still
Kind
have
of
3,
sucks.
but they're already so
the cursor,
low.
sorry.
EG have already shredded this team.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive toxin screen completely
3v5.
100 Thieves, and Ye cutting down 2 of those members as well. Now the jig is up. Time is fairly low at this point. Nature in a brilliant spot. He'll get a freebie here. You would imagine he does.
In the crossfire.
A bit of health for that
2v4.
It's just cool that around the corner, EG, they have 2 other options there to help out.
Try.
Now,
all right, we might have a game on. Might have a game, no joke.
100 Thieves, not a bad look. But Evil Geniuses looking pretty strong. Finally,
guys, please.
A bit of a positive look.
Please be civil.
Yeah, it is just a pistol round. Not much to really mark on. It's just the fact that EG,
I almost said it, I know.
now have the obvious opportunity to knock on a couple of rounds, take off that advantage from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, outlaw round coming through from Ye as well, so he obviously has shown up across the board, 15 and 10, double digits on his
Am I watching
team.
the next game tonight?
And for EG, early lead here.
Maybe. Is it tonight?
They're not that far behind. A 4 and 8.
Might watch it on my phone, dude.
2 in a row here.
It's at 5 p.m. What do you mean tonight? That's just in like 2 hours.
Very nicely closed the gap as 100 Thieves want to go for the same A play again.
This is an hour and a half, bro.
100 Thieves probably could have gone away with a bit more if they weren't just spotted out. A bit of a sneaky peek from EG.
Oh, it's 8 p.m. East, that's true.
It was just a player being spotted.
Honestly, I might give it a look later. Like 3rd quarter, 4th quarter.
Gonna allow for Ye around the corner to maybe
I gotta start watching fucking, what do you call it, tape for my NBA 2K gameplay. Derek's going crazy, but we're not seeing it. Sad. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, when I was a pro, one of the things I used to really enjoy doing is watching back the matches, the VODs. and seeing like the rounds I played really well in particular. Obviously I had to watch the mistakes too, but the rounds you played really well, and then like the chat going crazy. So I feel like it kind of sucks that like we don't have their POVs at all. We have no idea. I think EU got an ace last half, and I think we saw 2 kills.
EG, or rather that 100 Thieves are once again
Self-glazed myself, 100%, bro. 100% I went back in the VODs to watch my like fucking highlights.
Obviously that last round wasn't anti-eco, but still a very clean anti-eco.
What were my thoughts when I reviewed Overpass? I skipped that one.
And 100 Thieves on their own buy run, not exactly switching things up, right? Still going over towards that A side. And EG, it's not like we've seen aggression from them, but on a gun run like this, you might expect
bonus,
a
right?
little bit more proactivity.
Yeah.
A rush over towards B main, or at least a flank from B main might be anticipated. But 115 left, 100 Thieves. They're still very slow here on A.
Well, Ye's already rotated, so EG once again are sniffing it out. It's 3 A's in a row. This time there's slightly less members here because 100 Thieves, or rather EG, are thinking there's no way 100T go A 3 times in a row. There's still enough time to cancel this one and maybe push over towards B because you have Xander moving up a little bit higher down.
They're getting picked apart. Oh, flash.
Now it looks like they're gonna have to
big fight on B with Viper. Oh, Xander's dead. This is falling apart. They have to go A now.
Impressive. They're coming out from the Spectre.
I mean, they could double back to B, but it's hard.
From nature on the Spectre.
What even happened here? He just got picked
for EG, but here comes EU around the corner.
Oh, that off angle is hitting.
He has nobody with util. He has nobody behind him, but there goes finally the
flash.
from the Killjoy.
Got both. Derek, Asuna.
But not able to get the second.
Ooh, Boosty.
No shot. What a shot from Boostio. Icy's been here the whole time. He just needs a body shot and it works. And Boostio, it's the same thing. Just a body shot and it works out. And indeed, he's able to snag both.
Looking a little bit tricky in there though.
Right.
Decent.
I'm not gonna lie, if you don't know that I'm doing a charity donation, the counter on the left could be misleading. It looks like I'm raising money for myself, low key, no?
As Icy and Superman.
Now that I think of
Keep it chill. EG 3 in a row. This is like the opposite.
It looks like I'm raising money for myself, bro.
4 in a row for 100 Thieves, now 3 in a row for EG.
I need to put a banner.
Looking poised to make that for themselves, as you're not going to have any money online. EU's even looking over towards Marshall here, which I'm not too sure if he's going to really be able to compete with that. Guardian online for Cryo. And an equalization of score 8 and 8 would be a very comfortable look for EG.
Yeah, to say the damn least, because yeah, like you were saying, very good start from 100 Thieves, but realistically for the rest of that first half, EG were able to take it tit for tat, you know, able to at least keep the scoreline at least relatively tight for the remaining rounds left in that first half. And now EG,
it's kind of ugly,
on
but
this side just stomping away. Definitely
it's
impressive.
like not cropped properly and shit.
Thieves.
What do I need for it to not have a background? A PNG image?
Look at the read here. This time EG is like, okay, they're not going to do A 4 times in a row. They failed it 3 times in a row. This time we're going to put members over towards B instead, heavily so.
JPEG?
Killjoy utility on towards A.
How do I search for a PNG?
Now they're getting a little bit worried.
Tools.
EG are considering that maybe they're leaving A, you know, full retake might not be the best.
Fuck, I don't even know.
As 100 Thieves
search PNG.
Kind of slow their movement quite a bit. It's almost like they're doing more of an EG style of playing more of the slow waiting game.
Right.
Working up with a massive blob of players very slowly, and now walking in. Here we go.
And it just works out onto Superman at the bare minimum.
You guys going crazy, fuck.
Superman stays alive to get
wait, he's just heating the fuck up.
Wonderful from Ye.
I'm not gonna lie, they're heating up.
But that is Ye coming into play once again.
I wouldn't be surprised if
now this one is just the text, you can't see
this
it.
This is going to be the buy round now for
why is the text
100T.
like that?
4 rounds down, and they need to heavily think about what they're going to do in what is going to be their second gun round, but a very important one for Economy because they're just being completely snowballed by EG right now. So this was, by the way, if you actually look at the first half here, this is the round that EG came back on 4-0, and then EG gets 2. Now it's 4-0 for EG in the first 4 rounds. Can 100 Thieves get their 2 back?
Can 100
I need the text to be in like white.
Basically do the exact same thing and push things to an overtime is basically what Avril is saying. Avril wants more Valorant. I'm proud of you, man. You've been around Valorant for you know, a little bit of time. It's good to see that you still like, you know, the old competitive Valorant. But here comes EG, trying to give us some competitive Valorant indeed over towards Kitchen.
EG are firing, bro.
Xander. So a lot more work over towards side. The 4 players from 100T on the front side, but no util to cover up Yay over towards Snowman. It still works out for Cryo to get himself a frag, but 2 players here for EG, covering the backside of site. 100T,
he's
have
dead.
advantage of sight, but EG, they have everything surrounded at the moment. It's still such a fragile
He died trying to save his
situation for
teammate.
EG, but there you go. Thrash works
That
alongside
sucks.
Cryo,
They know he's Snow.
and now it's a 1v3.
Yeah, there was
Dash?
coming through from Arsenal.
What?
Derek! Oh my goodness.
Wait, there's no way, right?
Derek in position now, 1 versus 1. Sova versus Sova. Dart has been played through, but it has been taken down. This peak is gonna be it. Guns out or not. EU's position is known. The time game is here. EU just wants to run. He wants to bleed the timer down.
Nice
and
try.
Derek is desperately
Chasing is hard. You can't chase him if he saw you, I feel like. Nice try, though. Nice
Should
try.
have the round locked in, knows what the game
If he saw you and you try chasing, it's too hard because he just runs. He gets away.
Needing to get this round back in, it will cost him his life, but they get the round.
And EU is having a life game during this one. EU, so many clutch plays. I mean, you had the ace a little bit earlier on, but that one was just clutch. He's had some fundamental frags throughout this game. It's still keeping 100 Thieves in the game.
You played that well?
9-8.
Yeah, bring around the Rosie.
But again, such a
Classic
fragile
play.
situation where 100 Thieves.
Who's been going crazy on 100 Thieves? Probably Cryo, right?
Asuna to come up with that ultimate in the last second for that to work.
On my mom's life, I will do a Viper's cosplay. Thanks for the $3.
They got the Thrash, opened up
Everyone who donated, thank you. Anonymous, thank you.
Got the detain. They were massively hit. Derek pulled it back in EG's favor and brought it
I already
down
did a
to
Viper cosplay. Don't look at me.
Single 1 versus 1 that was decided by time. So 100 Thieves precarious because, man, they could not have afforded for Derek to clutch up there.
Too suppressed.
Oh. So
Now 100T, they're really taking their time here on A once again. Wall up in the front from the Viper, but the Aldron is able to spot out Yay. Yay goes into a bit of a different position. It's
pop
gonna be
here.
on
Let's see how they
Cryo
do it.
to take on the one-on-one against the Jet. He might even updraft right into the crosshair of Yay, if anything. It's a little bit difficult. Wall goes up. Here comes the approach from 100T. Nobody on EG yet with the
Nature!
Gets 3 players, but only able to actually get the kill onto 2. Boostio does take down Superman.
Show me Boostio or show me EU. Show me an attacker.
They can recollect.
Oh, flank,
and like
flank,
you said,
flank.
Flank coming in.
Oh,
and these players,
God.
they can just chill as that
He's
flank comes
dead.
in.
Well, yeah, he's certainly chilling here. Boostio cops the back end.
That's it.
Oh, that operator shot. Icy activated.
EG are
EU has
fighting.
no clue what
EG
is
are
happening
fighting,
there with the
Prius.
flank.
What's up, man?
EG, patience is a virtue here. What brilliant shots we saw from
Hot
him.
take,
Multi-fragging
Wingman should die if
the
Gecko
operator.
dies.
This is El Diablo in
Honestly,
action.
fair.
EG now 9-9. It
They
looked
definitely
like 100 Thieves were
chose to
maybe
make it
getting
this
a little bit of
way.
momentum back, but in the first 6
But I
rounds
kind of
here,
agree.
it's
Like, that would
5-1,
make
and
more
That
sense.
one that 100 Thieves got, like I said in the last round, it was one that they almost didn't.
It would
even
definitely
win.
be a
And
nerf,
when
too.
they did win, EU still dies anyway, and now
But
they're
then
straight
should
back
Gecko
into
die if
the
Wingman
code.
dies? Just kidding. No,
Looking
but
like
I think
EG might just
it
run away
does
with
make
this one.
sense.
10
But yeah,
should be more
they
than
intentionally made it
locked
this
in
way.
for EG.
I guess they
Hitting
wanted
double
to make sure it
digits.
was getting used.
So 100 Thieves, again, they need to find a way to buy themselves back in once they get the guns in the following round. But for now, looking at how and if EG can win this one clinically.
No, hey, this Observer's doing a shit job. I'm not even mad because I feel like it's hard. I mean, the last Observer was doing better, I would argue, maybe. But I'm not even mad because it looks like it's pretty hard. Sure, like, there's some small situations that could be better, but it's fine.
Just to try to
I don't know.
make their way into the middle of A.
This is also fucked because we don't have UI anyway. So it's like already
They
fucked.
didn't know at all that EG basically abandoned the site. Now EG, they've gotten a
Prius said
little
OBS has
bit of
delay
a
swapping
second
POVs.
idea, a little bit of a
That's
second
fucked if that's
thought
true.
that these players are
What do
going
you mean
into
delay
A.
swapping
There goes the
POVs?
lockdown.
You
EG,
swap the
they
POV and
bring
it takes a
back
while for it to
all this
show?
down.
Nature kills Boostio. That's another situation where you would like to see a little bit more success out of the offensive lockdown. Hunter's Fury in as well.
Wait, Molly
From
kill.
100 Thieves, and they're losing more. Again, they're the team that are throwing in ultimates.
Oh,
Yet they
good cover.
are dropping members. At least the plant comes on through.
This is a half buy for 100
that much
Thieves,
to work
but
through. Again, they have no weapons
why did
here.
Nature run through like that?
But the sheriff,
Imagine.
this is unbelievable.
Cryo
EU.
1v2 is big.
with a sidearm, able to get himself
Can they
two
res?
frags. Cryo covering his back. He has
Definitely
a Guardian.
not.
Could be able to potentially find a pick or two. He has the lineup behind
Wow.
him. He got him.
No way.
He knows he's aware of the
Needs a
push.
single bullet. No, actually,
Is it
Icy,
halved?
2 bullets remaining here for Icy to try to take him down, but Cryo just needs 1 bullet.
Why did he knew?
But Cryo,
Damn, he
there's
like,
the bullet
I
he
don't know.
needed.
I don't know.
Bullets
Kyle
ahead
did
of
well.
Icy, and he
But
wins out the
Icy
round
dropped
for
it a little
100T.
bit. I don't like how he peeked
100
him.
Thieves come through with a huge
Damn,
round.
it's just
from
hard.
Icy.
It's pressure. That was
My
pressure,
goodness,
low key. That was low key pressure.
Really should not have gone wrong for EG, considering the numbers that they
That's a
still had in there,
fucking
the
throw
early
from
picks
EG.
that they had,
That was a
and
throw.
Alpara's the one that's gonna time
She
out
paused
like,
right away.
what
That
the
was a
hell just
throw.
happened? That was our
That was a
round.
throw.
How did
This
we
is a good
lose that
pause.
one? We had an early lead. Double ultimates being dropped on 100 Thieves, and 2 members from 100 Thieves dying when they are offensively ulting. They put down the lockdown. They
You're
threw
good,
in the 100's
Moogle.
Fury, and
You could have
they
said
were
what
the
up,
ones
but don't worry about it,
dropping their
man. Hope you
members.
had fun.
And yet EG are still not able to close it out. And in the 1 versus 1,
At Escaris. Anytime someone whiffs now,
viewing
at
himself maybe
Escaris.
slightly too early there, allowing Busio to just get that 1v1 cleaned up versus Icy.
I should shave, bro. Beard's getting long. Bro, my beard is not long at all right now.
Seems very
I'm
clear,
really
but
trying
it's
to grow it
not like,
out.
again,
Because I
It's
shaved.
not like we haven't seen the early rounds just go right for EG.
It's
again.
literally not
Yes,
even
they
close to
battled
long. I'm about to
back
grow that shit the
against
fuck out.
lockdown, somehow able to make their way into the middle of that site. But that's the great thing about this 100T team. There's a lot of great individuals on this team. You call upon them in the right moments, and I mean, you basically have a combination of 5 players who can dig a team out of a very, very bad run. It's just talent
oh
here
my
for
God.
100T really working out in some of these rounds. What's up?
Not gonna lie, I'm getting a haircut
was
today,
it?
and
That
I'm
was
hoping to
Eco. They
God
had
this match ends before then.
guns, actually.
We
They
should
had
be
some
fine.
armor and, like, a
We'll figure it out.
shield. So
Yeah.
there's a humongous thrifty on top of everything else. If 100 Thieves needed anything to buy back in,
Get a mullet?
that was it.
Think I can rock that or not?
Somehow, unbelievable that was an eco, but still.
Mullet is where it comes out the back like a tail, right? Or no?
Finally going up over towards that B site. We've consistently seen them over towards A, at least in the early
Or is that when
rounds.
it's just a V in the
Aldrin
back?
comes out, but this is going to allow Ye now to step up a bit.
It's a tail, yeah.
He hears a whole lot of util, and still doesn't show face
Business
just
in front,
yet.
party in the back. I don't think I have enough hair for a
EG made
mullet.
the right call. Read this correctly, and Superman is required like a book.
Oh my God.
One way to block out any sort of reapproach, and Ye will even pick up a free Xander on top of everything else. EG, tactical pause, talked about it, knew they were in the lead, knew that they kind of fumbled that one a little bit. Very winnable round versus an eco. Now this time,
I get my haircut twice a month. If I'm on top of my shit, no joke, I get a haircut every 2 weeks.
It looks like EG gonna
Rich
have to play
flex.
for a retake here.
But, like, I don't even think it's a rich flex. I think that's the way to do it. Get a fade every 2 weeks.
By the guidelines of 100 Thieves I've seen so far in this game. 3v5, but they have full advantage of this site. And the Gecko ulti could go pretty big here and trying to isolate a player or two. But
How much am I paying? In LA, it's a disgusting amount. I won't even share it.
Mentality really comes in. Boostio with the line of sight over into mid. Doesn't spot anyone just yet. This shock dart's important. It doesn't hit the lockdown though. 100 Thieves needed to back out. Again, they only have the Gecko to utilize here in terms of the ultimate, but the Thrash has to go in somehow onto the spike. The Thrash going in. Thrash denying the spike at the moment, but Icy with a big kill on the Boostio. Asuna coming in. Big Dizzy. Asuna 1v5. Can he do it? Asuna
He almost trigger
gets
bot.
3 kills out of the 5, and it works out still at the end from EG. But Asuna almost aligning the stars for an unbelievable 1v5.
He would have to have gotten an ace there to save the day for 100 Thieves, and we would
Hey
nearly
Tara,
believe it
starting
as
my
well.
my new work
Dizzy
next
killing
Monday.
him
Any
too, but
tips?
just
I'm
too
as
many
awkward
members
as you, little bro.
alive. Remember, it was a 5 versus 3 retake, and I'm going to say it, if EG lose another 5v3.
I mean, bro, you just gotta be yourself. At the end of the day, that's all you could do, no? You can only be the best version of yourself. Wait, you just fucking throw a tray at me, by the way?
100 Thieves made EG work for it. Very nice.
You can only be the best version of yourself. If you're trying to be someone else, it's not gonna come off authentically.
Giving up.
That's it, dude.
Basically entirely, and it cost them a lot to get that done.
And if that don't work,
And with the pistols out, couple pistols out.
One hero.
you try and be me. Fuck it. I mean, you can have my personality.
Basically,
Fuck
all
it.
5 weak here for 100 Thieves, trying to step into this A site. And EG Yeah, no, they do put out a bit of a contact here, but this crossfire from Ye is the biggest one, and Ye still guarantees himself a frag in that situation, but that's huge. Look at the
Wait, this is a thrifty. This is a thrifty.
Off the hero rifle onto Ye, and now
Thrifty potential. You saw him backside. You saw both. How do you get the kill? Ooh, ice. 1v1 again. Same players. Same players. Same situation. Oh fuck! Is it planted for belt? It's planted safe or open. He thinks Cryo is close.
Falling off was so huge there for Cryo.
He's going
now
across.
He could be anywhere, but is Cryo ready? He wasn't icy on the
brother. No, come on. Okay, the ropes have to be changed. The ropes have to be looked at. The ropes have to be looked at.
Sure, they won the round, but luckily it was still very close. They nearly lost to an eco from 100 Thieves again. EG are winning these, but man, is it just costing them so much in a 1v1. Nice smarts from Icy to say, I don't think he's going to check above. I don't think he's going to have crosshair on ropes, and this is my opportunity, and it absolutely worked.
Oh man, we saw this situation a little bit earlier too, where the team on top at 11 to 10
I'm not gonna lie, that's insane.
They were still low on youth.
There's no replays, chat.
Economy. So
he killed him on the fucking rope from hella far.
Loses that round out, they have to eco on the 11 to 11,
like move the
basically giving that next round to the other team, basically giving a 12 to 11 comeback a little bit. This is scary, scary stuff for EG at the moment. Even though, of course, they do have the bye, even though they're on top, it's still scary.
I hear someone's sirens in the back. Is everything okay?
In these last few rounds, man, has been standing out a lot to me. Definitely pulling through in very remarkable situations.
You guys remember my New York apartment? Every 5 minutes, scatter.
Close enough for 100 Thieves to.
My New York apartment was nice. I kind of.
Generated from
I mean,
first half.
it's just a different time.
EG now
it was a nice
has
apartment
confirmed
though.
11 to 10. Zex calling the timeout here for the bye on 100 Thieves after what was nearly another thrifty win. 2 thrifty wins on this side would have been incredible for them, but happy to have the money finally.
I miss New York.
And us
but I like LA too.
This will be I believe this is at least.
You don't have to lie. LA blows. It doesn't blow.
The half so far.
It's different.
Usually important stuff here in 100 Thieves. They switch up their approach on what is
different equal bad. That's not true.
Ye's
not everyone's
alone.
Gone, but.
Yeah, no, again, it's just Ye here on this.
I think I'll move back to New York after a few years. If I was to settle down somewhere between New York and LA, I would choose New York. But maybe that's because what I'm used to. I think New York is better than LA.
They still have a player too who
as a place to live.
They still have a Viper's Pit. They still have a Hunter's Fury to utilize.
It could just be what I'm used to.
It's going to be huge potentially in this round. But scary to see.
LA is cool too, don't get me wrong.
Maybe they're waiting for a little bit more of an important round, or Superman's lining up for it as we speak.
I think New York is better.
What happens? Okay, Superman gets the Viper's Pit out, has basically delayed 100 Thieves by about 30-40 seconds here.
10-11.
But they're still going for A. They're still going for the Viper's Pit. They're still going for the plan. Nature on the front side with the KO, with the flash, not going to be able to get anything. But the spike down off of the wingman. All 5 are still alive. Icy finally with an interaction onto Cryo. Icy gets taken away at the same time. Everyone's just hiding behind these Viper's Pits. But the Hunter's Fury coming in.
What a Giga Chat ult.
But still nobody gets spotted. Derek did get some.
What the fuck's happening in the Viper ult?
2 players in the middle of a Viper's Pit for 100 Thieves.
Hunter's Fury got 1 single tag but did not disrupt the plant itself. Double pit in play, but the plant is there. That's the most important thing because Nature find contact.
Oh my.
The barrel was spotted, but Xander couldn't turn in time. It's looking good for EG. Nature
played too scared.
With the 2 pickups.
Arguably, I don't know.
It'll be enough for EG to put themselves onto map point of 100 Thieves. It's another close, heartbreaking round.
It was my first ever job, bro. Believe it or not, I've never had a real job. My first job was pro gamer at 17.
It was a really nice approach
17, 18.
To have the gusto to say, you know what, there is a defensive.
I know, it's crazy.
We're fully committed on towards A.
We believe you. But the thing is, I always say I would have liked to have a real life work experience, but I feel like I'm not a fucking dickhead, so it's alright.
Completely honest, which I will
like,
be, a lot of failed A attempts from 100 Thieves.
Just to know how it is, but I'm
again.
Quite.
They're gonna end this map the way
I think grounded is the word I'm looking for.
One suppressed.
Early knife getting a bit of information, very important piece of information. Why would the KJ be in that angle? Yay. Still looking for a little bit more here. Finds
I
one
think.
on the other side, and with the smoke up, he
Could be
dashes
wrong.
away immediately. But that is still a kill onto Tarik.
Oh my God. It's match point EG, by the way.
The 100 Fury of EU is working out.
3v2.
He has been cleared up completely by 100 Thieves, thanks to the ultimate and thanks to the aggression of EG.
Got a couple of unknown players here as well. Site looks free for 100 Thieves as Xander activates. IC has no clue. Xander was all the way there, but similarly, we are looking on the other side. The final.
Maybe OT again. All these maps have been so
onto
close.
EG to get it all done. Super. 100 Thieves have no clue where he is, but at this point,
Tarik working
Super's
the
not
desk job.
working
Like,
too
I
much.
crunched the
He
numbers for you, no?
Also is aware that Xander is somewhere on the map, and both of our lurking Vipers are causing
Do I hire people
problems
to
for
do
each
work
other.
for me?
The
Yeah.
time is the issue here. What is Super
Yeah, I
gonna
guess I
do
kind of have
about
my
this
business
1v3?
with what I do, but it's not the
really
same.
committing.
It's not the
So
same as
nothing
like
is the
stocking
answer. So
shelves or
yeah,
working as a
exit
cashier,
maybe. Hold on to the rifle.
which I feel like,
That's the best you can do in 100 Thieves.
yeah, it's hard work, man. It's hard work.
Not,
Like, I know. The real jobs are fucking hard as
yeah,
shit.
no, they're going to have 3 players alive. It's not to say, though, Superman does get 2
It's
kills here. I mean, it
very
is
hard.
still really hard for this team to be able to rebuy. But, oh, okay, 1 goes down, so still technically not out of the realm of possibility. But, okay, 11 to 12, we've done it again. Our second map to make it all the way the distance here in regulation. But EG
had a gun, pretty sure.
Respect your own job too, man. Fake reacting is difficult. Thanks, bro.
100 Thieves. Cryo does have the knives
Type
here in
shit.
this important round.
Yeah, so it was a little bit awkward that Boostio died with his gun in hand.
All right, 11-12.
Storm, as mentioned.
We're
Yeah,
come
so
all the
EG,
way.
though, they're hurting a lot more. 2 players will not have guns. No command is going to be there, though.
Honestly, you streamers have been brainwashed into
This is now
saying
gonna
that
be
real
a
jobs
very
are
heavy
easy as shit
presence
too. They just
from
don't pay
EG
as
as
much.
They've basically caught on. They know it's
W
going
rage
to be A
bait.
more than likely. It's been A almost every round. Of course, it would be kind of funny if this was the round that 100 Thieves are like, you know what? It's actually going to be B. But for EG, they would rather play the retake on B than give away A again. So here it is.
At the bare minimum, try to cover up a shot or 2 and try to back out, regather, and immediately retake with the rest of your team. Again, it's going to have to come down to whether or not they can get the 1 or 2 isolated
My
frags
brother works in
onto
the line of
100 Thieves.
construction, and he had
Can
me
it
come out
happen?
one day
Nature,
in the
he's
fields
sharking
to
for
like
it.
experience it.
Nobody steps in through this
And
wall.
that's when
There
I knew I
goes
fucked up.
Cryo not getting spotted just yet. Ye found his 1. Ye found his 1. What about the rest of EG? Nature, he's still thinking about going forward. There goes a
Woo!
flash. And this is now kills going towards
Impact.
100 Thieves. EG,
4v3.
they still keep pressing on the gas pedal.
Damn, they're going
and they
OT.
are getting punished for it. Xander with a 3rd. Cryo with his own frag. EG from advantage to complete disadvantage in the round. It is now down once again to Superman in a 1v4. He's going to start it off right. Big kill onto Boostio. A lot more to go.
Nah, it's OT for sure.
He has no clue where anyone is. He is looking healthy.
Did me and my brother play CS together? Yeah.
100 Thieves know
I
where
got
he
into CS because
is.
of him.
EG just couldn't slow it down enough for Super to
Back
come
in the
it's
day
high
at the
low.
LAN centers?
But only Xander needs to pop on in. Xander for 4 this round. Absolute brilliance being shown.
Overtime.
And for 100 Thieves to be, look at me, how many rounds they lose. It ends up being an equal 8-4, back into an 8-4. But man, it was so difficult for this 100 Thieves team to break on
12-12.
back. And how many times did they lose out on A? And even in a situation when EG make the right call, they know it's going to be A again because it's always been A. They still can't hold on.
Did you watch my stream, my brother?
Nature pops in an ult command.
Probably not that much,
Can't
bro. He's
slow
got
them down
kids.
enough. Only had a stinger in hand, but
He's got little babies,
was
so
hoping at least the suppression, the potential, the res there could have been
if he's
enough.
on his PC, he's probably trying to
Super
get in
just
2
couldn't
hours of
activate in
gaming.
time to save the team, and a
He's probably
1v4
trying to
is just
squeak
too
in
many
2
members
hours of
to try and
gaming.
chew through.
He ain't watching me,
Now
bro.
we move on to overtime. It's going to be Xander on the front side to take on 3 contacts. Back over towards B main.
All right,
He's holding on
first
pretty
round
strong.
OT.
Wall on the front side of everyone here. He is going to get revealed by the recon dart, and nobody else from 100 Thieves really responding to this. It's just a bit of a contact back over towards B main, a readjustment of position for Xander. Everyone else from 100 Thieves waiting for yet another piece of information here for the rest of EG, or for the rest.
I'm looking to get 2 hours of gaming with all the watch
exactly
parties.
right,
I know.
EG.
There's
But
too many watch
that
parties. No
recon was
joke.
huge. They pick
That's
up
a
2
lot,
players
man.
over in B main, and now the rotation comes in. Here comes a 1v1. Yay! Takes out Xander,
Damn.
but the rotation's
What
already
an
in for
entry, bro.
100 T. They have 2 players in the long range.
Xander's been like hot and cold. Like he'll have a round where he gets an
Still
insane
contested
3K,
as well.
and then the next round he'll be like
Possible
first dead.
something late to
It's
happen
tough.
Here, Ye is drawing a lot of attention over. Good timing on the toxin screen to say Ye, save Ye's life. And now over towards mid. It's a free one for Cryo, and he'll get out.
That's a big pick.
No
4v4.
problems there.
They know Viper's here.
Super Looking to respond.
He's gonna get flanked. He got flanked.
His position is
3v3.
as well. Cryo will clean him up.
They're going blow for blow.
Finally coming on through for the 3v3. Retake in hand for 100 Thieves.
Oh, what?
The fight
Why does this dude always get these ridiculous kills, man?
And that would have been a big advantage here for EG, but they still
Wait,
hold on to a tie.
1v1 where?
1v1 once again with a trade coming out immediately.
Above.
Nature
Above.
versus Boostio. Nature.
IGO versus IGO.
Boostio on top.
Ooh, shoot his body, Boosty.
13-12.
Shoot it!
Once again,
don't teabag him once. Teabag him if you're not a pussy. You teabag him if you're not a pussy.
Go high, he probably won't check it. To 50-50.
Damn. He's like, this is my pattern, by the way. This is my combo right here. Taste the combo. Taste the combo, bitch. He showed him his combo, literally. This is how I shoot.
Snowman was going to be the difference maker. It nearly was, but we finally get to that final 1v1. Boostio holds on.
My arms are looking small. Leave me alone.
From EG.
I didn't go today, no. But tomorrow.
If they don't pull through.
Man,
I just want to point out, I don't wear tank tops because I'm like more jacked now. I used to wear tank tops when I was scrawny as fuck. I wear it because it's comfortable.
Still 3 players on site.
It's good for aerodynamics of my fucking arms when I'm flicking that shit.
Still somehow covering a trade at the exact same time. A lot to worry about there for 100 Thieves. Still able to keep their heads on a swivel. Still able to stay cool. And that's really all that you can kind of, you know, that you can kind of give as a positive for 100C, because the early parts of that round, them coming into kitchen, them coming out of mid, them attempting into B main, it was still looking shaky. They needed that reattempt.
That's why you work out naked.
That little moment of
we're currently at $4,200 for the Save the Children campaign. 800 away from our goal. Honestly, I did not think we were hitting it today. I'll be honest. There's no way I thought we were hitting it today. But we're gonna run it through the weekend through EWC. So thank you to everyone who's contributed, whether it's $1 or anything more than that.
A bit of a problem despite
for a good cause.
Say based on how that second half went, they had way more winnable situations than 100T.
Although you can't see it, your money's going to a good place. So thank you guys for participating.
At least
all right.
two of them, EG felt like they had it.
Match point, 100 Thieves.
Remember, there was a thrifty in there as well.
$30 dono. Thank you, Tarik. Your arm is looking small. Thank you. For a $30 dono, you could talk shit to me.
Sucks to lose one of those. And
you're right. They are.
Thieves
I agree.
Getting really locked in for the OT. Potentially costing EG this first map. 100 Thieves would love this advantage now. Especially given that they were the team that were in the lead in the first half anyway. They get to close out the map that they led in.
The charity is worldwide, over 100 countries, so it's not just US based or anything like that.
Nature doesn't even go in to try to get a frag. He backs out immediately. He's going for a retake with the rest of his
like
teammates.
A shock.
It's gonna be 5v5.
100 Thieves match point. Focus.
Full retake. Not going to stop the plan, obviously. No flanks coming on through.
Oh.
Xander's even got to check that angle. He's going to stop Icy from doing anything special.
4 more frags.
Going to start looking very healthy. In fact, the Hunter's Fury.
Ooh, they're fighting.
Superman, like you did say.
They're fighting. They're fighting.
Nature wins it. Gets a
they're on it. They're on it. George.
Nature has
we go again.
Up this entire round. 4-piece for Nature as EG swing it back and bring us to another round of OT.
This is what I was trying to say about this guy, Nature on this
Someone
map,
said you should add shrugs to your routine. All right, fuck off, because I actually don't do shrugs.
As a luxury. I mean,
my trap's looking small.
Flashes in general are still a little bit rare right now on Ice.
No, that one actually is fucked up, man.
Already in pro play where nobody's using the flashes. Nature, he can go around just gun playing it up, aiming for.
Not gonna lie, your traps are. Wait, low key, my traps are small unless I flex them. I gotta do shrugs, dude.
He's had to catch up to Ye. So
nah, I'm doing shrugs every day now. No joke, I'm doing shrugs every day. I have no traps. Traps are like the best thing you can have. Chill. Now you're making me self-conscious. I'm putting a shirt on. Oh, the fadeaway! Like, who does fadeaways in the NBA a lot? Like Kyrie? Was Kyrie known for fadeaways or no?
100 Thieves would love that early pick. And a secondary, yep, they'll take it.
Like Kobe! Come on! Come on, like Kobe. I'll take that.
Easy round
over, I think.
For 100 Thieves, exactly that. It has to be the round being
5v2?
over unless somehow Icy and Derek find the exact same thing that 100T has done here and just
3v2
frags, and it's kind of happening. Icy picking up a kill onto Boostio. Yet another frag going up from Derek over in B main. This round is far, far from done. This was just made possible. 3v2.
Exactly. Well, they managed to get 2 isolated 1v1s to bring it back in their favor. 5 versus 2. You would think that
5v2, surely not, right? These guys are pros.
But going quiet here is very good as well. Because now it's looking like 100 Thieves have to play a little bit wider than they would like. Might have to just play for the full retake.
Dirk Nowitzki's the fadeaway god.
Another isolated 1v1 to bring it down to a 2 versus 2 finish. With time running out, wherever they're hearing noise is where it's probably going to end. So it's going to be over on the B side. Xander in a good position. Barrel is a free kill, but he gets traded.
It's time to play. Oh, no, he doesn't. Let's try. Close. I'm not going to lie. Basketball players are hella fucking sick, bro. Have I ever met a basketball player? No, I haven't. I would love to meet a basketball player. Like a good one, though. Who?
Now once again, we find ourselves.
LeBron would probably be the fucking best person to meet, to be honest. LeBron would just be the best person for sure.
And even then, 100C.
If I have to pick LeBron for sure.
Last round, there was a couple of pockets there. EG could have made that comeback happen, but still very confident early round plays from 100T. They basically wrapped that round up.
Ludwig met Luka.
From EG.
I heard about that, but I didn't hear the story.
Again, folks, 100T. This time, we didn't really see default setups from this team on the attack side by any means. This time, they're putting 2 players over towards B, 2 players over towards A, 1 player in the mid side. There's a tension
I did meet Batman. That's true.
For 100 Thieves.
All right, 14-13 match point. 100 Thieves. Focus.
Poison orb emitting.
Would have been awkward for them to lose it again. 5 versus 2.
Next game in 1 hour.
Kills from 100 Thieves in the last round that really made a way for them.
The next game's gonna be crazy.
Will be them walking over on towards.
What an entry, bro. Who steals a Chad? Who steals entering on KJ?
Rounds defending. This one will be the first to fall.
Oh, he fell. He can't spam it. He's gonna try to spam, but he fell. They're playing up. This might be over. This might be over. I'm feeling it's over. I'm feeling it's over. GG. Oh, there's GG's in the chat. GG.
Here goes a big shock dart. Cryo gets taken out of his angle, and Cryo can get the kill. Oh, Yay! You gotta be kidding me, Yay! How does he get that double?
Nope.
And
Xander,
however, still clean, still on top.
Big Viper ult.
3 kills coming out from Xander.
GG. Honestly, well fought to both teams.
Cherry on top. Map number 1 goes towards 100T.
Can we help? Yeah, you shameless
really
fucks
heating
is
up towards
crazy.
the end there. We saw the pull piece that he had in that first round, I believe, of the OT. And I'll end it with a shotgun to the face. As Evil Geniuses just can't quite clean up the remainder there.
Let's see the stats here. I had no idea who's been popping off.
2 frags in that last round, but man,
27 on Ye.
that second to last OT there that we
Pretty
saw with the
split for 100 Thieves.
really looked doable.
Ye had 10 first bloods. The next person with the highest is Nature with 5.
Keep cool.
Damn.
Stay on
Talk
top
about
of the
entering.
game. Don't allow the game to suddenly get away
He was
from
in
you.
that bit.
And not
He was
allow
up
EG
in that
an
bit.
opportunity to fight back in a similar situation. We've seen 100 Thieves get away with certain rounds where they've been behind, and then very
Thank you guys for the donos,
plays.
Nafis and Anonymous.
Thrifty
Thank
comes to
you.
mind again as probably one of the most important rounds that we saw there that really allowed 100 Thieves to gain a bit of momentum back. EG ahead in various rounds that you would think they should be able to win, and yet they don't. Being punished as well on their attacking side. I mean, similar story in some cases to what we saw in the MIBR game, where their first half just left so much of a gap in terms of the round scoreline that it was just hard to recover that situation. EG were able to recover that.
Sorry, bro. I muted them. GG, map 1, 15, 13, 100 Thieves. Don't tell me next map is split. Pearl. All right, fuck it. Talk about the charity. Guys, if you're not aware, we are doing a Save the Children campaign charity. We're currently at $4,200 raised of our goal of 5K. I'd like to give a special shout out to everyone contributing. It's for a good cause. It's a good effort. It's a worldwide charity. They've been around for a long time. $5, $10, $1, everything counts. Thank you guys for supporting. I'll be matching the charity goal of 5K once we hit it. to also give back my share. So we'll have at least 10K raised over the weekend. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Tarik. I'm in uni and too broke to eat clean daily. How do I get lean? Too broke to eat clean. Too broke to eat clean. Like, isn't it more cost efficient to buy food and cook for yourself clean? I don't know what kind of answer to give. I'm not going to lie. Because first of all, I lived with my family, and that entire time my mom was like cooking for me. And then when I moved out, I had enough money to order food. So I haven't experienced it personally. I'm not going to lie. But I don't know. I have to skip meals sometimes just to pay rent. Why are you sub to me if that's the case? Kiwi cuts. You sub to me for 1 month. Is it a gifted? If you're skipping meals to pay rent, we got to figure something out, dog. That's not good. That's not good. That's really not good. That is cause for alarm. That you have to speak to an adult. You got to call somebody and figure it out. Am I dropping merch for the Masters event coming up? Not the Masters event coming up, but hopefully before the end of the year. I feel like I said that last year. Yeah. Am I going to Champs in Paris this year? More than likely. Re-release Tokyo drop. My Tokyo drop was so good, dude. I'm not gonna lie. My Tokyo drop was my favorite one. It was so good. I'm trying to find the pictures of it, but I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Well, you can kind of see the bucket hat, the t-shirt, this hoodie with this in the back. This show is fire. The show is fire. Pull up my 2025 goals list and see how it's going. Nah, I don't know about that. The show is fire. It's really good. I've only had 2 drops. We did this and a little bro drop, right? If I had 2 or 3, I'm gonna change the song. I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but the LA drop. Which one was the LA drop? Oh yeah, I said it after, but it grew on me actually. Like, I even when I sold the merch, like I was like I wasn't fully sold on it, and I said that even while I was like, but then Chad was like, it's not that bad. But then it also grew on me later on. I don't know. I would say my Tokyo one was my favorite. Shock? Is that a word? All right. Shit, son. All right, map 1 is done. Map 2 is coming up soon. Aiden, thank you for the 5. Pitt, thank you for the 25. Ranch 30. Nafis 25 again. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. I really did not think we were going to hit 5K today. Although I did donate 1K of it already, even still. Because it's just like, I didn't really talk about the charity that much. It was on a whim, kind of. Did I go to EDC? Yeah, I did. Should we do, what should we do? Mini crossword or just chill? All right, we'll do this. Fuck it. This music, hold on. Chooses to receive marketing emails with in. What? Bulb in the kitchen. Like an ink-filled writing tool. I don't know any ink, like, I don't know, like, microscopic, small, tiny. Acting deviously. Sly? I don't know if Sly is the right one. I think something's wrong here. I'll keep it though. Buck blank first black coach in Major League Baseball. Like your epidermis. Like the element Fe, which is... I don't fucking know. I mean, I really don't know the periodic table. I'm just guessing. I'm guessing like sodium. I'm guessing like... Seeing Tarik complete a winning crossword. Okay, listen, bro. I graduated from high school by being cool with my teachers, straight up, bro. Like I am not the person to use as a fucking example.
Yeah, no, there's
you gotta
big
find someone
changes,
else for
folks.
that shit.
We'll talk about him in just a little bit. But more importantly, no neon coming in here for
Wait, what is this?
That was the off pick that they ended up picking against G2.
Let's
But here we are, folks. It is going to be Superman over towards that long side alongside the rest of his teammates.
What is this? New play?
2 players for 100T covering this long side. And do they expect Cryo? I don't think Cryo expects Cryo at this point because he might not be at his setup.
was a double duelist looked for 100 Thieves, as you mentioned.
It's Tarik, it's
extra
Tarik.
KO will be
I thought he was
change up
faking
here
the
for
clone running
100
into there,
Thieves.
but oh, he's back.
Played by Asuna.
Still tech though.
So the classic EG slowness here will allow us to.
We are
okay, well,
resetting.
actually, that's not.
Yeah, we are.
It's actually not the classic EG.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, chat. If this goes to a map 3, I think I'm cooked.
I hear the memes about EG just playing from spawn. It's like, oh no, they're literally just playing from spawn. All right, okay. Good one, EG. We like that. But no, that was a reset. But gives us a little bit of time to talk about the fact that there is going to be a slight change up, but only a very slight one.
Right. It does.
I think I'm cooked if it goes map 3. Because I'm going to get a haircut and I'm recording content later. So
they are going to the single duelist. They are going in for a little bit more
I have to
support.
get off at probably like...
So I can't exactly complain about...
Let me see how far this place is.
At least the viability of the comp here.
I'll try to get off
team.
the last possible minute. The
Over
second I have to
EG, at least,
call it Uber.
You know, at least talking about what is
20
the future for this map.
I have to get off
you know,
5.
The Astra, great for those
10.
retakes. Tejo,
We got 1
same
hour.
thing. Tejo is going to continue to be powerful for the next week and a half here, folks, until Master starts. But yeah, Icy alongside Ye, the fact that EG is starting off on this attack side, that just has to give me confidence that Icy, Ye, truly, you know, they really want to exploit this double duelist.
What kind of children's are we donating from? There's no much information.
That mentality that this team goes for.
I don't understand your question. We're donating for children all around the world,
with this tournament,
whether it be for their health, their safe, their education.
There were also a couple of games on Pearl
that's the campaign.
where you didn't exactly get to see the most out of Icy, where either Ye does well on one side, Icy does well on another side, but it's really just
I'm going to keep this charity running through the weekend, whether we hit the goal or not.
Yeah, still just a tough call for EG, but still very excited to see the double duelist, of course.
And the Tejo being picked up as well, I think both teams realize the fact that, first and foremost, for people watching, we are still on 10.07.
Thank you, Tarik Saw, for 5,
patch.
8 for 5.
We're not on lives here,
Appreciate
so Tejo's not nerfed on the patch we're playing on, so looking forward to some double salvos coming on through. But obviously, it's the strategy we're looking for.
Well, they're going to attack pause
the
here.
combos you can get with the Astras, even I think potential trap setups you can look from the EG side, say the Vice as well, which defensively that will be a very interesting one, where Derek can have a lot of plays on top of either nature or super. So Tejo should be a pretty decent fixture here in terms of what it's going to bring to the table. And one of the last opportunities for us to see some overpowered Tejo before we move into Toronto and future events where this agent might not be played anymore. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, that's maybe not more than likely, but we are going to see at least
Toronto?
a
Yes.
little bit of Tejo, but not a lot. Not a lot. That's for dang sure. But yeah, excited to see again this mentality come out here for EG. Let's see how the Tejos come out here, folks. One last little showcase. Even though you guys are getting BO5s for the last 2 days here of the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Let's see what happens here in our first run of the second map. It is going to be 2 players in the back of B at the moment here, Avril.
And it's been close maps. All 3 that we've seen so far in our first MIBR NRG game. Both maps are close. Started out good on Icebox as well. Nice and close OT finish. It's going to be just...
What's happening? Are we live?
For
I'm
information,
tripping out.
mostly what 100 Thieves are doing.
The capital city of Canada, Vancouver.
Really forcing 100 Thieves to
Mississauga.
walk out
or
they should know by now that A main is looking damn good. Boosty
I
is
don't
going
know.
to catch a whiff
Ottawa,
of this
that one.
drone coming through as well.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Boosty is going to have a gap. Oh, what? He gets exposed by EA. Nobody's watching over towards that mid side. Maybe not trusting that EU was going to go back for it, but EU still has an opportunity here for a couple of headshots. He's going to be able to pick up the first and a couple of body shots to boot. Beautiful from EU. And so it's 2 bullets.
Nice try.
Almost lining it up onto Superman, but that's
2v3.
more than enough time for 100 Thieves to rotate. All of that chaos to allow the footwork of 100 Thieves to actually go in. 2 players from EG back into elbow. They have the same angle. Nature alongside Icy. Neither one of them can break through Cryo.
Mississauga. I don't
Really
fucking know, man.
EU starting it, Cryo finishing, but EU delaying by so long. Obviously, the plan was in there. That farm wasn't so far delayed. But the fact that they get to hunt EU down gives opportunity for the 100 team rotators to come on through. Gives opportunity for Cryo to be set up for success. 100T playing off the momentum of their win on Icebox. They're going to get that nice pistol. Already a rifle in hand for EU, by the way.
Can you spell Mississippi? No joke.
Byron's
I
going
don't
to play
think
this
so.
one a little bit on the cheaper side.
MISSISSIPI.
Into anti-eco
The fuck did I just
after
spell?
then cleaning
Someone
up
clip
the
that and
OT
type
from
that
the
off
last
to me.
map. EG, I hope they got a good mental reset from Icebox because I want to see a little bit more from their attacking side.
Right.
Didn't look good on Icebox.
It didn't look varied is the thing. They definitely looked like EG, to say the least. You know, when they played Icebox.
Oh, they got him.
Okay. Not changing up the
from Ye,
pace,
though.
but that's great. Exactly. So Ye coming in, gonna be able to pick up the first, but again, it's just EG poking and prodding. It's nothing committal, Avril, as per usual.
No, but they have actually dropped Ye off, which I think is really nice from EG. That's going to force a re-clear.
Got him.
Surely.
Overstayed, maybe?
Yeah, that's going to happen. The drone just spots him, and then EU will tap him through the wall.
No, EU just snagged him. He just fully had the angle from behind the smoke.
Fair enough. So Ye didn't end up buying as much time, or rather, he didn't end up having the kind of position that he could activate later on with that lurk that he wanted to.
He did the job though. He held
Is the stream desaturated? It is.
The 2 players over towards B.
The stream we're watching is a little
this is really all
desaturated.
you can do. It's a small advantages.
The digital vibrance is low.
You know, at least make it worthwhile here to combine the sidearms, right?
It hasn't allowed EG to really push into A and find an advantage though, so
not at all.
While he did slow things down, EG have themselves been a little bit slow and now caught into a situation where 100 Thieves knows what's up. They knew that Ye was dropped off, which means that now it's going to be an A finish. Can it be an A finish? It's just going to be EU straight into the blender. 4 on board.
He's one off ult.
Away from the Nightfall now. EU on board for nearly an A set. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't get that first kill. But yeah, man, 100 Thieves clean on that anti-eco. Especially clean considering they fed all the kills into one player to give them now what could be a nice ultimate advantage into the first gun run at EG, which is dangerous, man.
Huge. It's just the fact that it is information on such a wide map. Rotations on this map need to be started a little bit earlier than others. So to get that early information, no matter where it comes from, that Nightfall, hopefully that helps them out in the future.
All right,
maybe
bonus for 100 Thieves.
We'll see, folks. It still is huge for the fact
A main control. He's 1 HP.
Xander on the front side alongside 2 others.
Oh, fuck. He got owned somehow.
He gets overwhelmed.
How did he get owned so hard? Rockets? They preemptively rocket the corner? Well, it's too loud.
Dangerous for EG to step into, and Cryo almost snagging himself the collateral, but instead yet another good trade like you were talking about earlier.
Diablo,
and is able to pick out a couple more, 2 more defenders on
Regen
the other side
shield.
of the screen, but his teammates going into B at the moment, and they're running into a 1v2.
KJ's
What are you
alone.
told there? This is now going to be Boost. You're having to play.
Can he get one
slowly,
more?
and that's assuming more action doesn't take
Is he clear
place
left?
first. It's a 1v2 on both sides of the map, and we'll have to check the kill feed.
Wow, he did really good rounds.
Yay, 1 for 1. But what about over B side? Boost
Wait.
gets super down.
He can't get past the Bucky.
He's still living. How is he still
Actually
alive?
fucked.
Derek's not coming out, not committed with a shotgun just around.
Surprised he shot it.
I'm so lost here. I am so lost. Derek not able to
No,
get an
no,
angle
no,
on the
no,
shotgun.
no.
And just unbelievable. 100 Thieves still able to land on their feet.
No,
even
no,
though,
no.
Still breaking apart a
That's
little bit.
bonus for 100
Thieves
Thieves.
still had control of that round.
That was all Boostio.
Anonymous with $75. Thank you. Woman Dater 420 with 10. Thank you. Habiti, thank you for the 3. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys.
He did
Wow.
his job. He came through. Actually, got more than one, obviously, because he was able to flank all the way into Secret and then somehow get that angle brilliantly onto an unsuspecting 100 Thieves. But beyond that, even getting a further 1 for 1, wasting some time for rotators was more than what he was required to do. Boostio, though, was just insane in the fact that he held onto his positioning and didn't allow the plant to come in.
Fuck your 6, Habiti. I'm just kidding, bro.
And now 100 Thieves, they found themselves in a very comfortable position because of that boost.
I'm just kidding. It's actually true. We've seen many moments in Valorant where it's true.
Advantage, but they're not exactly in an easy round. You still have the Bladestorm on the other side for EG. Cryo.
We saw him, right?
Timing.
They saw Cryo.
Not able to find the shot, but this is still good to potentially find a contact over towards Long B. And in fact, 100 Thieves, they're just rethinking everything about this hold right now.
They have so much info.
Towards that B side, they're still rotating a bit, but no early information. It's going to have to come down to the gut check of the Astra.
Yeah, he's been dropped off again over towards the B side. This time, not in a position where he can be easily seen or picked out. As the rest of the players from
wow, he didn't smoke right away. That's good.
A, but they're going to play directly
good
into
patience.
Thieves' hands. 4
or like
members
discipline.
there. Nightfall still retained.
No panic from gender.
And this time as well,
This
with
feels
the gate crash in hand, which means that Icy can make some noise. No, he's just gonna TP straight away. Wow, he's not even gonna try and.
I was gonna say obvious, but I guess not.
TP out, and now it's gonna be all B action.
He's gonna be all on Boostio once again.
Wow.
Boostio, wonderful reaction.
Nice, too fast. Pop the molly though.
Still somehow gets another kill onto Icy with
12
a nano
seconds.
storm from beyond the
They're
grave.
cooked. It's over.
4v3.
It's impossible.
They have 3 players here on site, but with 10 seconds left, Xander, he might be able to shut this all down.
They're getting owned. They should pause soon.
EU with a double kill.
These rounds are not even close right now.
They didn't have much util. They didn't have much firepower to be able to stop 100 Thieves. Anyways, next round is the big one.
I mean, this has been a team effort first and foremost, with EU leading in the frags, cashing in the Nightfall that we talked about for so long. But to me, Boostio has done impactfully the most on 100 Thieves so far. He's not lighting up the kill feed, but what he is doing is, as the solo anchor, living and getting frags in situations where really he probably shouldn't be able to get away with as much as he is. He died in that last situation, but he gets 2 before he goes down, and then it's this easy Nightfall retake that really wasn't even a true retake because the plant wasn't even there yet.
Bro, I can't pronounce that. I don't speak that Danish. I don't speak Danish, bro.
Yeah, more than enough time for 100 Thieves to rotate in a map that might be a little bit too difficult to be able to rotate on, but yes, Drift is there for Icy. Icy's now on the front side, over towards A, still trying to make a little bit of chaos, but he's cleared up short for his teammates. Still a lot more work to do though. 4 players
didn't pause
for 100 Thieves.
I don't know if he necessarily got enough there. Yeah, you did clear out the extra angle on towards A link.
And that's mid-control at the bare minimum.
It is, but you are still going to fight into 4 players with both of the defensive Spawn, Flowers, Secret in control. And this is the type of composition as well, and I will also note the fact that you do have a bit of a, I don't know, flanking situation for Superman on the other side. But here we go, hit's going to come on through now. Ventral Drift gave him the position he walked in. Can they get it done? First shot misses.
A whiff.
Does not miss though.
A whiff.
And the T and the plan E is going to go in. Nobody able
a gap.
to deflect this one. All 3 players from 100 Thieves.
Wait, Boostio's still waiting? Boostio's waiting for who?
Xander, that's still somehow incredible. He could be able to.
How's Boostio waited that long?
Nature's in a difficult spot, but they don't go for him. Nature holds on to his spot in the middle of sight. He's going to be the.
I can't believe the Astro's that slow.
He's able to get a big one. Yay on the extremity. Takes down EU to 50.
Overheat.
And with the shotgun,
Labored?
Still nothing but 10 HP is perfectly
no
fine
time.
for the rest
They're
of his
stuck.
teammates to be able to clean
no time. They're
up.
stuck.
Oh my goodness! Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
EU.
Astro?
How did he do that? EU with 2 straight headshots. He's still going for the defuse, but he's been pulled. The grab wheel works from so far away. Superman is unknown. Coast to coast.
Superman took way too long, but I don't know how EU killed them all. Oh my god, how have 100 Thieves won that round? This is insane. That round was actually unlosable. What?
Oh man, I think Ye kind of losing his 1v1 there after dropping into pit is a little bit of a nasty one.
I mean, he overheated, but I thought it was still fine.
EG, Nature held down the fort. He was on towards A. In that post punt, they couldn't really flush him out. Gets his one. You have a very, very long lurk. You said it coast to coast from Super, where couldn't quite activate because he went all the way through spawn and couldn't make any noise.
That is an at
Ascaris. EU to pull
at
Ascaris. He has been the top fragger. I've noted that Boostio, in terms of raw impact for what he's able to do anchoring, has been kind of MVP. But now we're going to shift the conversation a little bit because round after round, it's been EU lighting up the kill feed in situations where he's able to just completely outplay and outfrag EG. Even in the end, like the small percentage chance Super 50? Finally gets his activation timing.
Might be a 2-0.
The best he can do is just kill Boostio because he doesn't have an angle to stop the defuse. It's not planted.
Are you mad at Super or are you mad at Ye? I mean, so, to be honest,
unfortunately for Super, he doesn't even get to kill the Boostio, which allows Boostio to even just get that clean up.
Yeah, he was very late. But Boostio waited.
Boostio is.
And just to point out EU one more time, I mean,
Does EWC got more hype than Champions? So far, are you high out of your fucking mind?
But he's playing on his worst agent, dude. He got like a 0.8 rating, I want to say, the last time he played. Fade. I mean, this is good turnaround for EU, but it's just, it's exactly what 100 Thieves needs. Individuals are stepping up at the moment when exactly they need it.
It's the player that makes the game here for EU.
Who found the 100 Thieves? Arm grenade shot.
Right now, he's the only player on double digits, the one with the least amount of deaths.
Portal closed.
This is once again a situation for EG where they want to take control of this lane.
Ooh,
And a shot
fuck.
that Cryo needs.
Shot his fucking elbow off.
Now it's just free frags here for 100C. Xander around the corner.
Oh, God.
Goodness, lines
The
up
Donkey
2
Kong.
headshots easily onto Superman and
Oh, it
Nature
might be
keeps
Jover.
his
It might be
crosshair
Joe
in the same
and
angle.
Over.
Able to snag both, but Derek still has a chance here alongside his teammate. But there goes the kill from Cryo onto Derek. Icy 1v4. He's getting cloned out at the moment. Clone right in front of him. He's not gonna fall for the baits. Cryo doesn't spot him. 40 seconds left. Really, you just have to say good luck here to Icy as he faces a tall mountain to climb. 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Imagine they might even hunt him here as well. Do you really want Icy to get away with a gun?
Saving.
I don't think he's going to have the ability to really win this one, considering how many ults are online, 400 Thieves, how clean EU is right now in the server. I don't see him getting out fried. Cryo this round has been dynamite.
Sad
So,
NA's
he's
best
gonna
team
time
didn't
himself
qualify for
out, and
Toronto.
obviously
Gonna be
he's,
no
gonna be a little
viewers
bit
for the major. Who's NA's best team that didn't qualify?
cautious here to not push forward, even though I think if they just dropped Icy's gun, it would be pretty nice. I mean, yeah, they are kind of hunting. Boostio's like, you know what? I do kind of want this. Even EU willing to sacrifice his KD. Oh, he just
Screw is crazy, Victor.
Icy's happy to keep his gun though.
Yep. And the rest of his team is going to be very happy to see that too, because they need every single credit going into this round.
Wait, Ye has 7 kills. Everyone else has 1.
There, but yeah, EG.
Jacob and
just want to
friends?
see something, man. It's been 6-0 going towards the way of 100 Thieves. Again, this is just really a question of
13 and
where
1.
is the potential here for EG outside of Ye. Every player on this team only has a single frag outside of Ye. Here we go. Cryo on the front side has a smoke in front of him.
Ooh, you won't repeat, pussy.
Almost capitalizes onto Superman. They're still waiting for
Nah, he's
Cryo
playing
to maybe
smart. Don't repeat.
but
It's
that's
actually
as
bad.
aggressive as 100 Thieves are going to get
Personally,
this round.
I ain't leaving without one.
This might be a really wild double Cosmic Divide round as well. Seeing the intersected walls being played in.
Uh-oh. Diablo might die
Very
again.
slow one for EG. They're not interested in mid this time. 2 rounds in a row, they were really heavily
Diablo might die
trying to
again
get
here.
mid. One of them costed Dimensional Drift to do so.
Wait, he got spammed. What?
You will just snipe out Ye. No problems at all. It is a problem, however, for EG to
Wait,
lose their
Cryo's
top player,
dead.
best fragger.
Cryo's
You said
dead.
The only one that's got
Cryo's
more
so
than
dead.
one
Astra,
frag in the
Astra.
team
Show me
so far.
Astra. Observer.
Already down
Astra.
2.
There you go.
Currently top dog in the
Oh my God. He is. Imagine Superman doesn't go forward. All right, that was the last thing I thought would happen. That was last scenario in my head.
Super, I will say, with that a little bit, he had the little shot.
How's he alive?
Cryo
Ult.
Shoulder
Good ult.
Super should have had the drop on him, and now the
Good
drift is
ult.
going to come on through. Cryo spotting everything that he needs. The spike is gone.
He's gonna die,
I
no?
don't really combo this with anything, but drift is going to be pretty scary here. He's going to go pretty far back and just cause problems for Derek. At
What a peek. Good peek, bro. Good peek.
Confirmed.
That was a good peek.
Derek was always the problem.
Nah,
Remember
EG
that
might get
awesome
they might
nature.
get you know what
Yeah, of
here.
course.
They might get you know whatted.
The way of 100 Thieves.
They might get
But
you know
that's
whatted.
Again, 100 Thieves, even though it seemed very straightforward, that is still them changing up their tempo a little bit. We've seen different
say it, but
different looks
you
over
know.
towards A main. We've seen different looks back over towards B main, and
That's
the
true.
most aggressive
They did
look
win
that we've
champs
seen
after.
from 100 Thieves so far in that spot. And
Problem is,
AG,
they got no events
they
to
can
win.
barely find a footing in this game.
That's the
period.
difference this time.
Imagine
They ain't
when
going
they're
to
facing
any
a
events that they could win
different
at.
100 Thieves every single round, basically, almost every single round. This is just
Might be a waste.
scratching. If you try to get into the minds of EG, you can tell how frustrating this is.
And even the close rounds for EG, they kind of lose it because Busio gets a little bit more done than he should be allowed to. You know, this is kind of like a couple of the fumbles from EG onto Icebox now transferring over towards Pearl, and I think the fumbles are maybe getting a little bit more dire as well in terms of how it's happening. You're seeing
Loser here plays MIBR tomorrow.
Others that ideally he shouldn't be allowed to get away with this time.
And then winner plays NRG to qualify.
But get out with his life at least. 2 members made it up through mid, by the way, for EG, which could be a little bit dangerous.
So Boostio not getting extra credit, not getting any credit at all for the round. Yay, taking him away. And
This should be winnable. 7-1 inevitable.
Finally have given up a sight.
Because
finally
Cryo's
have
low.
themselves
7-1
some
should be
control.
inevitable.
Finally have a spike
I wonder
down.
if they
Now,
even
let's see what
invest the
happens here.
Astra
100
wall.
Thieves, how do they retake?
they finally don't just lose to a Busio who gets way too much. You know, Busio
exactly
get a 2-for-1 trade here where he really shouldn't get anything. And 100 Thieves, okay, Cosmic Divide in here. Low HP Cryo, remember, and he's retaking on and off, which might be a little risky.
Yeah, let's see if he's sharp here. Indeed he is, at least with the first frag. Xander's going to be able to take him back. That smoke in front of Nature is so pivotal here. Nature using this as a coverage to try to get a couple of headshots, and this is just so fresh. The Nebula not going away for any time whatsoever. And like you said, the time is there.
Tragic.
Xander's going to go away to salvos. And finally, EG snagging around. Yes, 3 players go down, actually, and that's huge for the Eco. But more importantly, of course, EG with a round.
It's actually kind of gross for the Eco. You want to win that one, but with 3 players is dropping. I mean, look at their money. It's like, uh-oh, now we can't buy full armor.
These guys are pros, as you.
Gun. Yeah, he's
7-1. Sorry, Brazil.
He's fully armored up with a.
We love you though.
Which, you know, we'll trust.
Come to Sao Paulo.
Just smoothly and fine.
K.
Was, as I mentioned,
Fala galera.
Because that hurdle has been pretty nasty for EG. Every time they go B, Busio's just been a problem for them. And so getting that out of the way early, also putting a ton of damage onto Cryo despite not getting the kill, just makes the retake slightly more awkward. And obviously, the Vice.
Come to Sao Paulo. We give you the picanha. We give you the picanha, fresh.
Slows down the retake so much that
you like
there's just not
picanha?
going to be enough time at the end of it.
The deep interactions for EG on either side not working out. Deep into A main, didn't work out. Deep into B main, whenever 100 Thieves peeked in, didn't work out. So EG evading both deep peaks at the moment.
What's he talking about? Never mind, bro. Y'all never been to Fogo de Chao? Brazilian barbecue?
Players covering at least the
picanha
or
steak?
the entries coming in from mid.
Asuna's going to fall off the link.
Honestly, it's good bang for your buck. How much is it? Is it 50 or 75? All you can eat. If it's 50, probably good bang for your buck, right? If it's 75, it's probably a little hefty.
Armageddon in there.
72?
It's
really good though. If you want to treat yourself, Fogo de Chao is good. Brazilian barbecue is good.
They have more ultimates for 100T, so not the worst.
This is so difficult though for these 2 players. They're about to get sandwiched. This information from Ye could be huge, but Ye doesn't spot anyone. Here comes Asuna around the corner, and there's
EG shooting back.
Going on at the same
EG
time.
fighting.
That is the sandwich working out for EG and 100T. They just don't have too much to be able to fight back into this, but look at this. Map control for EG is disconnected from the A site, and Nightfall is here to cover up some positions.
Well, they don't know what's happening around Link. Main is obviously going to be compromised. Quick tap to see if there's any response coming on through. Some good shots from Cryo might just even the odds a little bit. Time will be a little bit difficult soon. Nightfall should be coming through sooner rather than later, especially now the Cryo's down. EU, the only one alive, 1 versus 4.
Nah, not sure.
I think he might just have to save it in terms of his ult. The odds are against him. The time has run out. And I'm afraid, me personally, not the biggest fan of that opening Armageddon play. I think they believed they had a trap set up. But EG were
7-2 comeback.
EG were happily on the outside of it, so they just wait, chill, come back in, get a nice clean entry on towards A, and then set themselves up for a numbers advantage.
And this time, though, because of them actually being able to take advantage of that mid control, I mean, 100 Thieves, maybe you can put the credit a little bit onto 100 Thieves as to why EG won that round, as the fact that they continued to funnel themselves back into main, as long as they maybe
Isn't this production a bad look for Valorant? You can't see the players or their buys.
Numbers, but yeah, no, at the end of the
day,
I mean,
yeah, it's kind of like fucking Mickey Mouse, I'm not gonna lie. Considering it's $1 million prize pool qualifier, it's definitely Mickey Mouse.
They've been looking for their control.
We don't really see
these
these teams play
right? They've been
too
looking
often.
for the control in A main. They've been looking for
so we're kind of just taking advantage of it.
They should be afforded, but they've been forced to go into mid. 100 Thieves seems very offhand in mid at the bare minimum. I want to see how 100 Thieves kind of switches things up over towards.
It's not the main event yet, though. True, it's still the qualifiers
for the rest of this half.
Yeah, if there is one weakness so far, 100 Thieves have given away mid quite a lot in these rounds. And still, I mean, I say that with the fact that they've won 7 of those defenses, but where EG have either gotten close or have actually won the round. Okay, one of them was on B, but that last one was definitely through a mid play as well.
Right.
So, let's see if EG can continue this momentum. I mean, what a comeback it would be if they can close out minimum 4 for this round after being 0-7
If they can get at least 4 rounds, it'll feel pretty good. This feels decent for NT though. Sorry, good flash.
Wow.
Multi-frags.
It's just unbelievable. 4 players from 100 Thieves.
Good mid fight.
Wide swing into mid. And that's exactly the adjustment that I was looking for, right? 100 Thieves.
Yep.
I mean, like you were saying, multiple times throughout this half, giving up completely that mid side. EG being conditioned basically not to use any utility going into that mid side, or at least, you know, really step off the gas pedal. That was everything for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves versus NRG? Kind of a banger, I'm not going to lie. 100 Thieves versus NRG to qualify?
Job for EG. That much
banger
more
alert.
For the rest of this game.
That will be tomorrow.
It's going to be 8-2 Superman. It'll be hard to really see him try to attempt this because, again, his credits are low. The rest of his teammates, they have been able to build a little bit. But you're still seeing, what, 2 rounds after this still? EG.
I'm not going to lie.
A bit of a cushion.
NRG might cook.
Hard to really see anything happen here. But, yeah, again, good stuff from mid.
It'll be a good match, though.
The adjustment was huge. Like you said,
tomorrow's BO5 to qualify, yeah.
So far, so this time they said, you know
both
what?
qualification games are BO5.
Defensive aggro in mid yet. Flash through and instantly everyone collapses and
can I one team from each region qualifies? All right, basically, I'm gonna TLDR this shit as well as I can. 2 teams from each top 2 seeds from each region have been invited directly. For Americas, it's G2 and Sentinels. So 8 teams are automatically in the event. The number 3 and 4 seed of each region have been put into the second qualifier, so they don't have to play in the first qualifier. In Americas, that was EG and 100 Thieves. Sorry, no, that was EG and MIBR. And basically, we saw that entire qualifier before that took place. Out of that qualifier, 100 Thieves and NRG came to this group of 4 alongside EG and MIBR again. I'm explaining this so poorly, bro. Fuck. But anyway, now that we're in the second qualifier, there's 4 teams in the second qualifier. 2 teams out of the 4 left will go to the event. Wait, no, is it 2? Yeah, it's 2.
And now they're back into their own
2 out of the 4 teams in this qualifier will make it.
They got 3 ultimates on
I mean,
well
fuck, I didn't explain that well, but to be honest, it's fucking confusing.
You know,
if I'm trying to explain it from the beginning,
not scared to
I understand it, but I didn't explain it that well. But I can explain it better if I try again. Can I try again? I'll try one more time.
Punishing on Crow, and you have to remember,
nah, you got it.
Salvage an operator from that last round, and 100 Thieves maybe not respecting that.
No.
Peaking angles and just comes out empty for them, given that
2 teams from each region invited automatically.
Save on the EG side.
2 teams from each region in second qualifier. Every other team plays in first qualifier. Second qualifier becomes 4 teams. From second qualifier, 2 teams qualify out of the 4, making it a 16-team event. Which means 4 teams from each region in total.
EG really.
If you can't understand that, then I'm trying to dumb it down too much. I need to just explain it like, and if you get it, you get it.
They're stepping into that B site, but 100 Thieves, it's not like they don't have a response here. Here comes the
I think I'm trying to dumb it down too much almost. I know as crazy as it sounds. I'm trying to explain too many specifics that I don't need to.
Just a little bit of movement, some util being played in there. Xander falls though.
Okay, I missed the whole round.
A is compromised. Plant hasn't happened yet. I don't think they can really make a rotate happen through. Time is of the essence, which means the plant has to come on.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
8 seconds.
Not going to get anything, but EU is going to get one. Nightfall still there, just enough time to plant.
Oh,
you got it.
He's in a good enough angle, barely behind the wall.
1v3.
And it just works out, of course. Everyone else from the defensive side, back over towards spawn, that pillar being perfect for the plant. But Superman had the angle for that top side.
Hungover with the 10. Anonymous with the 10. My Brock with the 5.
The Fade Legend.
Placido's with the 5.
1v3.
With the 10. Thank you, guys.
Big opportunity. He has a full kit of utility. He has not
We're approaching
anyone back over towards elbow.
4,500.
8-3. A light shot.
Can you explain it again? I was getting food. Okay, so basically, from each region, 2 teams. Nah, I'm kidding. Fuck you, bro.
Coming through, getting cryo down. And then afterwards, 100 Thieves just had no info. I think that was like one of the lowest info defenses they've had. Really, all the info was Xander pushed up on A main, and beyond that, they've lost the entirety of the rest of the map.
Okay, so basically, from each region, there's 2 teams invited direct.
The Yay was nearly pushing into spawn.
So 100 Thieves were really working on not a lot there, not really understanding what was happening on the map, which is quite scary when the entire map is dark.
Imagine Tarik is your math teacher. Okay, so basically, y equals mx plus b. You see this line?
Just a lot of
This
pressure.
is called the slope.
So much pressure.
The formula
on these two players, and
is
there you
here.
go, Cryo, able to nail his shot.
Forgot even how to use that formula. I'm not gonna
Now
lie.
goes down. I mean, they've just held up enough time for these rotations to potentially come in for 100 Thieves. One player.
You
has
plug in the
joined
fucking
back
numbers.
of
That's the
A.
formula. That's it.
EG,
They give you the
they're looking to
answers.
readjust now. They have two
They give you the
players going
answers
back
and you
towards
put it
B.
in.
So Armageddon down. Cryo
It's
was
5v3,
really
5v4.
got on the operator a couple rounds ago when 100 Thieves was still massively, well, they are still massively leading, but when they were flawlessly leading, let's say 7-0.
You know the Pythagorean theorem? A squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Duel to super last
Those
round.
are times.
It's not going to falter now. Drift is going to spot everybody else.
No more math. No more math.
For the most part, Spike actually got... okay.
Yeah, and there's some information over on that mid side too.
Boostio's dead.
Here comes Boostio with an opportunity potentially.
What a good seize. What a good seize. What a good...
Nature finally comes in with a bit of a frag, but that is going to be the half. That is just an anticlimactic ending for EG, but that is huge for 100 Thieves.
Don't think so, Texas.
Riding high once again.
I'm an indictment of the American education system. I told you guys, don't use me as an example. As indicative of the American education system. Because straight up, I definitely don't deserve to graduate. I passed off vibes. So you gotta use someone else as an example. I learned most of my geography through GeoGuessr. No joke. I've said this many times. Oh, one break. Okay. You know the meaning of the word you just used? No. Enough of you, bro. Just because you guys have degrees and shit doesn't mean you're better than me. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're a better person than me. So you keep that shit to your fucking self, dog. You keep that fucking degree to yourself, dog. Big dono. $100 for the kids. Fucking W in the chat, bro. Thank you, man. W's in the chat. I appreciate you, bro. We're currently right next to 4,500. We might top off at 5K to end the stream. Here we go.
This is 100 Thieves 1-0 up on EG and 9-3 going into the second half here on Pearl. My name is Upmind, joined here by
Who do I got
Apple.
in New York in 30
Yay, having
minutes?
himself
If
a
I had
game
anyone but
for the
New
rest
York,
of his
would I
teammates
be a
to
real
jump in.
person? If you're
We've had
from
that
New York and you're not
conversation where it's
cheering
like,
from
you know,
New
when
York,
Ye
you're
doesn't
not
have a
from New
game,
York.
and like to see players like IC
How would that
step
even
up
be
and
possible?
The others on the team as well having their moments. Nature started to have some of those moments on Icebox, but currently it's all empty in the chamber outside of that one.
Name 5 Knicks players. Jalen Brunson. Don't care about the rest.
Which
Next
has
question.
happened in multiple rounds. It's not looked pretty. And as I said to you as well, Gus, I was really hoping that if EG were going to be able to recover it somehow, they'd at least get the fall. They failed
Carl
to do
Anthony
that.
Towns.
So it's
All right, we gotta give him
3-9.
respect.
100 Thieves looking very dominant, especially with that 7-0 start that they had.
I actually followed the Lakers
already
more
find
recently than the
themselves
Knicks.
one
Just because
step
when the game's
closer to
times, I'm not gonna
Riyadh
lie.
with a win here on the pistol round, put themselves in economic advantage. It's only going to be Superman.
But
on
nah,
other
the Knicks are
side
popping
here
off,
on
man.
only
They
a
choked yesterday,
single
but today's a new
person
day.
for EG on this ace site, so really lining up for that retake. And the double duelists, very excited to see how they can maybe react here on a retake. But it
Oh
doesn't
God,
matter.
you're gonna
It's
fake
the
comeback,
Astro.
aren't you?
It is Superman snagging both Boostio and Cryo, and what a setup in the back with the shear. The wall goes up, Superman's able to isolate too, but still a lot more work to do.
Tarik, that was a
3
historic
players
choke
for
by the
attacking
Knicks.
side still remaining.
Yeah, you clearly didn't
Here
see the
comes
1v3
Superman on the
NRG
front
loss
side,
earlier.
figuring out a little
You
bit
thought the
more
Knicks choke
detail.
was bad?
Xander, he's gonna have the important angle here. He's gonna have
Half?
the off
No.
angle towards the spike. Was that well timed? Did the grab will take it off?
2v5, let's see if we can fuck this up.
Nature now around the corner trying to
1v5,
take
can we
down Xander,
lose?
and that works out. So 100
Nah.
Thieves, they delay a little bit.
Who you rocketing, low, bro?
But EG still ends up coming out of it basically.
Oh my God, he got a kill.
-1 down. Asuna will be able to at least bring one back around, but what a opening coming through from EG. They needed that. I think losing the pistol here and giving the 10 over to 100T might just shut the door on their comeback potential. So this was, in my mind, basically required.
They're playing pre-Tejo nerf.
Yeah, what a
for anyone confused.
Opening couple of shots coming through.
Hey,
but we just had this conversation about the fact
UK, you typing all your messages in different lines. 1 minute timeout, form a fucking sentence, dude.
Steps up. Says, I'll take a couple for myself.
Every word is a different message.
EG, their team, Vice on the defense as well. It's gonna be a stronger look. It should be on paper.
There.
This is the first time we're seeing Asuna on Teo, or have I been missing the games?
Derek's looking for
Asuna on Teo.
This is a
that's probably
moment here
happened.
where EG could potentially start to get proactive, start to catch a little bit of that information.
I mean, Asuna's like flex, so.
Very steady at the moment and for good reason. Good stuff from Superman, picking up the kill on to Boostio. You, however, taking out Ye. Cryo doing the same on to Superman. It is only down to Derek.
Wait, is this an eco?
Only has a sheriff here. This is basically down to even strength. It's
ooh, good damage though.
SMGs.
2v3.
He's still somehow able to get the kill.
He got out.
EU. The salvo's coming in, and Derek still somehow able
Crown
to
needs to get this banger on Flower.
Cryo
3, 2, 1.
Things open. This Guardian could be absolutely huge. Nature around the corner. Cryo is going to take him out. One more player left in a 1-on-3, and Asuna has a red carpet to be.
That was brilliant coming through. Derek just staying alive, holding down the fort, doing
a
lot of what we saw from Boostio on their defensive side.
30 seconds left.
Plenty of utility to play through. A plant will come on in, but his opportunity to
Nature
actually get
don't
the
biting.
round win is going to be up for question, and he'll
what the fuck?
right here. You'd imagine. Okay, Nature didn't actually commit onto that.
As soon as I said, nah, I don't want the plant.
Get a fair shot.
Oh, he's rocketing him.
But now with no time, can we even see a plant?
It's happening right now. He doesn't want the plant.
Really
What's up, bitch?
Around the corner. They're gonna shut him out.
He thought they were closer.
Collecting a frag with a team ace. Still the expected 5th round going their way. They didn't invest too much, as you saw Derek going into that round with a sheriff too. So their economy still.
All right, KK, you're getting annoying, bro. Take 30 minutes off now. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now you're just being annoying. Next time, it's going to be a week. And I know you're going to be mad. So you better pipe down, pup.
As we take a look at the buy here, I don't think anyone would have shown the money to get an op early. Now we don't. Yeah, I mean, certainly damage has been done. Maybe not in that first round.
Okay, first
round.
bonus here, actually.
More players that go down for the side of EG, but it's looking much better for the comeback now. 5 and 9. Feeling better about the for EG, but this is the one where 100 Thieves will.
Thank you for the $5, poor little bro. Juan, thank you for the 5. Thank you, guys. If you can't afford to donate more than $5, that's totally fine.
For 100 Thieves,
everyone is
should be fine for a hit back over towards B, but this is really going to call onto EG now. This is going to be weird with the information. These players are going to have to react very last second here. The Yoru, don't know if he's going to hear anything by the time these players come in, but this drone is going to do everything for him. Did they?
Ooh, he actually broke it.
Icy around the corner. He doesn't exactly know if the drone caught him out. Yeah, he's still holding on to the same spot. But this is big now. 45 seconds left. The rotation's coming in a little bit steady. 3 players here for EG on this B site to try to hold off 4 players from 100 Thieves. Salvo coming in. Icy dodging all of it. Ye is still around the corner too with a couple
big entry
shots to potentially get, but he misses out on his first.
That entry back call is the round, if you ask me.
This is basically the round here with Nature around the corner with only a Guardian, and Nature's gone. 4v2.
Solid take. And they have a flank. Wrap this shit up. 100 Thieves versus NRG, bro. Wrap this shit up, bro.
At least Super will be good to take down EU. Pretty clinical coming through from 100 Thieves, working their way up into B, clearing away some of that Vice utility, and then just launching salvos, and all of the rest stars down coming through from Xander. And not too much effort required from 100 Thieves in there to make sure they can cleanly win that round 3.
Not 400. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. That's the first round that 100 Thieves have won and this happened. It looks so casual. 100 Thieves.
We gotta leave soon. There's another game after this. Last game of the night. We're back at it tomorrow, though. I started my stream late today. I'll try to be on time tomorrow. Holy fucking shit. You fucking fucks.
Picking up 3.
He's going crazy. I'm not gonna lie. They have a chance in the game, maybe.
That is the hero play that EG was setting up for. They had 3 players there in the firing range of B. One of those 3 players was going to come up with a big play, and that's exactly what happens. Icy steps up.
Tomorrow, BO5 is
like
fine.
A few players
I just have to
on
get
the
off
G side,
early tonight.
all the way at the back of B main were also stunned up as well. So brilliant capitalization there, but things got a little bit tricky when Arsenal actually found 2 in the middle of all of that. So wasn't the
It's a BO3 and a BO5 tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's a long watch party. Tomorrow's a long ass watch
He's
party.
isolated. Superman pops down and Boostio gets
Nah, Boostio doesn't win these.
This is huge now. He has
Pipe down, Piggy. Know your place. Go save.
Can he actually get the spike is the issue.
Pipe down, Piggy. Go save.
Know about a crossfire. If there is a potential crossfire and the spike is behind a wall, these 2 would have to peek in to try to catch Boostio. Boostio now has the spike.
Fuck, he actually has a chance.
30 seconds left.
What time do I start tomorrow?
Can he be a hero? He already started off the 1v3 right.
First match is at 11, right?
2 more
Or
to go.
12?
I think this could be a drift play as well. I mean, you don't want to be too greedy here for EG. You know you're down 5 rounds. Drift in, spot him out.
He's hiding.
I'm watching the clutch, bro. Hold on. Is that
So
12
the drift
Pacific? I started
might
30
not
minutes
catch
before the
him.
match.
If Boostio can effectively hide, it has seen him surely. Yeah, they know where he is now.
Oh, but he TP's back. This is 1-on-1.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Boostio around the corner.
Oh, Piggy! Piggy!
Boostio keeping on top with a 1v3.
Nah. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I hang up my watch party. I retire on top. Fuck it. I've seen it all. I can say I've seen it all. You know he's standing for sure. He's 100% standing. He's 1000%. I'll bet lots of money he's standing. He might even have thrown his headset. He might have legit thrown his headset.
The position
Might be a tech pause here.
Then all you have to do is play that 2v1. Minimum, you trade a player. You lose a player, that's fine. Your second player trades, you win the round.
Wait, the funny part is he in his bedroom or are they on LAN? Boostio might have just stood up in his bedroom alone. He might be standing in his bedroom, no one else is there to see it.
Another brilliant round in the bag. This guy's been on fire.
Unbelievable. In terms of
I don't know if they're at the compound. Are they? They are? Okay, they're at the compound.
He's basically having a Mata type performance here, where if he posts himself behind an angle, you can basically guarantee 1 or 2 frags coming out of him. It's been
Boostio's vaping naked in his bedroom, 1v3ing versus EG.
Converting on his crossfires. Beautiful play coming out from Boostio so far, but here is a coverage of the B site. A lot of ice util coming out. Cryo.
Oh, this is around they lose.
Up the sheer, and he hasn't been able to find anything.
Cryo can't stop.
And he pops 2. Still, you have 1 more on site.
Oh, he saw him. Oh my Ace, go, bro. Ace, bro. Fuck out my way. Fuck out my way, bitch. Fuck out my way. Oh, fuck.
That's just off timing. Yeah, hate to see it.
Where's the guns out, man? Nice try. He had it. If he had his gun out, damn. Mr. 4K, don't miss.
Last round with Boostio getting the clutch has completely broken EG.
12-5. Damn, that's a sad way to lose.
For a potential comeback.
It's a sad way to lose, I'm not gonna lie.
To get 7 rounds in a row flawlessly when they've struggled on this map. I mean, they're kicking themselves at the fact that they didn't quite win Icebox when that second half looked so brilliant for them. Too many rounds slipped through their fingers, and this has just been a dominant showing from 100 Thieves. It's not even like EG have let too many rounds. Yeah, there has been a clutch, but when you look at the 7-0, no excuses there for EG.
Hold on now, Icy. He's been spotted out in this angle before.
Wow, he TP's up to fucking clone the thing?
100 Thieves at the moment. They have somebody all the way in the back covering their flank, purely because here in long, they can stay as long as they want. EG does not want to fight this angle at all.
EG's gone for an aggressive mid
100 Thieves are so close to beating G2 as well. I know, they should have beat G2. They were up.
Main is obviously going to be quite dirty in terms of the
11-5 or wait,
and
what was the map? Was it Ascent or Pearl? 11-6 on Pearl, right? Was it on Pearl? Oh yeah, it was the bug, the Vice bug, and the I remember. I mean, I don't know if it was a bug or what, but I remember, yeah. With Leaf and EU.
For EG. And like you said,
wait, yeah, both of these teams should have beat G2. EG was up as well.
By Boostio.
Weren't they up? I don't forget. I don't know what they were up. EG was up too, no?
He still has so much work to do here. Is he going to put in a bit of noise here? No, he's not. His teammates
EG was up 11-8 on this map as well. Oh, the yay dash. But no, EG was down. I don't know. They were down that map. I don't know.
100 Thieves to try to close this out.
over now.
And there's Boostio to cut things off. It's all on Superman.
Oh, the Yay Dash
What
was
can
at
Superman
11-8?
do here? Only a single frag. 2 more from EG to try to be a hero.
GG.
Cosmic Divide's in play here as well. This is looking like the end for EG.
Surely.
Can Nature and Icy get it done? Super carry Yay is gone. The Armageddon is
I kind of
gone as
agree with
well.
Leaf's
Sorry,
point.
Armageddon.
Like, there's some
Different
bugs in the
ultimate,
game or
doesn't
some
matter. That was their
glitches
Astro
where
Cosmic Divide. They
it's a
won't
bug
have it.
or
That's the
whatever.
point.
I don't know what it
10
is.
versus 4.
But, like, as a
Gus,
pro player,
EG needs something. I don't think they're going to get it. Nature's looking for it.
unless it's like game breaking, I guess it's your responsibility to know that glitch and use it. But then you would look at like Counter-Strike when Big was using the bug fix or when they were doing the jumping thing.
Now to 2 more representatives here for North America in the top side. 100 Thieves and NRG escaped day 1. But what a game there from 100 Thieves.
Oh,
EG,
wow.
they put up quite the fight in map number 1, but that one was all
It's a
100
wrap.
Thieves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is... Look at this. EU, by the way, he stepped up so large.
Yeah.
And that early lead, we talk about the 7-0. That is the 7-0. That
NRG versus 100 Thieves in the upper finals BO5 tomorrow.
On the,
And MIBR EG in the lowers BO3.
Yay, dominant as ever in terms of his own
And then winner and
performance.
loser will play each other on Sunday in another BO5. So lots of Valorant to come, to be honest with you.
I still think for me, despite being a little bit further down in the actual KD or the ACS even, Busio just had so many impactful rounds.
Stats are not up yet. Let's see what time it starts tomorrow. Same time probably, right?
Staying alive,
Starts at 12. I'll be live tomorrow at 11:30.
Things that you don't see
That'll be the plan.
represented in statistics is where Busio really got a lot of advantages for me to say that he was like potential.
All right. I want to give a big shout out to everyone again. We're going to continue the campaign, the charity campaign through the weekend. Congrats to also 100 Thieves and NRG on their wins today. Honestly, the games were good, even though the fucking UI sucks. Like, I feel like the players are having a lot of fun playing this, so it's cool to see. Again, shout out to everyone who donated. We're going to run it back tomorrow and through the weekends. I'll be live 11:30 for MIBR versus EG. No ranks today. I'm going to get a haircut and I have to record some content. So I got to end early today, unfortunately. But honestly, W5-hour stream. I appreciate y'all hanging out. We just launched a VOD channel where I'm playing some of my old reruns and highlights from CS and Valorant. So I'm going to go ahead and raid myself. You guys, no obligation to be there or whatever. Entirely up to you. But otherwise, much love to everyone here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you all tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific. So have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. Adios. Adios, senors. Peace. Let's go. Did it work? Did it work? Hello?